that deep into it. But Hunter x Hunter, I mean, I don't know. It's just I mean, we've kind of already been through this before with him in particular. I
Mm.
do think that he does have some sort of like OC or not OCD. Sorry, ADHD or something like that. Like for sure, like and stuff. So that doesn't surprise me whatsoever with him at least and
I believe it.
stuff.
I do think I don't know. I told him this actually. I said, man, if you're not fucking with it now, just skip. Just just skip to the good shit. I don't give a this
Yeah,
because the first arc is like they don't show you Nen. That you don't need any lore dumps. All the characters are irrelevant because all the characters they develop after the fact. They don't like let's say Killua, like he gets his development in the second arc. Karapaka gets his development in York New. Leoriel's irrelevant. So I mean, if you want, you can just skip to the end of the first arc and you're fine. You have not missed anything. No relevant characters, no nothing. This first arc is actually like a prologue if you think about it. It's some filler prologue. Shouldn't even be in the cut, I don't think. Um so I told him to skip and he's like, no, I can't skip. And I'm like, man, the only reason why you're not skipping is because you want to like fill out your list. I know that exactly. They have a list for everything, by the way. Last FM, rate your own music. They have a list for everything. They're very obsessed with that. I say they because I'm pretty sure it's all of them have that, and I'm just like, man, if you find Hunter x Hunter so boring, but you still want to watch it for the good shit, man, I don't care if you put it on 1.5. I don't care if you skip. Just get to that good shit because you would have never watched it after the fact anyway. If you never did any of these things, and you might as well experience the good shit anyway. That's my
right.
philosophy anyway.
Yeah, yeah. That's I mean, kind of to a degree with like games and shit. I sort of do that myself. Where it's like you could, and I mean, it's not the exact same thing with like an anime because it's uh like it's like one plot line, but like with but with like a game series or whatever, for example, like with like Final Fantasy, I'm not going to start off with just Final Fantasy 1. I'm going to start off
Oh,
with
you're
like what's the
not?
whole title of
They
the
can.
series. Like I'm gonna see like what's good and stuff, um, and then go from there. Type shit. And I've done that a couple times. But yeah, with like anime and stuff, usually what I would do to I guess captivate somebody enough to like want to watch it is I would show like Dro, for example, like
Oh,
an anime
fight
fight. Like I
scenes.
remember what.
I said fight scenes. You'd show him fight scenes.
Yeah. But like I'm showing him not just like, oh yeah, look at this. This is the first fight scene or something like that. Like I'm literally showing him like fucking Krollo versus, you know, the Zoldycks and stuff. Like I'm showing him Askeladd versus Thor's, like, at the very beginning and stuff. Like, I'm showing him this shit that like is actually that's like the top tier, like, unfortunately it is downhill from there, but that really just goes to show that like it does have a lot of stuff in it that you would probably be like really interested in. Now, if you're not fucking with this like at all, then you're not gonna fuck with it. Period. So don't even watch it.
Yeah.
You know, it's
That is
gonna waste
actually
your
a
time.
good strat. Yeah, just show them. That's how I'm like. I'll have to know like a plot point or a story element that happens. So I was like, oh, that's like a really interesting, thing that happens in it. Um, that's usually how I get into things. I very rarely, have the motivation to go into something blind. So maybe I have to. Maybe I mean I don't care. I'm not the one telling him to watch HXH, but in the future, if I want him to, stick with something, maybe I'll show him something sick from whatever the fuck I want him to watch or anything like that. Or I can just, it could just be one of those hive mind things where everyone in Zoo says, "Oh, it's really good," and he'll just watch it anyway. He is that guy that will hive mind monster into a 10. And that's what sucks about EXC. I don't know if I told you about this too. Is that EXC is just like a follower. Like his taste is an amalgamation of like everything in Zoo. Usually, with anime, you're never gonna have a take from EXC that's like, oh wow, like you got this like completely different perspective from anyone else because you consume a different media diet or whatever. He's never gonna give you that, which kind of sucks talking to him because that's why I really enjoy talking to Yaka is that his perspectives, while they are really fucking stupid, he can articulate why he thinks what he does, and it's usually like substantive and different. And I'm like, okay, I respect that. I can't respect someone like EXC. Like he's not like an equal to me in terms of like watching shit or like discussing anything with him. I don't know about you if you've noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, especially. Wait, hold on a second. I think I'm gonna go to this spot right here that usually like makes me lose service.
Okay.
I don't want to like start talking and then just like give me like 1 minute.
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I just wasn't saying anything because I usually whenever I drive through this area, people can't
Yeah,
like
I
my
understand.
voice goes like robot mode and shit. But yeah, wait, what were you saying again?
I was saying with EXC, he's never gonna give you a take about anything. Like in terms of like let's say anime or TV show. That's very unique or like different. It's
Oh,
usually gonna
yeah,
be he's gonna be parroting points from people like he's gonna have like a similar reason as to why he likes something as the people in here. It's never gonna be like, what, you have like a completely different takeaway and this is the why, and it actually something that makes me actually like reconsider my opinion on something. um and it's because he's like usually sort of absorbing a lot of people opinions in here, and he doesn't have like a diet outside of what people in here watch or I guess listen to. So he never has that really interesting take like, fuck, I never thought, like I never would have considered this irrelevant character that I didn't like in this way. That's actually a very interesting takeaway. Nothing like, I don't think anything like that has come, yeah, anything interesting has come out of his mouth. And that's why I respect talking to people like Yaka. Even though he's like completely different, it's like he will make me second guess myself. He will make me see something a little bit differently because he does view things quite differently than I view them. That's what I
yeah.
was saying.
So the thing is with the people, especially in here, um, is like I mean we already know that it's like this, but especially with like EXC, where I think that he's definitely like the weakest of the group, I think, because I've seen Galactic and Tricky's, they've gone back and forth about certain things and whatever, and like Tricky's has attempted to hold his ground sometimes about like certain stuff, although oftentimes it is like kind of just out of ignorance. But like with EXE though, I do think that because in here it just the way that they've kind of been like raised in a way is not like in terms of some childhood, but just saying since like the server was kind of like born like in its inception, is that like it's just taboo for anybody in here to like have something that goes against the norm, I guess, like for especially like a TV show that is universally liked in here, such as like, maybe like Initial D or Kaiji or something like that. It's like nobody can like kind of actually have their own um take that, is like actually genuine. It's just, yeah, like you were kind of saying, like parroted um from like other people and stuff. And it's kind of boring, actually it's really really boring to have that. Now it does get very old whenever you have somebody like Yaka, where it's like these are like, it's kind of like in politics, like, he's just like way too much of like a left-wing extremist, like, type person, you know what I mean? But like in here it's like everybody is just, like a Buzz Lightyear fucking clone, you know what I mean? Like for the most part, more or less, and whatnot. And sorry, I was trying to like park. This one girl just like walked in front of me. So, anyways,
Yeah, I was doing
uh,
something too,
yeah,
so
but yeah, no. So I was like kind of concentrating on what I was saying right there, but um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does get boring whenever it's like people are just regurgitating like the same stuff, whatnot. Give me like 30 seconds. I guess.
uh,
All right, I'm back.
nice.
But yeah, it I mean, it's just kind of like shitty because you can't actually like I think that because like they've been so like programmed into behaving like this, it's like they can't actually have, especially with like EXE, their own opinion. So it's like the discussion just gets like very stale, very quickly. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, oh, okay. And sometimes there's like no discussion to really be had because I remember I joined in here and I'm just like, oh yeah, remember whenever this happened in like Monster or something like that? Like, what'd you think about this scene or something? And they're just like, oh yeah, that was pretty cool, I guess, or something. I'm like, oh, that's kind of like it. It's like there's no attempt at like any elaboration or anything. It's like there's there's like no like, oh yeah, let me kind of like, say that was cool, but I actually liked this a lot more or something. It's like there's like almost no effort, being had. And I don't think that it's because like there's a lack of effort. I think that it's just because like, especially with EXE, like he can't like really, pivot like in any way. Like there's like no way that he can kind of expand or like anything with a lot of stuff. I don't know. That's just kind of the vibe that I get with him in particular. And like Tricky sometimes does. Like he like I do actually give Tricky some respect because he does actually kind of try to have an opinion, even if I don't agree with it. And it's rare, but like, you just got to remember back to about a year ago with that the Salamanca twins or whatever. You know what I'm
Oh
talking about? The
yeah,
cousins, like, and and like him and I rack him up. We're like
calling them good
trying
characters.
so hard yeah, to like act like these guys were like great villains or something. Whatever. It's like, dude, these guys are nothing burgers. Like they literally did we even ever hear them fucking talk like a single goddamn time? Like, bro, these
Mm,
guys like they're nothing. It's
yeah, they actually are nothing characters. I can't believe Tricky's out of all people saying that they're sick. Nah, I couldn't believe that. Tricky's out. I thought Tricky's would be the hater, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty funny because uh, yeah, I still like to this day, like out of like the people that I've talked to, which hasn't been that many, but like I've said it a couple times before, but like Broski, like saying Todd was like in his top five like best Breaking Bad characters, like damn, like I've never like I mean, and that's actually like I respect that like you know a lot and stuff, and that's something that does go against the grain, I guess, because a lot of people are kind of programmed into just being like, oh yeah, Gus, or sorry, like Walter, Jesse, Saul, Gus, and Mike
Yeah.
or something like. And it's like, I mean, honestly, man, and I like Saul a lot. Like I think Saul's like arguably my favorite character. But in Breaking Bad alone, the guy's literally a fucking like, you know, a borderline NPC. Like, you know, he's like barely even like a character, you know, in Breaking Bad. I don't really, he doesn't really do that much. He's just kind of there as like a plot device, really, most of the time. Like that's pretty
Mm-hmm.
much what he is. Um, and I mean, you do get to see that he is like pretty slimy and stuff like that. You know, kind of has like his little like methods and quirks that make him interesting. But it's like it's very like lightly touched up on. But before Saul even had his own show, I remember people like were going crazy over him, like thinking that he was like this great character. And same thing with like Gus too. It's like you know, Gus, I mean, we already talked about that, but like, I mean, the whole thing is, yeah, I don't actually want to talk about Breaking Bad that much. But yeah, going back to, yeah, just like Trickies and, you know, EXE and stuff, like, I really do like wonder, because I think that some of these people too, like Galactic especially, is like huge on this, is they'll watch an anime and they won't really kind of understand what just happened, you know, with like Serial Experiments Lane, or like there's another one that's like very uh, uh what's the word that I'm trying to use here to describe it? Fuck. Uh Whatever. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of like Serial Experiments Lane. Hibernate or something like that. I forgot what it's called actually,
Yeah,
but
I think that's what it is. The ones with the angels
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, and anyways, it's like these are very very like uh you know just Serial Experiments Lane esque. I forget again what the word is. It's abstract. There we go.
Mm.
Um, and everything. And this is not something that you would probably expect Galactic to like or whatever. And this guy, like, anytime he tried to explain anything that happened in those, it was like he was fucking a malfunctioning PC. You know, like the PC, it would just like kind of like fry itself trying to trying to like calculate like you know something like or whatever. And that's kind of like what I get from you know whenever I have to I don't know. I kind of think that whenever people have to rely on other people telling them what happened or like giving them opinions and stuff like that, that
It's
just goes to show
over.
that it's like actually, yeah, it's like so borrowed. It's not real, like you know the way that you think about this stuff, or whatever. And yeah, I mean that's mostly it's more amplified with EXE though, for sure. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much is what I have to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it is a shame though because you know I do. Uh, I mean, I don't know. I think that EXE is just something that I don't think he'll really grow out of. I think that's just kind of like how he is. Like, you know, I think that, you know, maybe it's just something like the way that the environment that he was around or something like that. I don't really know. I'm not going to sit here and try to like completely psychoanalyze him or something, but I do think that it is pretty much a given that he does have some sort of like, you know, again, like ADHD or something like that. Um, Mental like I don't really want to say deficiency, but like, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
um, going on. So
I mean, it's definitely a deficiency if he can't sit through. He's getting bored 1 minute. He's getting bored. It was a 7 minute video, and it's like nothing's happening 1 minute in. I'm like, bro, I told you. Like, it's not like it's like a random 7 minute video. It's like, man, I told you to watch this fight because it's sick. And this guy's like 1 minute in, freaking out. I'm like, man, it's gonna get good. Just wait. let it build up, you know what I'm saying? Let it ferment, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like you can't make wine without, fermented grapes. You need to, let it cook a little bit. And this
yeah.
guy wants to skip right in, and it's just like, how the fuck, how did you watch Monster? I don't understand how you got through Monster. I'm not even,
I don't know how he did it either. That
I'm a
shit is
little,
slow as hell. The first like 20 episodes, like after like episode 5.
yeah. After the first four, the first arc, um, actually no, I'd say it's still pretty fast paced from there because he's doing the, would you call it? He meets up with, he's trying to locate, he locates Nina
Oh,
and going through like the logs of like he's going through paper logs and he finds her and then he does that whole like when when the fake cops come in and then he's doing the
oh
little,
yeah, 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 yeah.
that was like a fairly, it's like a short arc but a lot happened in it, a
Yeah, true.
multi-episode arc. I think after that, when he's
Really
training
casual.
with the Vietnamese, the little Vietnamese girl and the American, I think that's when it starts to really slow down. And then
Yeah,
in the 20s, when he's going, you got the drunk guy, you have Shoe Bolt. That part is really slow because it's like you don't get any Tenma anymore. You basically are focusing on Shoe Bolt and his son, Blue, Sophie, all that nonsense. I think that's when it starts dragging. I think the first time I watched Monster, that was like when I was like, I'm slowing down a little bit, But I eventually picked it back up, and I was like, it was firing on all cylinders after that.
because I just remember there was a period shortly after the very beginning. Yeah, like once Nina Fortner and or like the Fortners are like dead, and like the Mr. Maurer guy, the newspaper journalist, they get killed by like this fake cops. Yeah, like very shortly after that, there's like a period of like basically where Tenma's just kind of just like doing side quests for like 20 episodes, 30 episodes or something,
Do you
right? Like
remember
he's
that
just kind of like,
carpet one? Where they find this like really expensive carpet that's being undersold, and then the whole Turkish quarter is about to burn down, and then they use the carpet to put out the fuse before it burns down. You remember that?
nah,
That was like one of the side quests. It was with the guy from the underground, the rat face guy.
the baby.
I don't remember his name. It's when he finds him, and then he's with Dita doing. They're like fucking trolling around. Yeah, it's like side quest mode.
Yeah.
But
Um,
I am rewatching. I think I watched an episode like when he meets Dita for the first time. Because I definitely, I've got so many holes in Monster in my head, and I just really, I remember like the first part fairly vividly, but as it goes along, I'm like, oh fuck, I don't even remember, I don't really remember these arcs that well. I want to take notes too, just so I can remember. It's way easier when you're being a little bit more proactive.
yeah, I might watch it again next year since it'll be 10 years since I've seen it.
All right.
But yeah, I'm not gonna. I because yeah, I've kind of got that too where I've never rewatched it. I've like rewatched maybe a couple clips here and there, but there aren't really like that many clips like in Monster where it's like you just kind of go back and like watch a clip of it. I mean,
Yeah,
like there's
I
like
don't
just a
even
couple
really
scenes that
watch
come.
clips. I'll
Not
be
really, yeah,
honest.
because I do
Yeah.
that with like some and stuff like um actually like something that like I don't like React content at all, but I did
Yeah,
get
me
like
either.
reaction videos put in my like YouTube feed and stuff every now and then. And what I actually did was I went back and I rewatched like all these reaction videos of people doing like Death Note, like watching Death Note, and I've just like watched their reaction of like episode two, like at the end of episode two
Oh
and
yeah.
stuff, like and whatever, just to see like how they were, yeah, responding to that stuff, because um, that's like where it really like everybody knows that's where like shit gets real. Like that's like
Mm.
one of the realest, like
Him
yeah,
getting mugged. What was his name? Lindo Taylor. Him getting.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's a. It's Death Note is really good because it's like the first two episodes. I'd say it's like a really solid. It's like one of the best paced animes. You know, you can throw that out up at any time, and it's just like you're gonna be. Apart from like after L dies for me, I always just tune out. I completely forgot whatever happens. I think I've only seen it once because I always tune out. I always get bored after that. Um, about any part in the first 24 or whenever he dies 26 whatever I don't remember. I think any episode is like very interesting. Something is interesting. Maybe not so much like this. Do you remember the side quest? Those like business bros or whatever, where they get when they do some like parkour to get inside the building or something. It's where he gets the memories back.
Are you talking about like with the guy that has to pose as like
Yeah.
Elraldo Coyle, the second rank detective? Yeah. And then they have that other chick.
He's the number two second best detective in the world.
Yeah. Well, like so for the longest time actually, because I kind of went through like a rabbit hole with Death Note again, kind of recently, because I thought that I like kind of already knew everything, which I pretty much did, but like I didn't really think about it too heavily. Because I do remember a very long time ago, Seth the programmer, he had a video about like who was smarter between like L and Light or something. And Light actually ended up winning in his video based upon like what happened in the anime and stuff. But if you actually kind of like go back and really real like analyze everything, like L was kind of just like running laps around Light like the entire fucking anime, except for like the very beginning, whenever Light like punked him with the Shinigami like gods of death love apples thing. Like other than that, it's like L up until Light like got his memories back with the Death Note. L was kind of just like outplaying Light pretty much the entire time, and he knew that he was Kira like the entire time because I don't know if you remember this, but throughout the anime, L he's saying that Light is he's like 5% sure that Light's Kira or
Yeah,
something. I don't know
and
if
it's
you
like,
remember.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, the author in like this like data book thing that came out after the anime or
Mm.
manga was finished, he pretty much said that the way that L works is you take that percentage and you add 90 to it. So he's like
What the
95%
fuck?
sure. Like cause like L throughout the entire anime, he's just like literally a fucking compulsive liar. Like, he's just lying about everything whenever it comes to Light. He's saying that Light is like his first friend or something like that, his best friend or something like that. He's saying like, all these he like he trolls Light as well with the photograph thing where like Light sees the Shinigami loves like gods of death love apples thing, but then L's like, oh, you're wrong. There's actually a fourth one here or something. Whenever there was no fourth one, he literally just
Yeah.
made that shit up himself, like just to trick Light. Like, he's like literally just lying the entire anime and stuff. And like he just literally couldn't prove that Light was Kira. Like that's just kind of what it was. Like, he knew the entire time. So like, yeah, now I'm actually like pretty convinced that L was just he was definitely way smarter than Light. Like,
And
but
he's
to be fair though, Light was
and
only
and
like 17, and L's like 26. So yeah,
and to be fair, he trolled himself because he does end up dying.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I
and
I, I thought that was a really I didn't know the database said that. I thought it was sort of like, oh, it's a 5% chance of being him, but everyone else is like so much lower. He's like, prime
yeah,
suspect
yeah.
just because he's like the highest. I think that makes just way more sense than like, oh, it's
No,
actually like,
that also makes sense. That's how I always interpreted it too. Was like, yeah, comparatively to like 4 or like 6 billion people on the planet, 5%. That's a fucking enormous amount, dude. Like,
yeah.
this guy's got, yeah, um, but yeah, there were some like I guess flaws with L's reasoning, but like his hunch was just like so strong that I mean he obviously was right, but he could have, it literally could have been anybody on the task force that was Kira, but instead he like honed in on Light because he thought that Light um, like Kira had to be somebody that wanted a challenge or something like that. You know what I mean? Because like at the very beginning, which I guess does make sense because at the very beginning he kills Lindell Taylor, and he
Mm-hmm.
could have literally just sat there and let Lindell Taylor yap and just like do whatever the fuck he wanted, and Elle would have never have known that Light was Kira. Like he would have never even like caught on to that sense. Like you know, Light could have probably have just won straight up like there, but Light wanted to challenge him by just killing him right there and just like, kind of making a statement. But
Mm.
yeah, that was um, yeah, crazy like outplay. But uh, anyways, yeah, what's going on with people in this?
In
Sorry,
this
I
one,
think
in
this
this
phone.
album.
Uh, yeah. Anyways, uh, yeah.
You're lagging.
Oh my goodness, shit.
Oh, I think you sound fine though.
Oh, okay. Um,
Repeat that. Sorry, I almost just died.
okay. But yeah, what's going on with this Galactic guy? He was yapping a lot yesterday.
What was he
You have
saying?
some like secret built up frustration or something.
With Galactic? What was he saying? Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah,
Oh, in the chat. We were talking about VC or something.
yeah.
And you tell me. I don't know what the fuck is going on between you two. I didn't even know you had him locked.
I don't know. He was just saying a bunch of shit in the chat yesterday. I just kind of like ignored it because I was really tired, but also it was just like I don't know what he was even saying. He said something about like me not like joining a voice chat or something, even though I literally joined the voice chat with him in here the other day, and he like snaked out like almost immediately after I joined. You remember that?
No.
It was you, me, Tricky's affirmed, and Galactic was in here, and he left whenever he saw me join.
And I must
My,
have forgot
my aura
because.
had scared him away.
Mm, yeah, I didn't know you two had beef, honestly. Or I don't know which way around it is. How come you haven't blocked?
I mean, I don't think there's any. I just have him. Well, uh, yeah, see, like a hard kind of
Your mic is lagging.
like um, fuck. Okay.
I think it's still shit.
Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Really?
Speak? I think it should be good now. Hello? What the fuck is this area? Are you here? Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're
Hello?
good.
Oh, okay. Anyways, yeah, I already explained with T. I just think that he's a colossal waste of time. There's really nothing of value that kind of comes from him, to be honest. Like, I know this sounds fucked up, but like, I just felt like I had my time with him. I would explain something to him, whether it was like giving him genuine advice about something, like with, maybe his parents and his attendance at school and stuff, like actual personal advice and stuff, like, and he would just not take any of it, or me like literally spending a couple hours getting his like Anki set up and like a bunch of like Japanese tools, like explaining a bunch of things to him, and then he literally never even opened the program after that and did a single day of Anki. Just like and I don't have like a grocery list of things like off the top of my head because I don't really think about it that much, but like I do have pretty good reasoning for why. I just don't really think that he's worth my time, I guess, kind of type thing. Like, um,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of like broken, like empty promises and stuff like that. Like him saying that he'll like play like a game or like watch something or whatever, or that he's gonna do something else and then he just never does. And it's like, why am I even like subjecting myself to this? Like, after a certain point, life's too short to you know, have to deal with something like this. So, I'm just not gonna deal with it. That's just kind of how it is. But Galactic, I don't think Galactic's like really perma blocked. I mean, I just think that Galactic is like kind of fake in a way. Um, and what I mean by this is like him and Tricky's would get into like some like bullshit drama, like, discourse with each other, and then like Galactic would be like, yeah, I'm fucking done talking to Trickies or whatever, this and that or whatever. And then it's like literally the next day. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, literally the next day, they're talking to each other in a VC for like 6 hours. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, I thought that you guys were done talking to each other. Like, um, and then this is happening. And then, like, it just kind of like did, like, also, another thing that I can remember as well. Cause again, I don't have a list over here, like, of like everything that like people have done that have just like kind of made me reach like my limit, I guess. Oh yeah, and the fact that he's just like being like really slimy, like snaking around, like going into like these like private chats and stuff like that, like just like kind of attempting to avoid everyone. You know what I mean? Like just avoiding people and stuff for whatever reason. Um, and then the other thing was it was like the most insane thing whenever Nier and I were watching Alice in Borderland with him. And it was like pretty apparent to me that he wasn't paying attention to it like at all, like almost the entire time that we're watching. And Nir and I, we've already seen Alice in Borderland before, right? So we're just kind of watching it with him so that he can watch it with us. This is like his watch party thing. Like, he's the focal point of like watching it, right? Not us, because we've already seen it. Now we're watching it, and then it gets to a point where I just know that he's not paying attention. So I literally like whenever he gets up to go
Rewind
to the
it.
bathroom. Yeah, yeah. I rewound it and I played like the same episode for like 20 minutes. Like 20 minutes of content goes by and he doesn't even notice that it's the same episode. Then I rewind it with the thing like again where I'm like, "Oh yeah, what happened here?" And then he's just like, "Oh yeah, this thing." And then I'm like, "No." And then I rewind it and then he's like, "Oh, well, yeah, I think that like that happened." And I'm like, "No." And I rewind it again and then he's like, "Oh my God, like she lied or something like that." It's like, "Yeah, like, you know, and it's like there's I don't know, the guy like you know there've just been like a lot of times where I'm just like, okay, what the fuck is this person doing? Sorry, like yeah, something like going on right now. Anyways, yeah, so I just kind of like uh I don't know, I just kind of had you know enough of the bullshit, I guess. Comes with him. It was just too much. Um, I mean, it wasn't really too much. It just wasn't really like worth it to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, um, not that he was like overly annoying or like some scumbag or anything like that. You know, like I said, I wouldn't really consider him perma blocked, but he's definitely he's been blocked.
Right, okay. EXE's in the comic book though. He's not. He's never changing.
Yeah, yeah, that guy. Like I gave him a lot of because like I mean we sat here for years, dude, and like you know you heard me like and I said I gave him a lot of benefit of the doubt because of his age. Like like it wasn't like Yezi where Yezi's like early 20s or something like that. But it's like after a while, it's like bro, like you know at what point, I think that EXE he's like what 19 now or something like that or whatever. Like
18.
at some point it's like all right, like you're not 14 anymore. Like all right, um, whatever.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, I
so
think EXE is a lot more insufferable than Galactic,
yeah,
but um, and it sucks because it just sucks because I have a lot of shared interest with him, but he's not one of those guys that's one bad day for him and it's like I'm not talking to him for like months because he's just what I mean, like he's just that guy where he's just super mood focused, or FF6, it's like I'll ask him to play FF6 and that just never happens. He's like, oh, I'm not in the mood right now. He doesn't have the delayed gratification. He can't you know wait a little bit to get that high. He needs that high immediately. So getting an FF6 playthrough, that's not fucking happening ever. So I
right.
think if I actually do continue playing it, I think I will just restart from the beginning. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I might troll around and play it in Japanese once I'm a little bit more experienced. Um, I want to see. I'm so curious. I think I'll play Dragon Quest first though, just because that game has spaces. So I want to see how much Japanese can I actually read without getting too into trouble. But I'll do that a few months time. I think I started Anki like maybe late June. Right now I'm in this is like late August now, like 2 months. Uh, give it a little time, get better vocabulary, get what do you call it? I need to finish Take Kim's little grammar test. I can actually I learned some things from inference. I learned the platforms like Masen, Mas, Mashta. Because on Anki, the Anki decks, the example sentences have them, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like I can see the translation, so I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, my start past, my sen, negative, blah blah blah. But I still, I want to learn like the exact rules from the horse's mouth, just so I know everything. Like there's no ambiguities or anything, or if I like interpreted something wrong, incorrectly. But it is really exciting to actually be, I'll read shit just because like I'll scroll Twitter and I follow like Japanese photographers and they have they're typing in Japanese and it's like fuck, it's like Natsu, like yeah, I don't know what that means, summer. It's like Natsu no, and like day and it's like a summer day even. As I said, I hope in Japanese and I'm like, man, yeah, I understand that. Well, that's like a simple sentence, but yeah, like understanding more and more just because I have more vocabulary, yeah, that is really satisfying. So I do want to try and play one of these games in Japanese. Um, because practicing my vocab, is one thing looking at Anki, but it's another thing when you there's some words where I've seen before, especially like in Elden Ring, where it's like, okay, I don't think I'm ever gonna forget that now. Like sometimes I'll forget a word in Anki, um, but when I see it in the game, I don't know, like the context or something, like it just, what I mean? It just sticks in your brain when you see it outside of, your little fucking training mode or whatever. I don't know about you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think playing some of these games like in Japanese and stuff, like I mean, yeah, it's very useful and whatnot, but it can also maybe like be discouraging too if you do it too early. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
like you're gonna be taking so long to read like one fucking dialogue
One
box.
block,
Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Like starting on hard mode immediately.
yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but yeah, I think I would have been discouraged already. Like, these other guys. I think I think Galactic stopped. He told me that he stopped. Um, but I think I would have stopped by now. I think I can. Well, yeah, maybe playing like a long game, like a JRPG. Yeah, I think that might be a little bit. That's a little much. Um, is there any websites for just reading example sentences? Because
Uh, there is one, but I would have to look it up. I forgot what it's called.
oh, okay.
I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot, but just one that I know of. But yeah, I would have to really like try to find it if I could even
Mm-hmm.
find it.
Right, because that is definitely something. Uh, I actually want to read like proper sentences because I've not outside of reading. Um, I watch Third Strike, Street Fighter. Outside of like reading like reading comments, I've not been reading like actual like some of the words can be quite esoteric. Like Daipan, I'm like I don't know what the fuck that means. And I looked it up on G Show and it's like slang and it's just like oh fuck how the fuck am I gonna get slang? You know what I mean? Like it's so oddly specific to um it's like punching an arcade cabinet in frustration. It's like well, that's a really specific slang word, you know what I mean? So I want to read
Huh.
something like I want to read something like, I was like, what's the time? Or something like that. Or like, yeah, I'm going to the Konbini, at fucking whatever Jikan, whatever hour. It's something normal like that. Or like, yeah, going to the fucking Yaoya, is that vegetable shop? I think it's something a little bit normal.
Um, there's an Anki deck that has a bunch of like rudimentary sentences and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
I might need that.
have you are you on that the learn Japanese.moe or whatever it's called, the Moe Way
No, I don't know
website?
what that is. No, I don't think so.
Oh, really? Uh, it's yeah, just type learn Japanese
Don't
dot
moe.
moe. Yeah,
Japanese don't moe. The moe way.
MO.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. And then go to resources
Yeah, I see that. Learning Japanese, take him,
and then
kanji,
vocabulary.
vocabulary. Yeah, I see that.
Download that the Moe Way Tango N5 deck.
Okay.
And that one that one has like it does have a mix of vocab, but it also has a ton of like sentences in it. Like very like basic sentences and stuff. And then obviously the N4 deck. The N4 deck is all sentences, but a little more advanced, I guess.
Yeah, and full. Man, one of my pop-up blockers is definitely blocking.
Yeah, this page has like a ton of like really useful stuff.
Man, it's not letting me download from Google Drive, and I'm wondering what extension could possibly be doing that. Pop-up blocker ultimate. How the fuck do I disable this? Actually, stop it in incognito. I didn't even know about this website. Well, let me download even on a private window with no extensions. Oh, there we go. Nice. Import file. Import. Nice. The Moe way. And then, yeah, end form, yeah. Guessing that's harder than N5. I actually wonder what complex Japanese sentences look like. I'm so curious. Not like Shakespeare, but you know what I mean. Like if I'm reading a book or something, like I'm reading some like Harry Potter shit or something. I'm so curious on what the sentences look like.
Uh, um,
Harry Potter Japanese book.
watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes in Japanese, and there you go. Huh.
Let's see like a page. Images. Please tell me there's a page. Oh, here we go. Don't tell me it's written top down. Nah, I don't even want it. Nah, nah, wait. That's not true. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I don't believe that for a second. That's gonna be like the end of the book or something. That's the beginning. And it's backwards. Oh, I didn't know. I thought that was just manga. I didn't know they actually did the books backwards. It's fucked up. So is that actually how they read? Do they read books like that? Up and down?
Yes,
Oh, wow. I thought that was fake news. But on the internet, they read it normally.
it depends. But yeah, all manga is top down.
Really?
Yeah.
Shiranai, hito kara no. The fuck does that say? Don't know what that last kanji is. Seiki. Oh, I learned this word today. Nokota. That means that means to leave or to remain. To leave behind, to remain. Nokota. Is it nokota? Nokoru. It is nokoru. So nokota. Otoko noko. Boy. Oh, shonen. I remember I saw that. Shonen. I was like, oh wow. I was like, I said it. I was like, shonen? What the fuck could this possibly mean? Because it looks deceptive because it has the nen kanji for year. Like small year, what the fuck? I would have never got that if I didn't know. If I didn't know anime.
Huh.
That's ambiguous.
Yeah, you learn a little bit. It's like subconsciously like put in your head um a little bit of actual Japanese and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you watch like anime dubbed and stuff primarily, just the fact that like you're around like anime and stuff and like whatever, like, you're gonna pick up on like some terms like,
Jutsu.
like shonen, like you said.
Did they say jutsu in the dub? Shadow Clone Jutsu, they definitely
Yeah,
do.
yeah, they do.
Yeah, I got Gijutsu for the first time. Skill. Is it Gijutsu? Gijutsu? Yeah, it's Gijutsu. Skill technique. Wow. That kanji is so fucked up. Jutsu.
Uh, you should look up if you want to see like probably the most like fucked up kanji. Um, you should look up the one for depression or melancholy. It's YUUTSU.
I think I've seen this. Jutsu. No, not this.
Or is it three? Is it three U's or is it two U's? I thought that it was YU
It's
to
3 years.
TSU.
Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah,
Oh,
that second
oh,
character. Is that? I think the first character. I think I've seen that in the Yasa.
I think that the second character means gloom.
Yeah, Gloom. That's it. Yeah, I watched a video on it yesterday.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
funny.
Is it Yasashi? Easy. Yeah. That. Oh no, it's a different kanji. Yasashi has a little fucking walking stick next to it. Oh, and then that's the same kanji. I hate that. When they change the kanji by just adding a line next to it. Oh my word, that makes me lose my mind. That kanji's really recognizable though. Utsu? But it must be a pain in the ass to write out.
Yeah,
Lucky I'm not writing any of these out.
it's a waste of time to write.
Yeah.
I wasted so much time in the beginning doing
Oh
that
yeah.
shit. Yeah, it's an utter colossal waste of time. Like, I probably put in like 100 hours into writing, and yeah, like I'm getting like absolutely nothing out of it. Basically, at least 100 hours, probably.
Mm-hmm.
You should try to get that Galactic guy in here.
That's not happening. I can ping him. Oh yeah, 'cause he's typing. That's not real. And was the light time? Wait, what was the light time you microdosed? When was the light time? I can't even fucking read. Microdosed Datara? The Japanese Harry Potter actually looks pretty good. But I don't know who that's in the middle. Is that McGonagall or something? Nah, it couldn't be, because that's like old man Harry Potter. Actually, she probably is still alive when he's like, I don't know, 20s, 30s. Be a grandma though. Japanese people just age better though, so you know what? I can still believe that. Man, that Draco Malfoy looks sick. I think that's Draco Malfoy. I can't believe they read up and down. That's insane.
I mean, yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, it's whatever.
Have you noticed this though? Like sometimes I'll see the characters, and like they'll be, it'll be like a complex kanji, and the kanji will have like let's say say life. It will have the character for life in it with like a few extra
Yeah.
lines, but it will still have the same pronunciation. Have you seen that? I've noticed that a little bit. Um,
Wait, say that again?
so it's like let's say you take the character for life, right? And then
Yeah.
you add a few extra lines to it. What I've noticed with those characters is that a lot of the time they have the same pronunciation as the as
Are you saying like it's like a compound kanji? There are two kanji there, or are you saying that it's one kanji,
one
but it
kanji. Yeah.
has like,
Let me give you an
yeah,
example.
other okay.
Yeah, this is
Uh,
just one kanji.
no, yeah, I don't really. I mean, maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know, or maybe you're onto something. Um,
I've been trying to use that technique. I'm like, oh, please be a rule or something. Please be some like hidden tech I found out. There was one for verbs that I found out. Like to find and to be find. It's like me. What is that? To find.
meets,
It's got like mitsukeru and mitsukaru.
yeah,
You notice when it has a, it's the same. It's the same thing for atata meru and atata maru. Like when it has the a, it's like something done onto something. So it's like to be warmed up. Like when to be warmed up. Whereas I'm explaining this better. Let me just do it with to find. So like mitsukeru is to find, and then mitsukaru is to be found. It's like you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like the opposite.
mhm,
It's like something done onto you versus something that you're doing onto something. That makes
right.
sense. Yeah, that's one rule that of like, oh, that's that's something. But it's not always the case because you got I think it's is it Buku? It's like to be born or something. To oh no, to have children or something. No. So soda, I think it's like sodaku. Is soda? Wait. Sodatsu is to be raised, but sodateru is to raise. It doesn't have the. It's not sodataru, so kind of breaks the rule.
Uh, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really noticed some of this stuff. I don't know. I think the thing is like some of these there are like a lot of like rules, I guess you could say, but they get broken like very often. Like it's like very inconsistent. Like where you'll have like a kanji that like I don't know if I showed you that one video about kanji. Did I show you that?
I think you may have. I think you may have shown me
Okay, well,
one video, or I may
at
have
some
seen it on
point
my own.
the guy in the video, he says that so the kanji and the word for same is do, which is DOU,
Mm-hmm.
and that means same. But if you put that same kanji next to the kanji for metal,
Mm.
uh, then combining those two, it still says do, which means copper. So it's like,
Yes.
how does same plus metal equals copper, but the pronunciation stays the same? You know, it's like that doesn't really, there's
Right.
like nothing consistent about that at all. But it
Mm-hmm.
does actually that rule does apply in like 25% of instances, though. That is like a
Right.
fairly common rule, but it's like it's only applicable a quarter of the time. So like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, they have, like I said, like all these like weird rules and stuff like that, and whatever, like the kanji for like um moon or month or whatever.
Yeah,
Most of the time whenever
Tsuki.
you see this kanji, like 90% of the time, whenever it's a compound kanji
Getsu.
with something, it's going to be a body part or
Oh,
like
is
a
it?
or organ or something like that. It's going to be like an organ, but the other 10% of the time it's not. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, um, but yeah, I mean, it's just it's. I mean, I guess you could say the same thing happens in English too. Like English has a bunch of fucked up like fucking inconsistencies with the language. Like the word kernel, it's like,
Oh
what the
yeah,
hell is that?
colonial.
Like what? Yeah,
Yeah, that's fucked.
colonial.
Yeah. English is one of the most fucked up language for spelling. I know most languages
Kernel.
aren't like that. It's like
And
French,
then and then
English.
and then you have like British English and American English or whatever. So it's like, you know, is it aluminium or aluminum?
Right.
Which one is it?
You just
Oh,
learn
it's
both
both.
words, right? Yeah, just put it in. That's not that bad though, because they sound similar, right?
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
It,
What about Z? Z or Z?
yeah, that one's also really
Z.
easy. Isn't it? Like, if you think about this, right? It's like, let's say you've already learned English, right? Zebra,
Yeah.
zebra, right? It's like you already know that. Think about R, right? In the South, in the UK, we don't really pronounce. We have no rhoticity in our R's, barely any. Like sometimes, right?
Yeah.
But for Americans and like Irish people especially, it's like you really hear their R's. They're like, and then if you hear like let's say like Indian people speak, they go like, they like a proper hard R. Um, well, not that kind of hard R. You know what I'm trying to say. um, it's like yeah, because it's spoken so globally. I think the Z one and Z that's Mickey Mouse. That's like really easy to learn. I think the fucked up one is actually R, because when I communicate to my family, that don't their first language is in English, they get super fucked up when I say words with R's in them, and they used to they say their R's, they have rhoticity, so they're like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. And I have to actually add rhoticity to the R's so they can actually understand what I'm saying. And I'm like, fuck me. I didn't. Yeah, I think English is. I think it's worse than Japanese from like just a little bit I know of Japanese. I think English is fucking scuffed. But I
Yeah. No.
wonder, and I'm curious, right? Because you know in Pokemon they only do hiragana. Um, I'm so curious. How can you understand that with the number of homophones that are in the Japanese language?
Yeah. I think that it's because there's spaces between the words, but also it's just the way that I think kids in Japan the, the way that it works is, and I guess that maybe in English it's kind of like this, but mostly in Japanese, like uh, kids in Japanese are already pretty fluent in Japanese. Like they already can have a conversation about
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things. Now, not something that's like super uh complex, I guess, but like they're already pretty fluent. But they can talk about this stuff, and I think that maybe it's because they just sound it out in their head, like, oh yeah, that's what that means, or something like that. And whenever you're a kid in school as well, you're barely taught any kanji until you're like a middle schooler. So you're
Oh
going
wow.
like grade 1 through 5. Yeah, and you maybe know like a total of like 500 kanji up until like 6th grade. And then whenever you're in
Mm-hmm.
high school, they start ramping it up to like 300 kanji per year or something like that or whatever. Um, because like there's the Joyo kanji, and that's 2,200 kanji
Mm-hmm.
basically. Like it's like roughly 2,200. That's like what they teach in school. That's like what that like means is it's uh like
So do
required
they know
kanji.
more than that? Like, let's say that the average Japanese person, how much more do they know?
Oh,
Inside the
uh,
2200 or whatever.
like a thousand more probably the average,
Fuck me.
and then university students know like 4,000.
Oh
It's
my
almost double.
word. Almost double than the score. Because I'm like, man, 2K kanji. It's like I'm excited. It's like that seems like a really attainable number. And then I just hear, like double the number. There's
Well,
like more like ancient ones.
yeah.
Oh, isn't there more
Yeah,
like
like
secret
almost.
hiragana, katakana characters? I think I've seen some like secret hiragana characters that they don't use anymore.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. For like we or something like that. WE, I think maybe used to
Yeah,
be one of them. Um, and like what do they have? They have uh, um, I forgot. Like yeah, but I think WE used to be one of them, and something else. But those like literally, I've never seen one of those in my life. Like so, yeah, those have been like done and dusted for like 100 years now at this point. Maybe in like very ancient like Japanese shit. Um, but there is like one that you actually will see that's a katakana that you
oh
don't see
god.
that often. But if you try to look up like Avalon or Valorant,
Mm-hmm.
um, the way that it's pronounced, I believe, is still uh, uh like Avalon, which is like with the BU, but the way that it's spelt is with VU. So it's like it's actually like a V with a U. You would have to like I don't know, just like
Oh,
Google Avalon in Japanese or something, and you'll see like that it's actually
Avalon
yeah.
chat in Japanese. Uh, oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Vampire Savior. Yeah, the chart that
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, the chart that I learned. Oh, is that not a common one? Because yeah, the
No.
chart that I saw had that one.
Oh, really?
Um,
Yeah. No, that
yeah.
one's not common.
Okay. Yeah, I know. There's yeah. I think it's because I watched Vampire Savior. It's an old Capcom game. Morrigan, if you know who she is, she's from that
Oh,
game.
yeah, Morgan. Yeah. Yeah. Green hair.
Um,
Whatever.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I watch Japanese streams of that, and yeah, they use that character. That's when I
Oh, okay.
first came across it. I'm like, man, what does U turn into when it has the dashes on? I don't know what the fuck that
Yeah.
turns into. Yeah, I was super confused. But my hiragana chart, no, katakana chart had it. So
Yeah. I've only ever seen it in Katakana. I've never seen it
yeah,
in
I don't think
English.
it exists in hiragana. There's also I think it's like fair fee. I don't think that exists in hiragana, does it?
I don't know.
Japanese katakana cheat sheet. Yeah, I'll link. Oh, actually, I'll just put a picture in. That's the sheet I had. And you see va, vi, vu, va, vi, vu, vevo. And then the hiragana one was easier. Because I learned katakana first.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
I learned hiragana second. So I was way more confused with hiragana because I'm like, oh, it's like all squiggly. Like I didn't really have a problem with the ones I get confused with is wa, u, and fu because obviously they look similar. But I never got confused with saw, su, she, and ne. I never got confused with those. I thought those, especially in more stylized fonts, where they'll have like just like she would be horizontal, and then su would be very vertical. I didn't really get confused by them. And plus, you see two a lot because for long vowels or no, sorry, double consonants, they'll have two a lot. So it's like really easy to get familiar with those. The differences between both of them. Do you have a
Yeah, I
lot of
think.
like?
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think katakana initially seems a lot easier to learn, and that's actually how I started to learn, like 12 years ago, or like 11 years. Or wait, when did I start learning? Yeah, that was like 12 years ago. Although obviously I haven't stayed consistent or anything. I literally dropped
Mm-hmm.
it about 2 weeks after I started learning because I just simply didn't know how to continue. Um, until
Mm-hmm.
about like 2 years ago. Anyways, uh, yeah, I started with katakana because, yeah, like what you were saying, it's less intimidating, I guess. To start with, the lines they're very straight, but I
Yeah.
think that it does make it annoying though to even read, even right now for me, because like there's sometimes where I'm like, looking at something and I'm like, I can't just kind of like instantly recognize it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like kind of reading through something and like that, and I'm like, oh, is that say or sa? Like which one is that again? Like I don't know. I still have that like issue with just katakana because like I don't really immerse that much, but especially in the stuff that like I would immerse in, like it's katakana is not really common unless it's
Yeah,
like
that's
Twitter,
why.
like YouTube. So
Yeah, I think my katakana is definitely worse than my hiragana. I really did not. I was dragged kicking and screaming. I learned. I think I learned it in about 3 hours. I did. I used a website. I think it's like Kana Pro or something. And all I
yeah,
did was like I untick all the boxes. I think it's like you put yourself on stage 3 and it gives you one, and you have to type in what it is. And I just untick all the boxes, and it will do like a I e o u and then kaki kekoku, and I just put a I e o u. I put it on, and until I can get them all consistently, it take me about like few minutes to 10 minutes to get them all consistently correct, and then I'll move on to the next one. So I'm just like going along ticking all these boxes until I can have all of them. And I put myself onto stage 4. It puts multiple on the screen. You have to type out what each of the katakana on the screen are, and that's how I learn it. Um, so I actually learned hiragana way quicker than I did katakana because for katakana I had a sheet on the screen because I wasn't even trying to learn. I was looking at I was watching Third Strike. The old SBO matches used to be a big tournament. And they would have the names in katakana, and I'm like, I pull out the sheet. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck this player is because like the players that played back then, these like this like back in the noughties, like 03, super back in the day. They still play now, so I know who some of these people are just from like the colors of their characters. Some I don't, so I have to like pull out the sheet and start fucking figuring out what who these players are, and I sort of like learn it through that. Just um, it just like I retained the info, so I'm like, oh, maybe I can learn hiragana too, but fewer names are in hiragana, so I didn't even want to learn it because it would be way harder. Um, Especially with the way I learned katakana is just not as efficient as the way I did hiragana, where you can just really brute force it into your brain really quickly.
yeah, my katakana is like actually, like I said, I just get kind of mixed up with some of them. Sometimes like I have to do a double take, like uh, especially because whenever you're reading the words,
Mm-hmm.
they don't like they're like 9 out of 10 times they sound like an English word, right? Like whenever you're reading
Right.
it, so it's like you're kind of trying to pronunciate it like in your head or just out loud or whatever. You're trying to like figure out like, okay, well, this is supposed to mean something in English or whatever. So what is it? And then whenever you say it the first time, like maybe you say it with like I don't know, at least in my case, like I'll say it with like an essay or something, and I'll be like
Mm-hmm.
and then like I'll get into it a little bit more. Like oh wait, now that doesn't sound right. Maybe it's like or something like and I'll kind of
Mm.
like second guess myself or whatever, and I'm just like kind of trying to figure out what this means, and then I'm finally like, all right, fuck this. Like I'm just gonna translate it, see like what's going on with this because this doesn't make any sense to me right now. it's like if you translate it, it's like, oh, okay, that's what it means. But yeah, I don't know. I think katakana, it's like kind of cringe sometimes. Like to be honest, it's actually like really annoying. But you know, it's actually like the final boss
What?
is Romaji. Romaji's like actually the
Oh,
final boss.
I
Like it's
agree
like
with you.
not
Yeah,
actually like real Japanese, but it's like fucking it's like bullshit. Nobody actually
that's not serious. That's not
yeah,
serious language.
right.
I
Yeah,
remember
nobody
EXE is like
I don't know.
showing me these words in Romanji, and I'm like, you don't realize like I don't know what the fuck. It's like Kide. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I know what the word means, but it's like I don't get it from Romanji. You know, I have to have the. I think I think I learned the in the decks they have the what you call it? It's to kanji, which is really weird because it's an adjective and it looks like an adjective. Like if you wrote it in hiragana, it has like the e at the end to signify the adjective. Um, I'm actually curious if it's usually written in kana.
No, I think that I mean, it's pretty interchangeable, but I think that it's almost always or
Oh,
not almost always, most of the time it's in kanji.
it would have to be because it's not an e adjective, and that'd be really confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it both ways, but yeah, mostly kanji though.
Right. Okay. Yeah, he sent me Romanji. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that says, man. I could say anything. And that's actually gonna be the annoying part because when you listen to Japanese, it's like there is no kanji. You know, you just have to. It's basically pure hiragana. You know, obviously it's not pure hiragana. There is no hiragana when you're fucking speaking, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like there is none of that kanji to differentiate the words. Um, or like you look at the words and it's like, oh, I know, because and your brain is sort of tied to how the kanji looks, not rather how it sounds. At least that's how I do it. I just like look at the kanji and look how it's like sometimes hiragana, like pure hiragana, like some of the words are actually harder for me. Um, I don't know about you. Um,
Yeah,
but the
absolutely.
adverbs are brutal for me. Like I'll have like a 1 month streak on one, or like or like a 15-day streak, or whatever the fuck. Like it says like next, and it's like 1.1 months or whatever the fuck, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. What do you mean? What is moshi? I don't know what the fuck that shit is. And I'm like, oh, and I like face palm when I see it. I'm like, oh, it's fucking if. You serious?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with like kids and stuff. Why shit is not really in kanji, like in they're already fluent in Japanese, but they don't know the kanji because that they're able to identify the hiragana by just simply sounding it out. They just kind of like know, oh yeah, that's what that means. So, okay, yeah, I know that word. Oh yeah, I know this word too, like or whatever. But kanji, it's like a completely different skill, obviously, because you're learning how to read kanji. But anyways, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about with like hiragana though, because a lot of the words that I fail to, yeah, and like have a hard time with are ones that are just purely in hiragana. They have no kanji like or anything, and it's just like I have nothing, like no clue. Like kanji in a way are kind of like context clues, to go off of whenever you're reading.
Totally.
Like I don't
Yeah.
have that context clue, to identify what this is. Like, and then I'm sure that you could show me like plenty of words, and I just simply wouldn't know what it is unless it had the kanji there. Like
Right.
I almost know. Like I mean, in a way, like kanji can be really fucking annoying, but like
But
like
I
I
think it
kind of
makes it
tell people, it's
easier.
like yeah, like I kind of tell some people sometimes, it's like this is my own like analogy or whatever that I use for it. Is like kanji's like that one friend that you have that's like telling it to you straight all the time. You don't like how like what he's giving you and what he's saying, but because he keeps it real, like he's actually a good friend, and that's kind of like what kanji is. Like you hate it at the beginning, but then like
the more that you get to know it, it's like, okay, yeah, no, this guy's actually like legit. I really like this, and stuff, and because like everybody, whenever they get into Japanese, it's like even if you haven't gotten into Japanese, all you hear about is kanji. It's like a nightmare. Like kanji,
Yeah.
like I'm losing sleep over kanji, like this and that, whatever. And it's like, dude, like it's actually one of the best parts about the language is kanji. Like
Oh
so
yeah, totally.
um, I mean, I wouldn't even
I'm really
actually say it's the hardest
curious
for
though.
sure.
I wonder if they got rid of kanji, right, and added spaces, I wonder if the language would be easier or harder.
Hell no.
Because
Yeah,
I
shit would be way
know
harder.
in Korea, didn't they used to have Hanja? And
Chinese characters
um,
or something.
yeah, that's their version of it. Um,
Yeah.
Hanja, it's like the same. It's the same characters, kanji. And they used to have that, but instead they got rid of all the Chinese characters and this added spaces to their language. So it's
Uh,
just purely in Hangul, and that's what the script's called.
yeah. Well, I think like with Korean, it might be different. Maybe because Korean didn't have multiple scripts for their language. I think that maybe they just had the Chinese characters or kanji, whatever,
They
and
would
then
have
they
to.
then they
They had to.
then they went down to the whatever. But with Japanese, you have kanji, but you have hiragana and you have katakana. So it's like you have a mix. And not only that, but I think that maybe, just maybe, there might be more sounds in Korean as well. I don't know if that's true. I maybe not, but
I think
I
it's
think that
similar,
Japanese.
like Korean, like number of sounds in Korean. And she just came up with a translation. There's 19 consonants. How many sounds in Japanese? 14 consonants. There's fewer consonants in Japanese. So that could contribute.
So wait, what are you saying that Japanese has less sounds?
I think so. I think it said, wait, hold on
Okay.
Wikipedia. I'm on Wikipedia for both of them. I think for Japanese it says there's no overall consensus on the number of contrastive sounds, but the common approach is recognize at least 12 distinct consonants, as many as 21 in some analysis, and 5 distinct sounds. So it's like 17 phonetic sounds, I guess. And in Korean, it is fucking hell. It's like way. Korean has 19 consonants, and if it has 5 vowels, then that's putting it at 24. So it does have more sounds, it looks like. Just like a real quick glance at it.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe that has a play in it, but I do think that as far as like reading speed goes and stuff like that, like uh you can read just so much faster, with the kanji. Like you just kind of just know, like it's like, oh, okay, boom, 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 boom. Like, I just kind of know like what it is. I don't have to sit there and like actually sound it out or read every word. It's like all I have
Yeah,
to do is just like read these little fucking like hieroglyphs, and it's like boom, I know what that means. Like boom, moving on like instantly. Like
yeah.
because I don't know if you've seen this video. I could link it. Let me try to find this real fast. I'm driving
Okay,
now.
if you try and find that, then I'm gonna go and take a piss and get some ice cream. Go,
All right, go for it.
I'm back. Nihonjin reading speed. Let me see this.
Okay, let's use auto mode on.
Green. Is that Midori? Blue owl. What's that bottom one? I don't know. I don't even know what it says.
I don't know.
Hello?
Uh,
What color is Aoi? Because Ao
blue.
means blue, but Aoi on the
I
cards would
think
be
it's a
like blue,
descriptive
green.
thing. I think that whenever they add like an I at the end, like Aka is red, but Akai is also red. I think that it's just describing it. Like something.
Right. But
Even though red is already like a. Oh, what were you saying?
what's curious is that Ao is just blue, but Aoi is blue green.
Wait, what? That's
Yeah.
not.
Look on G-Show.
AOI?
Yeah, AOI. Yeah, G-Show. And in the Anki decks. Blue Azure,
That's.
green, mostly archaic or in reference to fruits, vegetables, and traffic lights.
Uh. Oh, yeah, yeah, I see on here. So, Aoi means blue, azure, and then it also can mean pale, gray, only applies to Aoi kanji version. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, I do see the green thing, and it says mostly archaic or in reference to fruits, vegetables, or traffic lights. Um, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I guess that's true. Apparently, it is. But I do see on here, this one's pretty interesting that it means that you're inexperienced. You're still green.
Oh, it's like in English.
Yeah. A lot of things are just like how it is in English. I'm kind of kind of makes me wonder if like a lot of these terms they stem from like a certain language and then like everybody else just adopts it into their own.
That can't be the
Like, yeah,
case because
okay.
Chinese is fucking wild. They'll be like, oh, you fucking egg on a well. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Man, this whack character, I am so glad it doesn't exist. Character looks demonic. It's like Rue with a
Let me
bum
see.
cheek. And just posted it in Discord.
Eh. Oh, yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. We? Yeah, that was another one. We.
We. And I just deleted that
Sacre
from
bleu.
existence. Sakura Blue, yeah. Sucks they got rid of it. But what would they use it for?
I don't know. Oh, wait, I just realized. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. I thought they were katakana characters. The
They are
we and
also.
the.
Yeah, they're
Oh, they're
also.
both. Oh, okay.
I think so. I think I've seen them in Katakana before.
Oh, okay.
Katakana. It's on Wikipedia. I don't know. Oh my god, they look sick. We and where? Oh, let me post them.
Yeah, because I actually did learn them like 12 years ago.
Yeah, maybe they were using it 12 years ago. For what? What for? I don't know. Windows. I actually wonder what Windows looks like in Japanese, or how they spell it. I was actually really curious why they'll get rid of it. Because that would be useful for loan words, like Windows. Translate Windows. Microsoft Windows. Well, they do have we. I forgot that means we. U and E. U and the small E. I
I'm just
don't
replying to somebody right now. But yeah, what?
actually. I don't even understand this. This is really curious. So you know, in katakana they have we, where, and wa as like u and then e, like the small e. Wo, u and then o makes wa. U and e means where. I don't know why the fuck they have those. Because they already have the characters for all three of those. They have we, they have where, and they have wa. That's really funny. I actually wonder why they have that.
We.
That's crazy. I'm reading the Wikipedia entry. And where was replaced in 1946 with I in all contexts. What the fuck?
Huh. Yeah, like I said, it was about 100 years ago. Whenever that happened, right? You said 46?
Yeah.
Like 80 years ago?
That's crazy. Because I probably would have had fewer homophones. I wonder what characters changed now that I think about it. where looks like ah in katakana. Actually, no, it doesn't. I mean, it does, but I thought it looked a little bit too close to it without realizing that a line was not like a link. It was actually just part of the character. It is now rare in everyday usage in onomatopoeia and foreign words. The katakana form we is used for the mora we. That's bullshit. They should bring that back. Let's start a petition. I know someone dumb enough has actually done that.
Yeah, probably.
However, the kana still sees some modern usage as a stylistic variant of e. The spelling of whiskey is usually. Oh wow. Ueski. Uiski. Ueski. Ueski. That's where, right? That is what. Ueski. Wow. That just makes it even harder. Why would you ever stylize it like that? Because it sounds way less. Stylistically, such as Nika Ueski. Nika.
Uh,
日課ウイスキ
shit.
ー、日
Oh
課ウイ
yeah.
スキー、
Whiskey. What the The name of the comedy duo Yoiko is written Yowoko. Yoiko. Yoiko, Yoiko. Two characters in the video game series Toho Project have we in their names. Dewi and oh my word. Tenshi. The first opening theme to the Future Diary anime series Mirai Nikki.
Wait, did you say Mirai Nikki?
Yeah. Mirai Nikki has one of these cast characters. Oh, V. Yeah, it's V because it's got the dashes. That's really fucked up. There's not even. This is how cursed the character is. They had to put speech marks instead because there is no V variant. Oh no, there is. It looks like. I don't know why they put it like that. Oh no, they didn't. I'm fucking stupid. Hiragana we is still used in one of the Okinawan orthographies. What the fuck is that? New Okinawan for the Morawi, and in diagraphs for Kiwi or Giwi. What is Ryukyu University?
It's an island south of Japan, Ryukyu.
Um, what? Ainu. What is that, a northern island? Hokkaido, Ainu.
Hokkaido's another place in
North.
Japan. Yeah.
Oh wow, Hiragana must be so much nicer to write. Oh, I'm gonna have a weird mind name. I won't actually do that. But
Oh man. Uh yeah, so what's you said Tricky's was doing it? Did he actually quit or is he still doing it?
mm, I don't know. I don't know how active he is.
I don't think he's active actually. He's on CS right now. Guy's like in his CS bag. It'll last for like a month or something at most. And he'll just quit.
Yeah, back to zombies.
Yep. Verruct, you mean?
I think he was playing Darius.
Wow.
The best map. VTuber Sakamata Chloe of Hololive Production uses the katakana we in place of the pronounced eh. What?
Just
Is he
doing that
list?
to be quirky.
Oh, most deaf. Man, I gotta use one of these characters, find a way. I'll make my whole name these confusing characters. Something like that. A Japanese name. I know in Chinese they do that. They switch names. Um, they'll have like the name. They'll have like the name like fucking Zhang Fei, and then they'll be like, "My name is James.
Huh.
My name is James." I don't know how to do a Chinese
Yeah.
accent. Chinese is so phonetically dissimilar to pretty much every single other language. It just sounds completely different. Like Japanese, the way it sounds is like, I noticed that a lot. English and French sounds really different from most other European languages. I think Japanese sounds really, aside from English and French, it sounds like way more in line. Like English and French sound more different to other European languages than Japanese does. Japanese sounds way closer. Like all the vowels and the consonants sound way closer. They're like fairly close. English, not even close. Just way easier to pronounce Japanese than
Oh yeah.
English for a European speaker.
I mean, yeah, it's very. I mean, doesn't really have that many sounds. It's pretty consistent throughout.
But it's like really
You
close.
know.
It's like very like way closer. English is definitely a unique sounding language. It's like Chinese. Like you're not making a sure sound in any other fucking language. You're like
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
sure. I gotta do in that Bayesian accent. But Chinese is really interesting to me. That's like a language I would definitely maybe not learn, but I definitely would what you call it. I'm like really interested to like know how it's spoken because I'm pretty sure it sounds really different across all of China. Like they'll have like completely different sets of greetings. Just in like a really small radius, especially in the south because it's more mountainous. And like the different like, quote unquote dialects, which are like kind of their own languages. But like the Yue and like those are like the Shanghai dialects. They're like completely different. So what the fuck? Why is Chinese so interesting? Also, I'm pretty sure don't in Okinawa, don't they say the numbers differently?
Maybe.
Wait, hold on. Number one is Tichi, Tichi, Dachi, Michi, Yuchi, Ichichi for 5, Muchi for 6, Nana Chi. No, that was pretty easy because it's like the same, just with Chi at the end. They say Chi at the end of every number apart from 10. Yachi. That's like basically the same because Ya is. That's the Kunyomi? 8. 9, Kukunuchi, and Du for 10. That's fucked. Three is easy, because it's Michi. That's easy to get. I hate how days of the week work. Fuck me. I wish it was like the months. You just go like Sangatsu. So much simpler than fucking. Oh, I want to say the third day. Oh, Mika. Are you fucking serious? Man, imagine in English if we had something like that. Free just changes. Oh, and dude, I'm curious to ask this because when I started the Anki decks, I already knew the numbers, and I was like, oh, when number 7 came up, and I'm like, oh, easy, Shichi, and it comes up with Nana, and I'm like, what the fuck? Do they actually say that?
Yes.
Because they don't want to say death, so they go like, Roku, and then Nana instead of Shichi.
It's commonly you'll hear like you'll mostly hear it if it's like Ichi ni san shi, like, and then they'll say shi for 4, and then go roku shichi for 7. But if you're counting down, then or any other instance, pretty much, then you'll hear nana or yon.
Yon, yeah.
So like for example, like in Naruto, the 4th Hokage is the yon daime Hokage or something like that.
Oh, that's
Instead
so
of
interesting.
instead of she. And then yeah, same thing goes with, like, floors and stuff like that. They'll like refer to it as like yon instead of chi, because like I
Yeah.
don't know, that's just superstitious bullshit or something like that. I don't fucking know, but
Yeah.
yeah, most of the time you'll hear like nana or yon when referring to 4, especially if you're doing like
Medical work.
like oh I mean just like even if you hear like it's like afterwards, like whenever you like whenever you're counting and it's like say you're you know, saying like 27 or something like that, you know, it's gonna be nana, not
Already?
gg.
Niju Nana?
Yeah, niju nana.
Really? Not Niju Shichi? That's so interesting as fuck. I mean, I think Nana sounds so cool. Nana, Hachi. So I get it. I prefer the cooler sounding one. Chi-Chi, just, nah, that sounds like shit to me. No, though. Yeah, I like that. You just say Chi-Chi, damn, that's wild. I'm trying to think of something similar, and I thought like, oh yeah, we do use Roman numerals sometimes, but that's like not spoken, that's written. But then they do the exact same fucking thing. They'll have their own little Roman numerals, and then they'll have what do you call it? Have their Roman numerals or like Japanese kanji, and then they'll also have like just normal numbers. Indian numbers, whatever you want to call them, Arabic, but they're Indian. I was looking at fucked up kanji. There was like one title. There's like 3 dragons, 3 clouds. It doesn't even look like a real kanji. It
Yeah,
looks really stupid. But there is like a Unicode character for it, I think. But the Huang Chinese character is insane. The hardest Chinese character. Hold on, let me see if I can show you. And the meaning of it is unknown. This is not even... I don't even know what it means. But that's what the
Jesus.
kanji look like.
Yeah, no, that's not actually real. Like, I mean, it is, but like, it's you're never gonna see that. Nobody knows what the fuck that is.
I don't even know if there's a Unicode character for it, but I know there's Byung. It's a noodle. Byung. I think that's how it's pronounced. Low-high. Byung character. The most complex character above. Byung, Byung, Myung. Myeon. How do I get it? Oh, here we go. This is, yeah, it doesn't even show up on Discord. It's wild. I do like the Okinawan numbers though. Also, I like how 10 is just Jew, and it's a fucking cross. It's like really easy to remember. For like anyone
Oh
that lives
yeah,
in the Western
yeah,
world.
yeah. It's kind of like the um kind of like the Roman numeral for like 10, but like more straightened because like the Roman numeral for 10 is like an X, but like
Oh yeah.
that's like you know tilted on its side, like I guess like diagonally, like but that's
Right.
I mean yeah it's pretty easy to remember because of that I guess. Um, but yeah, it's like one of the easiest. I mean, a lot of the easiest kanji are just the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Like, or like literally, if you can't
Well,
remember 1, 2, and 3 after even just saying them like one time, then like I don't know, you might be retarded. Like I'm not
yeah.
gonna like and I'm very very like I'm a very understanding like like I'm a very understanding person. I'm very, very fair. I really try to be as fair as possible. I try to be very understanding. Whenever people are learning or whatever and they don't know like certain words or whatever, that's fine. Like been there, done that, you know, everybody's had like some retard moments like or whatever whenever it comes to like learning a language. It's a hard thing, but like talk like 1, 2, 3, like it's literally one line, 2 lines, 3 lines. Like, nah, dude. That's like you know, it's like Roman numerals again. It's like you know, but horizontally instead of vertically. Like you know, it's like if you don't know those, then I don't know,
So
dude. You're done. You're done. Like yeah, just never study the language again. Just I don't know how you learned English, but it's a
yeah, I
miracle.
don't. How
Like,
the fuck did you learn English? The fuck? That's not real. That can't be anyone in the existence. Like, you could get the dumbest people from Zoo, and it's like, nah, nah. If I said to EXC, all right, and I got him son, and I go, okay, well this is a number. What number do you think it is? If he didn't guess 3, I was about to lose my mind.
yeah, no, that's like unacceptable.
You know. Oh, and I was looking at Kare and Kanojo, and I was like, how does it mean he and then girlfriend? He and boyfriend. I was like, how the fuck does it have these two meanings? And that a little bit, you know what I mean? Like a little bit complicated. But apparently in written it's he, but if you say it, it means a boyfriend. Is that true?
Say that again.
You know, kare, it means
Yeah.
it can mean he or boyfriend.
Yeah,
Yeah, in written it means he, but in speaking context it means boyfriend. That you don't say he, you just like when you say kare, it's understood to mean boyfriend.
Oh, really? Oh, I actually didn't know that. I just know that whenever it's written, yeah, I mean it just he, or if you put like a karada like at the end of it, then it's them, they.
Mm.
But I mean, yeah, it can mean boyfriend. Same thing with like kanojo, how that means girl or girlfriend, I guess. Maybe if you say it out loud, then it means girlfriend. I don't know. I'm not really like that. Like whenever it comes to, like these very like nuanced things and stuff like that, like it's kind of is that really 10, 3, 4? Wait, what? That's only 8. Not even 10. This guy just gave out fucking false information on this video. Hold on. It's 8 players. LOL. Yeah. There's a lot of like weird rules and stuff like that. I wouldn't really get too caught up in the rules unless like that's something that you're actually genuinely fascinated by, then like go for it, whatever keeps you interested. But like yeah, whenever it comes to shit like that, it's just I mean I didn't know that, like I guess. But yeah, I mean I guess that could be useful. Or else you would make yourself look like a clown in front of like actual Japanese people.
Yeah. I would troll so hard because I got the foreigner card. I'd be like, oh, kisama, kisama wa. Just a troll.
They would probably get mad at you like after a
I'll be
little
like,
bit, like
oh, I read you. I didn't know that. I'll be feigning ignorance. I was like, oh, I read it you on the internet. I needed to know how to say you. Oh, dumb foreigner, yes. Gaijin. Yes, yes.
Oh yeah, did you see that video on like Japanese reading speed?
Yeah. I clicked it. Passively watched it. Maybe like a galactic type of
So the first speed that he goes over is bottom half. That's like how slow like just people that are just slow readers are at Japanese. And then at 1 minute and 30 seconds. So at 1 minute and 30 seconds, it's average speed. And
Okay, now apparently
then
students
at
Tokyo University
2 minutes
can
and 30
read
seconds.
1,500 emoji per minute.
Yeah, I'm at it right now.
Let's see what that would look like.
Yeah, it's students at Tokyo University. That's how fast they read.
what the fuck? People have yo, they're in the hood. They're getting shot.
Huh.
Oh, aren't there like some people super obsessed with pitch accents?
Yeah, this guy's one of them.
Oh yeah. That's right.
And the final one is people that have passed this like Japanese exam. I don't know what the fuck that exam is, but it's at 4 minutes.
Okay, let's use auto mode on a visual level to
fastest.
find out exactly how fast
Oh, this is Angel Beats.
Yeah.
And they read slow as fuck, man. English is fast though.
Huh.
Nani? Why the fuck did they put that in Kana?
I don't know. It's some words are just interchangeable. Like I said, like kire is another one of those that's fairly interchangeable. Nani.
Utsukushi and Kire? What's the difference?
Utsukushi. What is the difference between them? Is there like really a difference? I don't know.
Pretty, lovely, beautiful, fair, clean, clear, tidy, beautiful, pretty, lovely, sweet, pure. Man.
Utsukushi.
Utsukushi. I would say Kire more than Utsukushi. We'll see it more. More of a fan of Utsukushi. It's an adjective. It's not a poser. So recommended a Naruto video.
Top half of the average.
Man, I'm surprised. EXE doesn't actually learn Japanese. The guy that said he wanted to live in Japan didn't know where it was on the map.
I'm not. I mean, like you said, he has no discipline. He has nothing. Like, I'm not surprised one bit.
I thought it'd be one of those things where it's like, oh, you see other people doing it in here. Oh, let me go and do it now. Like some motivation, you know what I mean? Like some like rivalry. Because I'm like that. If I have a rivalry, it's like I'm way more motivated to start doing that. To start learning something. I think it's good to have a, you know, like rivalry, mentor. Those types of relationships are really good. I push you further.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It definitely is a motivator for sure. Keep you going and stuff like that. You don't want to lag behind and stuff.
I know EXE is competitive, so it's like, oh, once he sees like more people doing Japanese in here, he's gonna be really, you know, he's gonna be motivated.
I think the people in here especially are posers. Not whenever it comes to Japanese in particular, but just like trying to act like they'll do something. I mean, EXE is the worst defender of this, but like, you know, it's like I'm hearing fucking for 6 straight months, actually going on a year, like, oh yeah, EXE and I were gonna like play Silent Hill and like compete against each other, and you know, it's like literally a fucking 8-hour game or something. It took me like literally 8 hours to beat it or something. This is like a one and done, like one night. I literally beat it in one night actually, like as a matter of fact. So like, you know, I know what it's like, and anyways, it's just like they literally can't even commit to something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like the
Yeah,
tiniest little fucking thing.
I actually don't like that because I know that we were doing a book club and some of the people in here were invited to the book club sub. It was Stealth, and Stealth had to close it because so many people flaked. And we were reading 1984 as the first book. I read it. That was the month I started learning Japanese. I read the book so quick. I started learning Japanese in the same month. So I was like, fine, I don't give a fuck. But everyone was like, oh no. I was asking, it's like, oh, you know, it's like I already finished, you know, like who else has finished? And it's like, and I asked the fans because he was in there, and I'm like, he's like, I haven't even started yet. And I'm like, oh man, if you're not gonna do something, just say, yeah, I'm probably not gonna do it. And don't set up expectations. I don't like that, man. Don't set up the expectation. Just be real, be honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't make Stealth, you know, the fact that Stealth had to, you know, You know, he wanted to do a book club, and then everyone flaked, or a lot of people flaked, to the point where it's like, he's like talking to me, and it's like, I think we were the only two people that read the book. I'm just like, um, don't set up people for disappointment. Especially if it's like one of those things where it's like it's a fucking book club, you know what I mean? Like you have an obligation, I guess. I guess like a social obligation if you're in the server and if you said you're gonna do something, you know, for the book club so we could have a discussion about the book. Might as well fucking read it, you know what I'm saying? Coming back with, you know, with nothing. Or no, no, no. It's not even like coming back with nothing. It's just like not even saying anything. Like you just don't even say anything. You know, once the deadline is there, it's like, oh man, come on, don't be doing that. Don't be wasting people's time. Because it would be really nice to actually have a book club. I think that'd be fucking sick. Like if it actually worked out, if people actually read, that'd be really sick to actually like discuss, you know, something with someone on like a regular base, like constantly getting new shit. Yeah, that'd be really fun. But
Yeah,
you don't even
it's
know who you can trust now because it's like, oh, you think you got something going, and then it's just like half the people they don't even want to say anything because you know what I mean? Like that's how much they don't even give a fuck or ashamed or whatever. Come on, don't do that.
yeah, it's yeah, it's kind of a shame that you and uh Yaka, I guess, aren't on like the best of terms because you guys the fuck is that? Oh, that's what that is. Because I know that he had his own like little writing server. Um, uh, sorry, I'm like responding to this guy. He's the synopsis or the maybe might like maybe one of them might catch. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So he had his own like writing server. Well, it wasn't his, but like you know he was in a writing server. What they would do is they would write stories and then review each other's stories and stuff like that, newest chapters and stuff like that and whatever. And I'm sure that if there was like a book club of sorts that he would partake in it, but you know, unfortunately, because you guys aren't really like on the best of terms or whatever,
Well,
you
it's
probably
only on
wouldn't
one
be
side because I
interested in
fuck
that,
with Yaka.
right? Um, yeah, so I don't think that he would do that, but I do think that yeah, if he was involved, he would actually do that. And you know, of course, he would like bait everybody into like reading ReZero or something like that or whatever.
Oh
But
my
like,
word,
you know,
bro.
you could get him to read whatever the fuck you wanted, though. You know, at
Exactly,
the
yeah.
expense of like him reading like, you know, you have to read one light novel, volume of ReZero, and he'll read like one novel of your choice or something like that for each light novel volume you read. You know, whatever.
Right.
And I'm sure that you would also be into that too, because at least like then it gives you like more opportunity to try to like expose ReZero or something like that as well. So like you know it's like a win-win for you kind of type thing like in a way. But
I know.
yeah, but especially people in here, like as well as you know, we've already talked about this. Like, you know, they're just kind of like NPC with like their opinions and like coming up with their own opinions and stuff like that. I feel like a book club for a lot of these people wouldn't even really be that interesting because it's like, oh yeah, you know, they probably just found some like Reddit post of like some guy like talking about like, you know, his thoughts on the ending or something like that, and, you know, whatever, and he's just like and then these people in here would probably just like all piggyback off of like that post or something like that or whatever, you know. It's just and plus like reading a book too, it is like it's not like the biggest commitment in the world, but like this is like the biggest fundamental difference between books and TV shows and stuff like that, and why like TV shows, movies and stuff like that are just so much easier to consume than books, even though books are actually faster than like TV shows and movies and stuff like that because you can if you are a fast reader that is you know it's way faster but uh anyways the fundamental difference is that unlike whenever you're watching a TV show or movie, you can't AFK while like reading a book. Like you actually have to like, you know, read it, visualize what's going on, and try to
Right.
use your imagination, I guess, as well as just reading it in general. But you can literally just like right now, I'm like literally have my feet kicked up, my fucking on my desk. I have my hands on the back of my head right now, and I'm like leaning back in my chair, and I could literally just be watching a movie right now or something like that if I wanted to. But like, I can't do that with a book. I can't just be sitting here all relaxed. So I think that what I'm trying to get at is that it's way, way more work. So you're not only are you expecting these people to actually reciprocate by reading, and not just reading, but like reading at a pace, like a couple chapters a week or something like that, maybe. You know what I mean? Um, and like in Affirm's case, he literally hadn't even started. Um, but with like a show or like an anime or something like that, at least it's kind of like one of those things where they can just kind of be like,
Lazy.
I
Yeah.
guess, yeah,
It's probably
lazy,
why
yeah.
Galactic can't even answer what's in the basement. That's probably why.
God, what a
That's
joke.
crazy.
Yeah, that guy's like actually not real, bro. Like, that's another thing too is, and this is the other thing is, I'm actually like a really, really like, I know that this sounds like very kind of like full of myself or something, but I'm really self-aware. Like I know like what I am, I know what I'm not and stuff. But so I know that I'm not like really like, I'm probably like average like intellect like person or whatever. But like there are people in here where it's like Galactic and EXE and stuff, and I'm really like questioning like their like kind of intelligence to the point where it's kind of like even hard to respect them sometimes, on like an intellectual level. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like I even think that I'm that smart or anything, because like I know that I'm not. But like, you know, it's just like whenever shit like that's happening, it's like, dude, like I can't really, you know, and I kind of get this way with some other people too sometimes, but man, it's like, especially with them, it's like I already kind of have enough problems with them as it is, and then it's like you kind of factor that in on top of it, and it's like Jesus, like, what the fuck, like, is really kind of going on. But yeah, with them, I don't know, just a recipe for disaster. Like, yeah, doing a book club of some sort. I think I actually do remember you streaming, and like you like pulled up that like server or something like that. I think Wonderful was in there, Stealth or something like that, and maybe a couple other
Yeah.
people or whatever. But um, I was like surprised because I'm like, oh wow, I was telling Nier about this like a month ago. I'm like, oh yeah, Laura's like in some like book club or something. Are you in there? And then he's like, this is the first time I'm hearing of this or whatever. So
Yeah.
um,
That's already been gone. Yeah.
that's funny. Yeah, yeah, because it does take a lot. Like, it is a commitment thing, and like a
I don't
lot of
even really
people, they
think
have to
so.
really.
I don't
Well,
think
I'm.
so. For me, it's like
Yeah.
if I need to read a book, a lot of times I'm not purchasing that book. So
Oh,
there's either a PDF or I just find an audio book. Sometimes if it's a really popular book, it's narrated on YouTube, or I'll have an
yep.
audiobooks website, right? And I'll just every time I ride, because I ride for 2 hours every day. I'll make sure I'll listen to something. If I like podcast or anything like that, I just exchange that with listening to an audiobook. So it's like exercise time. Yeah, you can listen to the audiobook. Oh, okay. If you're like cleaning up, washing the dishes or anything like that, making food, all right, put the audiobook on. There's so many instances where you can like fill empty space with listening to the audiobook, and for me, it's like I can visualize everything. Like when I'm on the fucking bike, I'm on fucking, I'm not even. It's like it's not like I'm not paying attention to what's on the road, but it's like what I mean. It's like I'm in my own head. It's like what the fuck? I'm like over here already. You know what I mean? Like when I'm super into something, it's like I'm not. It's like I can't believe like
Yeah.
2 hours went past so fucking quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm super in the book. So you can fill a lot of dead space and get really into something, just put it on and see what happens. And I can, really memorize, what happened in 1984. I'm pretty familiar with that book. Yeah, I read it while doing other things, and yeah, I still, memorize a lot. I've probably forgotten, you know some of them, more nuanced details in the book. And I know I definitely missed something because I'm like, oh, what the fuck, that character description. Like, I was reading a companion work of his, and there's this character description, and I'm like, oh, I know what that character description is. It's from this character, and they used a different instance of this character description, and the description is like, it's quite important because it gives away what type of character this one guy is, really important character. And I'm like, oh wow, like that just completely like changed my interpretation. That was like a massive clue in the book for like what type of person this guy was, before like the betrayal even happened. And I never even caught that character description. There's shit I've missed like that, but for the most part I think I got like, most of everything that the book could offer. um so it's not like you can't even, do other things while also, paying attention to the book. Because if you're doing like regular tasks, I'm talking about like chores, you're not paying attention to like, uh, you know what I mean? Like I need to like specific. Maybe EXE needs to pay attention when he washes dishes, but for me, not really. I don't need to fucking pay attention. I don't even know if I should say this, but I think EXE got fired from one job because he couldn't wash the dishes well enough. So
Jesus Christ.
I'll leave that there.
I mean, that is like kind of so. I remember this happening in like Zombies, like a very very long time ago. This player, you've heard of him, Portico Repeat. He literally got fired from a burger stand job because he like sucked ass at cooking burgers or something like that. And I'm just like, dude, that's like kind of like I'm not gonna lie, like it is kind of funny, but like that is like pretty fucking retarded that you can get fired like that easily. Because like he got fired within like his first 2 days on the job or something like that. That's like kind of bullshit that you can get fired like that easily, because it's like, you know, like you should have like some training or something, right? Like whenever you
Right.
start this job or whatever, and like they should be able to like kind of give you some sort of like leeway, or like be a little more understanding. Now if it's like this goes on for like a month or something like that, then like, all right bro, yeah, you're just like you're literally not even trying. But like, how hard is it to cook a fucking burger? Like I cook burgers, like actually I haven't cooked burgers in a long ass time, but like it's like literally the easiest fucking thing. You just like put the fucking meat on the thing, and then you just like let it sit there, and then you like press down on it, you flip it over. Like it's like like how
That's
hard
a
it gonna
Mickey
be? Like
Mouse.
yeah, like and then like same thing goes with like washing dishes or something. It's like, what is he doing wrong with washing dishes though? Like that is
I'm
actually an
so
issue. Like
curious.
I don't understand how that happens. Like is he not like that maybe, I don't know. Like that's just weird. So I don't know, but yeah, EXE, like I said, I mean,
I can
again,
believe it.
like I know sometimes it may be like the way that I like, portray myself or whatever. Like maybe I seem like I think I'm like fucking Nikola Tesla or something like that level, like intellect or something like this or whatever. But I'm not, and I know that I'm not. I know that I'm like just like probably just some average like intellect. But like comparatively to people like EXE or like even Galactic or something, I'm like I said, I mean, I don't even think it's an age difference thing, because I know people that are like 18 or 19, 20 like plus, that are like very normal like levels of intellect, or actually pretty smart, and like I can safely say, I'm sorry, like I know that sounds like very shallow, but I really kind of think that they're sort of like like kind of like stupid in a way. Like I don't know, it's just it's bad, like um so I don't know what's going on there, especially with EXE, like and I've kind of speculated sometimes whether or not I think EXE has like if he's like on the autism spectrum, which I really do think that he probably is, but I'm not a fucking doctor, so I don't know for sure. But I did remember I told him to like, yeah, you should like see, like you should get that checked out, man, like your ADHD or see if you have like autism or something like that. And he's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, he
Why
was really
not? And he's like,
dismissive.
yeah, because he's
He's
afraid that he
ashamed,
actually
yeah.
does have it. Like,
I,
yeah,
I
it's like,
followed
dude,
up that conversation, and he seemed way more like I had to. I mean, I had to inquire a few times before it was like, yeah, maybe I do. I don't think he's autistic, but I definitely think he has. I definitely think he could have ADHD. I think that's like
yeah,
he when it comes to like really repetitive tasks, he can hold attention really easily. Um, like playing like Bus Depot, spawning in round 10, and just getting into the action right away. Like these like really repetitive tasks, he can do that ad nauseum. But when it comes to starting something new and like getting new content, actually, it was really interesting. I got a really good example of this. We were watching, I think we were watching something, right? And then what he puts on is that he just pulls up his openings playlist and just starts playing a bunch of openings, like the monster opening or something. It was really wild. Like the opening of the show we were just watching. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And why are you not continuing the show while like right click spamming the whole monitor to death?
right,
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, that has to be ADHD because he wants to fall into that repetitive,
yeah,
monotonous task
yeah,
where he's getting the dopamine hit, but he's not getting the dopamine hit. I'm like, man, you should really get checked out because you could be a superhero. You know what I'm saying? Like you, from what you were before, comparatively, you could be a superhero. Like you would free yourself so much if you're one of those guys that are just like, I mean, because I know Destiny, he went on like he started medicating himself after he got diagnosed, um, and he got past some like his own demons, not the same as EXE, where it's like, no, I couldn't have possibly have ADHD. He's like, I wouldn't even want to get medicated. I want to deal with, I want to like, mono the problems. You know what I'm saying? Like level one, like I don't want any of these like stat buffs, any of these, modifications. But he changed his mind on that through like some like change in his thought process. I don't remember exactly what it was. He like laid out. Um, and I know he is like so different now to what it was before. He started taking it. Like he's doing like he's basically just like reading everything now. He never used to do anywhere near as much reading on events as he does now. So like he's basically, you know what I mean? Like he's improved his own like knowledge in like the fields that he, goes in, to the point where he's like considerably more knowledgeable than any like interlocutor that most interlocutors he's talking to. Is like he has quite a, what you call it? He's got like good recall um of the information that he learns. So he's pretty good at that. So it's like if EXE could, because I know he wants to do shit. In terms of like he wanted to study Japanese, he's like writing shit down. Um, and he always, every time I bring it up, he always shows an interest in it, but he never does it. And it's like, I wonder if he got diagnosed, that would help him out a lot in actually doing, like, oh, you can actually get through an anime now. Isn't that crazy? You can actually do it without, resorting to, looping on openings or rewatching videos that you've already seen before. I see the full red bar is filled. But I think a lot of the like stigma holds people back. I don't think it's holding EXE back anymore. I actually just think it's like he's just like really lazy now. Because he's sort of over that stigma, and I did get him to talk to his mom. I was like, no, just go talk to his mom. But his mom has that same stigma he did. He's like, no, you couldn't possibly have ADHD. And I'm like, bruv, this guy's sitting in a room all fucking day. What the fuck do you know about your own son? What the fuck?
I know.
And people across the pond know way more about your son than you do. And you're fucking saying, oh, you don't have ADHD. You're on crack.
Yeah, I didn't realize that his fucking mother was a doctor. Like,
yeah, I know. What the fuck?
yeah, that's like some fucking horse shit that like my fucking grandma like tries to do all the time. Like she like talks as if she's like a fucking dentist or something like that whenever it comes to like my teeth or like, whatever. It's like, dude, like what the fuck do you know? Like, the hell? Like I think that the person that went to school for like, 8 years or something, like, would actually
Man,
know
know a
like
little
what's
bit
going on.
more.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I mean, whenever your parents like saying something like that, it's kind of like, a dog owner or something, where it's like, oh yeah, he's really friendly, like, he never bites, like he's always like really nice and stuff, and then it's like, whenever they're not looking, this fucking thing is like terrorizing people and stuff. It's like, yeah, sure, bro, like, whatever. Stay coping. It's what it is. It's literally a cope, man. Like it's like literally a cope.
Um, what do you think of that character? Where do you think that character is from? The one that I posted in Discord.
Uh, that character, I've seen that character before. This JoJo's, I think. Right? Not
No.
JoJo's? Fuck, what is that from? Oh wait, that's from Boruto.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what...
Somebody in the comments, I found this video. It was like, I hate the Boruto designs, and then the top comment is, man, she like that character looks like she's from JoJo's. It's funny because you said it was from JoJo's, or you thought it was from JoJo's. But that character
Yeah, that
design,
was...
I don't know about you, but that looks like some heat. I like that design.
Alright. Looks like it's got the tranny flag for
Oh.
its hair.
But I could not see anything like that being in Naruto. Like, no character design really looks like that. That's not the same mode. No way.
Yeah, that's Boruto for you. I do like her shorts, actually.
Yeah.
Like
Like how
her
they
like
funnel
designs on
out.
them, that like planets or whatever, stars and shit.
Oh. Oh. I didn't give a fuck about that part. I just like how it funnels out. Oh, got all her gym badges. She just needs 2 more. Oh no, she got some in the
Gary Oak
back.
with 20.
Yeah, he comes out with like 10, some like custom badges. I'm like, you did not get those. What region are you going to? There's something east of Kanto?
You got some custom zombies records. That's what those are.
Ah, that's good, that's good. Man got like a DOA world record showing up into the conversation. Okay.
That's it. That's his no jug record. No jug, no revive.
Man, that's his like fast room record.
Farm with dogs record.
Farms with... I can't believe ZR actually had that too. ZR had like dog modifiers, and I'm just like, that's not serious. That's not a serious.
Yeah, they were trying to compete with Zombies Legends by having horseshit leaderboards to attract noobs.
Yeah.
Recruit them to the website, give them like some false, because like the thing is for the experienced players, anybody that was actually good could have scooped up all those quote unquote records, like these like fake records, but anybody that was actually good, it's just a waste of your fucking time. Like, it's like why the fuck would I do that? It's like, I mean, I know that that's not a record.
Yeah, but
nobody cares about it.
There was that one time that like a really good player went and took all those records. His name was Exo Berlin, the best.
Jesus.
That guy thought he was hot shit too. I can't believe it.
I remember fucking Dylan7. He actually left like the funniest fucking tweet comment, like something, and it was somebody's like, yeah, if only there was like a metric to find out like who the best zombies player was, and this is like in 2016, and he's like, oh, well, good thing Zombie Records already did that for you, and it just shows like list of who has the most world records, and it's like Plasmid Jeff at like 251 or something, and it's like, oh yeah. Because he's getting like all these like fucking no jug advanced warfare fucking obscure ass records, like fucking no power, like no quick revive 3-player 4-player fucking, like it's just like, dude, what are these? Like these aren't even like really real like records, dude. Like, this whole like no revive, no power bullshit, like that all like the no power actually just started off being as like one of those challenges, like one of those like YouTuber challenges, I think. But then it actually started to garner like a fair amount of popularity because it was like actually kind of just a unique thing that people they
Yeah.
didn't want to get on, and like, you know, it's kind of like what first rooms were initially. You know, it was kind of one of those things where you just didn't have 20 hours to dedicate to a zombies game this week. So you'd fire up like a first room or something, you know, and die within 30 minutes, and then, you know, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I got a little something in. Same thing with no power to an extent. But then they just like started going too crazy with it, making these like ultra competitive. Like, and I think at first, like having no powers be competitive, that's like where the line is drawn in the sand. I think like after no powers, it's like now you're just taking it way too far, because now you have like I was just saying, farm with dogs, no magic, you know, and just all these like crazy, you know, farm but starting from round 20, you know, or something. It's like bro, like what is this, you know, like why is this a thing? I don't even understand, you know.
That's really funny.
I'm surprised that nobody ever tried to do like a grief world record, like,
Oh
you know,
my.
highest round achieved in grief,
And
8
now I have to
players or
look that
something.
up. BO2
With no magic.
grief world record. World fastest grief world record. BO2 grief town world record victory. Fastest victory, 53 seconds. You know, that were a thing, and they only have 400 views. You're lucky. Man, oh, look at this video quality. What the fuck? That's not serious.
Let me look. Gotta go incognito for this. I don't want zombie shit showing up. Yeah. Yeah, and zombie records, they would take that video quality and they'd be like, oh, world record. I lost like 3 world records back in the day because of shit like that. Like fucking some retard like would have a 30-second little snippet of them gaming over with like webcam quality. Like that wasn't even like a webcam. It was like a fucking webcam from 1997 or something. You know, like they recorded it with their toaster, and zombie records would be like, oh, yep, that's enough proof for us. It's like, what? Like, why are you accepting that, you fucking piece of shit? No. Emperor's Time.
Yeah, you like that track?
Let's see. I actually am not really that big on the Hunter x Hunter OST, to be honest. Like, I don't really care about a lot of it. See?
I do like some of the tracks a lot. Specifically, that part of Emperor's Time is really good.
Nah, I'm not really feeling it. Like I said, I don't really like a lot of that soundtrack. Like, I'd probably say, like, there is actually one song that apparently gets played, like, so fucking much during the Chimera Antark. Like, it's, like, non-stop on loop. Like, is that what it is?
I think so.
It's like usually whenever they're, like, storytelling or, like, the narrators narrating something.
Kingdom of
Oh, is that what it
Predators. Yeah, it's the
Okay,
very first track in the OST3, and it's just and EXE is watching Hunter x Hunter, and then he takes a break to just play this one track.
No. This isn't the one that I'm thinking of.
Are you not?
No.
Oh, I think maybe it's OST6. Wait, sorry, the 6th track in OST3. Hold on, let me find OST3.
I don't know how to do it. I'm scrolling down. Okay, OST. Here it is.
I think it's that one.
No, that's not it. No.
No.
But it is definitely Chimera Antark bullshit. I'm going through the OST right now.
Chimera Arc fucked me up real bad. Did it? Did it though?
Wait, this third OST is fucking still York new.
Is it?
I think. Wait, but this one's like... Wait, this is the Phantom Rogue. Oh, never mind. I think it's York new and whatever.
Hunter x Hunter may eventually be considered the greatest anime ever created. No, I don't think so.
Oh, wait, this might be it. No. Oh wait, is it this right here? Might be this one right here. Legend of the Martial Artist. It could be that one, but I don't think that's the
What
one that I was
number is
thinking of.
that?
It's a 17 OST 3. That is one of them for sure.
Oh, that one's played a lot in fight scenes. Or like when they're like squaring up, about to fight.
Yeah, that's not the one that I was thinking of though. Okay, let me look this up. Hunter x Hunter OST narrator theme. Legend of Martial Artists is the one that pops up the most. Oh, Predators. Oh wait, Mystic Land, that might be it. Mystic Land. Yeah, it is Mystic Land, yeah. That one and Legend of Martial Artists get played like non-fucking stop during Chimera Antark. It's just like on replay, like looping. It's like looping harder than EXE and Yezi.
Play this one. Oh yeah, this track, yeah. I like this track. I really like the custom language windings that they have going on. That's a pretty cool looking language, don't lie.
Yeah, I don't know. I know people like the Hunter x Hunter OST, but that's like one that I just cannot. I can't really like. I don't really vibe with a lot of it. There are just a couple songs. I'll try to see which ones I like. I have them on in a playlist.
Well, you're right. I can't wait to strip you down and put a collar around your neck.
I won't mention that his anus twitches twice before he fires. Take that and that and that and that and that.
What? Why can I not?
Step on me more.
Can you give me your liver,
Okay.
please?
You see, like shitting itself or
Slash my
something?
mom in the face, stab my brother in the side, and ran away from home.
It is physically painful to watch this.
Oops. Well, damn. Did you do that on purpose? Of course not.
Exciting.
Forever to.
Exciting?
Exciting.
So Hunter x Hunter.
Should I kill him?
I looked at
Oh yeah, wait. Let me actually show you this one right here.
even tasted them.
This isn't Hunter x
Should
Hunter.
I kill him?
You've seen this before. But what do you think about this song right here? This one I thought was the best song on this OST, by the way.
I've ever gone. This is the type of OST I would never give a fuck about.
Really?
Listen to it, yeah.
It's like one of those fantasy adventure type vibes.
No, nah.
No?
I think it sounds like one of those like 1800s. It sounds like 1800s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One of those like movies that would be in the 1800s, and it's like one of those. I don't know what type of movies they are, but they're like maybe it's like a coming of age story or something, but like in the 1800s or something. I don't know what it is, but it's like one of those like.
Okay, well go to 50 seconds. See if you change your mind on that. Does it
Okay,
still
I'm
sound like
gonna
that?
listen to it from the beginning.
Okay.
I mean, I like it. And these are my kind of intros, so I'm partial to it.
Let me look at this Hunter x Hunter one while we're doing that. Okay, yeah, here it is.
Not even no vocals? Okay.
Alright, and then I'll link the Hunter x Hunter song. This one's probably the one that I fuck with the most, just because you probably already know what it is. It's the Hisoka theme, the flamenco music.
Yeah, I like that track.
Like, I don't know what it is about flamenco music, but it just feels like it's just oozing with like soul. Like whenever I listen to flamenco music.
Yeah, it's passionate.
Not some of these like fucking soulless ass soundtracks that I hear in like certain anime and stuff, and I'm just like, what is that OST? Like his shit was just no effort was put into it. Like D Gray Man, like almost every song in D Gray Man was literally like stock music. Basically, that's like what it sounded like. It was just like what, like no effort. Like you listen to Naruto OST, like that shit's like hitting. You know, you listen to some of the Bleach OST, that shit's hitting. Like you listen to all these like other shonen anime OSTs. It's hitting.
The Democrats
D Gray Man is not hitting at all.
The party that's worried about
it's like absolutely like one of the worst OSTs I've ever heard. Like I can understand like why people kind of like you know, Hunter x Hunter. I would never say that it's, if somebody said that it was like the best anime OST that they've heard, I'd definitely give them like a funny look. I'm be like,
Yeah.
put this guy on, but you know, I can see why they would like it though. But D Gray Man, I'm sorry, like that's just not a respectable opinion. I'm sorry, like you're dog shit.
Free run. There's nothing
I actually haven't listened to that OST.
Yeah,
I haven't listened to it.
fully, but anything in the anime. Sometimes there's tracks that you hear and it's like, I need to look this up immediately.
Yeah.
And I give you two things. Free Ren is one of those where I'm like, nah. And in Souls, it's another one of those. I don't know why people go on about the Souls OST. Dark Souls, all them games. Because I could not give a fuck about any of those tracks. I don't know about you, but for me, if something has a record, you know, like the Mario theme, anyone can hum the Mario theme. It's just that iconic, you know, you hear it and it's just like, you know what I mean? It's in your head, right? I don't know, anyone that like remembers the actual, without like, just in game, just from playing the game, not actually like, oh yeah, I've got the OSTs on fucking repeat. That's not what I'm talking about. But just from playing it in game, I would be remiss if anyone showed up and was like, oh yeah, no, I really recognize that track. Just like doing like one of those like song, like, what's it called, AMQ quizzes, but for Souls tracks. If anyone got that, I would be like, damn, okay, you're pretty good. Because
you should do that with the EXE or something. Like
I will, because even people that listen to the tracks, they're like, I don't even know what this is. This one guy was doing a song quiz for people that actually actively play the game, and even they were fucking up. And it's just like, man, that OST is, I'm sorry, it's too complicated of arrangements. Just because something is like really technically advanced and complicated doesn't mean it's good. And that's like one of those things where it's like, I don't know how anyone looks at Elden Ring and goes, yes, or Souls or any of those games and goes, wow, that's a really fucking good OST.
Yeah, I probably could actually identify at least a handful of the Bloodborne OST, but that's just because that's the only game that I played. Like if you had me play the other games, then yeah, I'd probably get tripped up a lot by fucking whatever. And I don't even listen to the Bloodborne OST. I don't even listen to that shit. But
I would get Ludwig's. I mean, I've not played the game, but Ludwig's track is really quite good. It really is quite good. I'll probably say it's the best track in the series, I think. But there's only a few tracks. I think with Chrono Trigger, it's like, Again, I've not played that game. I've just listened to the OST, but that OST is fucking good. That's like every track. The same with Undertale. Undertale's actually got a really good OST. I'd say like it's definitely like top tier for me. A top tier OST because it's like every track I hear, it's like there's something here that I like. I just like it. Every single track I put on the whole playlist, and it's like even the default music, I'm just like, man, you got a starting area with a banger track. That's really rare. You know, it was really rare to have like back to back to back to back tracks that they just hit like that. Very few games that are like that. Hey, do you know any games like that? That just hit for you like that?
Uh, like Tekken, I guess.
You think so? What, Tekken 3, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Right. I think Tekken 4 for me.
Yeah, like let me think. Let me look at my backlog real fast. Games that have goated OSTs.
Take a piss while
I
you
mean,
do
like
that.
it's just like so hard, like at a consistency level, because like I really like Final Fantasy 7 and 9 or 8's OSTs, but like I don't think that the consistency is entirely like there just because there are just so many. I think Nier is kind of another one of those too, where it's like good OST, but like at a consistency level, I don't know if it's like back to back to back. Every song is like, okay, yeah, I'll listen to all of these.
What's that place called in FF7 on the Golden Saucer, where Barrett has
Uh,
his little story arc?
fucking why am I? It's not Coral. It's
It is, yeah, Coral.
fucking. Is it Coral? Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Coral. Okay,
Coral Prison or whatnot.
yeah.
That track, I think that track goes so hard. I don't. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna take a piss. BLB. Mm-mm.
Actually, I didn't get to see Sadaka's time skip outfit. Huh? See, right? Protocol is an action adventure. See, right?
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
I met you.
KO! Perfect! Round 3. Ready, go! Round 1. Ready, go! KO! Round 2. Ready, go! KO! King of Fighters! Round 3. Ready, go!
うわ、耳を使うな。あが、てか、痛い。大丈夫、大丈夫。優しい人が多いです。
ね、せかせかしてる感じよりは、ね、みんな余裕がある感じに見えるっていうか、ね。
はいさーい。いや、見ててないな。今の開けな。
KO! Round 4. Ready, go! Winner is Chui. Round 3. Ready, go! Round 1. Ready, go!
違う喋り方違うね。なんか訛りがなんかイントネーションが全然違うな。なんか沖縄弁みたいなのある。そうね。一個ずつそう好きな方言教えてくれたら嬉しい。沖縄一言で喋るなんか一文字で喋るから。なんかいやあなたみたいな。なんか。いやいい声あるな。じゃあみんな作るんだ。あがとかみんなあがとか言ってるみんなよく。あとはなんか勉強めんどくさい。あとは勉強めんどくさいとか勉強マサイマサイってめんどくさいっていうのはよく使うかもしれない。勉強マサイめんどくさいいいですね。いいこと聞きました。じゃあまずこんにちは。はいさい沖縄の方言でナックルマイカーって
Round 4. Ready, go!
なんとかなるよっていう。なんとかなるよ。そう。いろんな人結構どんな時とかあって、もう大丈夫。なんとかなるよっていう意味の方言ですね。いいね。他にはミフェデビルとかミフェデビルじゃなくてデビルじゃない。ありがとうございますっていうのはミフェデビルっていう。結構いろんな海外の人の好きな日本の言葉もありがとうなので、ここに来てミフェデビルぜひ使ってみてください。ミフェデビル沖縄のいいところはどこですか？
やっぱ海が綺麗なのと人が優しいところが好きです。僕らは海が。じゃあ沖縄と広島を比べるとどういったところが違うんですか？
まず気候がちょっとカラッとしてるんですね、こっちの方が。南国感がすごいあるっていうか、広島もちょっとジメジメしてるんで、であと広島って瀬戸内海っていう感じになるんで、地平線が見えないんですよ。こっちはやっぱりこう地平線が見えるんで、夕日とかもこういちいちちゃんとしたくて、なんか異国感に来たなっていう気分を味わいましたね。
沖縄と、東京の辺と比べるとどういったところが違うと思いますか？優しい人が多いです。例えばなんかタクシーとかここからじゃそこまで行けないからそこのいてくれるところで送ってあげるよとか3000円でいいよってすごい優しく言って聞きました。優しいかもしれない。なんか道を見ててもなんか自分のたまに外国人とかと間違わないんだけど、なんかそしたらおばあちゃんとかが道を教えてくれたりするところは他のところよりはフレンドリーかもしれないなって思う。みんな高いんだね。そこ何が違うんですか？ありがとうが違うと
気候とハッピーな感じの人が多いなっていうか、せかせかしてる感じよりは、みんな余裕がある感じに見えるっていうか。
じゃあ沖縄に育って生まれた
Boruto is an action-adventure fantasy manga series written by Ukyo Kodachi and Masashi Kishimoto and illustrated by Mikio Ikemoto, following the exploits and hijinks of Boruto Uzumaki, the protagonist. Boruto is set in a pseudo-Japanese and Chinese society where ninja rule supreme, and Boruto, much like a lot of other shonen action-adventure series, has a magic system called chakra. Magic is very broad and ambiguous, but I think it's a lot easier than saying special ninja midichlorians, which chakra ninja are able of using an array of techniques, from summoning Clifford the Big Red Dog to being a OnlyFans model. So to strike out and carve his own path, Boruto goes to Ninja Academy. Oh yeah, the people series is called Naruto, in case you didn't know. Hi, it's me, Vicky, and I really don't like the character designs in Boruto. And listen, I used to keep up with Naruto myself. I jumped ship after Gaara's quote-unquote death in Naruto Shippuden, and looking back, I don't like a lot of the Naruto character designs. Maybe there are like a couple of characters I would still ride or die for, but that's mostly because it's carried by their story and lore. I know some of the basic plot beats that led up to Boruto, like I know Naruto Hinata finally got married, and then eventually they had Boruto and Himawari, who look like the most OC children I've ever seen. But at least they're not alone, and they have an entire daycare of the rest of the original cast children to play with. And they're not safe from the they're not alone, and they have an entire Himawari, who look like the most OC children I've ever seen. But at least they're not alone, and they have an entire daycare of the rest of the original cast children to play with. And they're not safe from the Instagram OC formula either. So solidarity and openness. And I think that means that there's like a 12 to 15 year gap between Naruto and Boruto, but that's all I know. Now keep that time gap in mind. So guess my non-surprise when I find out that Boruto has a mid-series time skip, a lot like Naruto Shippuden. Instead of 2 years, though, it's more like 4 years. So of course, I was curious to find out whether or not it remedied any of the mistakes committed by Naruto Shippuden, or if maybe they had more promising character designs, because honestly, I was not liking what I was seeing. Now let's get into it. But real quick, my name is Vicky Boo, and all I do on this platform is talk about characters who don't know I exist, while breaking down the fundamentals of their character designs to better understand them. And if that's the flavor of psychosis that you're interested in, make sure to subscribe, like, and comment. I've noticed that 98% of my viewers are not subscribed to my channel, so what? You think you're better than me or something? Yeah, you're probably right. But if you want to hear some stuff, then make sure to subscribe. Now with that in mind, Kishimoto's art style isn't really something that drives me. I'm just not really a fan of how he illustrates characters, and that's just because they seem to lack a lot of line weight and detail. And for example, a lot of the line art is like inconsistent and quick. But the thing is that I can always give him credit for taking on the grueling task of developing a large cast of characters with pretty diverse designs, if I say so myself. Now in terms of Ikemoto's character designs, I think that they have strayed so far from the original vision of Naruto as well as the thematic aesthetics that I don't think any of these characters even really look like they belong in the same manga or anime anymore. Which I quite honestly find to be a shame, because Ikemoto is an artist who has worked with Masashi Kishimoto since almost from the beginning. Kishimoto was deemed to be this young promising artist, especially after his one-shot Cosmo was picked up, especially because Naruto was still within its fledgling stages, and Kishimoto wanted to work with new budding talent in order to bring his visions alive. So from 1999 to 2014, Ikemoto has been working alongside Kishimoto on Naruto's original run. Thus, Ikemoto was chosen as the one true successor by Kishimoto to carry on the legacy of Naruto in what we now see as Boruto. So with that in mind, it's clear that Ikemoto is very familiar with the character design formula for Naruto. I mean, he is the same guy who contributed to creating Haku, Zabuza, Momochi, and Hizen Sarutobi, which is what makes the rest of this video so fucking disappointing. Now, I know little to nothing about the current lore of the show, but when I tell you that I was incredibly confused at how quickly technology developed in this show, I mean, surprise doesn't even really cover it. I mean, I remember back in the day when I barely found out that movies and cars and camcorders were a thing that existed in the original Naruto world through the movies, and I already thought that was a shocker, because I think that was done on purpose in order to maintain an ambiguous space of time within the Naruto universe. Now, Konoha looks like this weird eclectic mix of Japanese and Chinese aesthetics. You have the stone and stucco buildings with bucolic tiles that are very common in Japanese architecture. You even have the circular, perfectly symmetrical Chinese-inspired architecture where there's the pronged roofs with similar tiling to the Japanese buildings. And of course, you also have Naruto characters who are based off of Japanese folklore characters. It goes on. This is something that is also very well represented in the fashion as well as accessories of Naruto's characters. For example, the Shinobi and Kunoichi of Naruto wear clothing that can be considered rather athletic. I mean, it makes sense considering how they have to move around a lot, and they also have to be able to have no restraints whatsoever whenever they're engaging in close-quarter combat. It makes sense. It's the reason why oftentimes you see ninja accessorized with trousers or something black and blue, slack shorts that almost look like light shorts. And in terms of the footwear, it's almost always these peep-toe sandals that either have a small wedge or little to no wedge. There's almost always a thick sole, however, to accommodate your comfort. And in terms of the tops, you'll see a lot more variety in that. It's just that when it comes to the standard Shinobi military uniforms, they're seen wearing flak jackets for some reason in a world with no guns. And then to finish off the ninja sheet, we follow up with a four-head protector that is customized by being placed in different areas or worn differently from other ninja. You guys get the picture. If not for these Shinobi uniforms, you would have things like net mesh undershirts or bandages around legs and hands, cloudy-inspired cardigan or overcoats, Chinese-inspired dresses. Not for these Shinobi uniforms, you would have things like net mesh undershirts or bandages. Have things like net mesh undershirts. Or bandages around legs and hands, cloudy-inspired cardigans or overcoats, Chinese-inspired dresses or tunics, and of course a soft blend of modern fashion and traditional Japanese fashion. And this is an aesthetic that is maintained throughout the course of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden during its 72-volume run. But of course, we have a 13 to 15 year time gap between Naruto and Boruto Next Generation. And as a result, does 1 year in Boruto feel like 20 years? Now, as you guys already know, time is an unstoppable force, and advancements will occur whether or not you want it. And that's honestly what I was expecting before I did a little bit of research on Boruto, and by that I mean looking up Wikia. Konoha went from being a small city village nestled in the mountains to being a huge, bustling urban site of commerce. We've got computers, motorboats, robots, whatever the fuck this is. What is that? What? Instead of advancing this much in technology in 13 to 15 years, it feels more like an entire century has passed, and that's if I'm being kind. And the aesthetic cohesion of the entire Naruto universe is so negatively impacted by this. I don't feel like I'm watching a fantasy action series about magical ninjas anymore. I feel like I'm watching kids who got costumes from Spirit Halloween putting on an Naruto stage play with new direction. And this is personal, but I thought I should let you guys know anyway. I really hate that almost all of the young girls in this anime wear heels. Except you're perfect. They're wearing 3 or 4 inch stilettos into a fight, either that or they're wearing teeny tiny mini skirts. And you know, I'm just gonna put them on screen right now, but these are the 3 characters I have the biggest rights for. The first on the chopping block is Ada. Now I looked into some of her lore, and lo and behold, she's a cyborg, my fucking god, I feel so old. And I understand that the point behind her creation is probably to help separate Boruto from Naruto even more in terms of technological advancement. But look at what she's wearing. But let's be fair, let's break down Ada's design together. She's wearing a sheer white high-collar blouse with translucent bell sleeves and dark high-waisted shorts with metal accessories, which are based off of the shapes of celestial bodies, likely to depict her as an otherworldly character. Now, if you break down her physical characteristics, she is basically a young teenage girl with peach-toned skin, catchet eyes with long blue lashes and one beauty mark underneath her right eye, and of course her hair has to be the most interesting element of her design because it's in this distinctly pink and blue style. Now she does have fringe bangs, which are very vogue right now for a lot of young women, especially in Asia, but the hair has these deep teardrop-shaped locks that kind of look like oil paint that sits on water, and it doesn't really seem to have any natural ends, but instead it just goes back into itself as a proper fabric scalp. Now Naruto has had its fair share of interesting creative choices. I'm not ragging on Ida's style because I think it looks quote-unquote unrealistic because you'd be here all day and I would die from seizure. Personally, I like her outfit. I think it's pretty stylish. I like how it has this flirtatious edge to it with how tiny the shorts are. However, this is clothing that you could never wear into a fight, especially considering how she is also a victim of the 4 inch stilettos in this universe. So instead, she looks more like a very fashionable character that would be from the pages of Paradise Kiss or Wishing Code. The only thing that is telling me that she is from the same universe as Boruto is the fact that they're in the same art style. And also, what do you mean she's a cyborg? We have Mega Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, but that wasn't a fully conscious and sentient robot that looks like a human like Ada is. It feels like instead of moving forward 12 or 15 years into the future, we jump 3 centuries. Now, I'm not saying that we can't have fun, but what I'm saying is if you want to have fun and be a little weird visually, at least make it where you're still keeping within the same style of Naruto. And don't think I forgot about you. I think her name is Sumire, and she is honestly part of the reason why I wanted to start this whole thing. Her and Sarada were the 2 time skip designs I came across first. And my god, is she a weird anachronistic mess in this universe. But again, let's break down her design. She's undeniably cute, and she also has this whole bashful aesthetic to her, and the way that she stands with her hands folded out to her side while her legs are together tells me that she is a very refined and polite young lady. Now, initially, I thought that her hair was based off of a Hime cut, but I realized that it looks a lot more like a jelly jellyfish cut. It's basically a newer trending hairstyle that's known for being separated into two parts, one short, one long. Typically, a jellyfish cut is styled either loosely with the long hair just left undone, or it's curled, and sometimes it's even woven into thin braids. Now, in the case of Sumire, I think it makes a lot of sense why she would style her hair in two big braids, because it indicates that she is both a studious and both a person. I can tell that she's rather modest, as you can see from how she tries to cover up as much skin as possible. She's wearing a mock neck, long sleeve t-shirt underneath her dress, and she also has a pair of long black tights that then extend into a pair of peep-toe sandals. And she has a thigh pouch, so one point for practicality, but I'm going to say this, and it's going to piss off some of you Boruto fans, but I think that this would be a better character design if it was for a magical girl anime. You weebs already know what a Sailor Girl uniform looks like, otherwise known as a seppuku, and as you can see, it has the iconic white sailor collar with the tie sash in front and the puffy sleeves with the stripes. Now, I understand that it was cut in a way in order to make it look like something that belongs to Naruto, as you can see from the cinched waist, which seems to be resembling an obi, but here's the thing, across the board, the average student will wear some type of variation on the shinobi uniform, just depending on whether or not you're a girl or a boy, and if you want to wear either shorts, trousers, or skirt. And Sumire's time skip design is even worse. Even though I think she looks cute and pretty, it looks even worse if going off of the visual standard of Naruto. Like, yes, I understand that it continues the aesthetic of her wearing something school uniform inspired. This time now it's more of a western take with a pinstripe tie and a very short purple school uniform dress with a white blouse. So please tell me how she is supposed to be able to fight and move around in this reliably. But in all fairness, I like her other two designs, and I wish that they were the primary designs instead. It follows a Naruto fashion rule of thumb, and even more importantly, I believe that it also conveys the character's personality very well. I really like how the sailor collar is incorporated into her lavender sleeveless top here with the black shorts. Even though she is showing a little bit more skin here and the top is backless, looking at how she has a more serious expression here, it seems like as though this is the version of Sumire who's just kind of letting go or letting loose. I feel very bad for ragging on Sumire and Ida's designs right now, but the more I look at them, the more I see an issue in Ikemoto's approach to designing female characters, especially young girls. And the thing is that when we compare how female characters are depicted in the OG Naruto series versus Boruto, we can see that they're allowed to be dirty, messy, and they're also allowed to be bloody and mean, much like their male counterparts. Now, if you take a look at Ikemoto's take on young girls, it looks more like he focuses on making them look as pretty or mature as possible, and he always draws them with these accentuated lips, lashes, and they're almost always posed in a way where it looks like they're getting ready to shoot a cover for bow, or not engage in a death battle as they were trained to from the very beginning. I'm going to have a strip, but not until I talk about this. Now, code. But that's what his name is. Looks like what the average Japanese kid thinks rich people dress like. I understand that Western aesthetics are supposed to convey a sense of otherness in anime, but this comes as random instead of intentional, even though I know nothing about code. Okay, I know a little bit about code. Again, let's break down his character design together. Now, the reason why I say that he is Western inspired because he looks like he's wearing something that is very heavily inspired by the Victorian era. He's wearing a white jabot, otherwise known as a neckerchief, that is commonly worn by nobility in order to keep their collars clean. So of course, he kind of has this air of pretentiousness to him while looking like a refined gentleman. His messy red head tells me that he's also a pretty unhinged kid who doesn't really take care of himself that well, and yet he's insecure enough in order to dress up like some pseudo-British gentleman from Black Butler. And yeah, this shit looks really fucking annoying, and you know, I mean, it's just a teenager who's just trying to dress himself. It's not that bad in comparison to the time skip design. This is what happens when you listen and you let the voices stress you, because Code looks like a magician. They are trying so fucking hard to make this boy look like someone level of force. And this is not an issue whatsoever, because purple, white, and black, at least within the anime dictionary, are color palettes that are typically used to denote that someone is evil, sinister, or they're a scientist who has committed 10 cases of malpractice. Ikemoto, I get what you're putting down, but I don't want to pick it up because frankly it just doesn't make sense to me within the confines of Naruto's universe. I think this design would make a lot more sense if he was in the case study of Vanitas, but we're in Boruto, in a world about ninjas. Regardless of whether or not it is Ikemoto or another artist who is handling these designs, it's still not a good design even if it looks good. Nearly all desire to set these characters within the universe of Boruto is abandoned in order to demonstrate the technological advancements that have been made in Boruto. If you were to compare this to real-world events, I understand that a lot of technological innovation was made after the end of World War II. If you didn't know, Jeeps, the cars that we know now for being these gigantic toasters that take up way too much space on a freeway lane in the 101 South, was used as a form of transport for Allied troops during the war. Now that is a technological advancement that scaled off of a pre-existing piece of technology, much like how within the world of Naruto, scientific interface seem to now be considered more of the established norm in comparison to their predecessors. So you mean to tell me that we somehow went from using kunai or katana to lightsabers? And as time goes on and I consume more art with a more critical eye, I wonder if Ikemoto's intention was to simply grow out of the shadow Kishimoto had cast her. That's, or perhaps he was encountering his own version of artistic burnout. Keep in mind, Ikemoto has been on this ride for nearly 3 decades, which is, again, older than most of my audience. So can we blame him for expressing himself within the confines of this massive responsibility pushed onto him? I mean, yeah, although I have dragged out Ikemoto's work to be played and displayed in the town square, I believe it's important to understand where our personal biases start and where our objective analysis ends. And guys, that's all I have in me today. Thank you so much if you stayed until the end, and if you like this, make sure to like and share, and let me know your thoughts below. And if you hated this, well, let me know below. And let me know, is there a character design that you absolutely love in Boruto? Do you think that the new art style is an improvement over the old one? Do you miss Kishimoto's old art? Do you...
Jujutsu Kaisen's female cast. Gege started off so well, setting up plenty of potentially interesting themes and topics to explore with these colorful cast of characters, to then just dump all that interest down the drain as the years went by. Now look, it's no secret that female characterization isn't one of Shonen's strongest points, because it's shonen. It's all about rowdy male teenagers beating the absolute shit out of each other. But just because a certain type of media is commonly caged with a specific image it has to adhere to, that doesn't mean authors can't go outside of those constraints to try and break the mold a bit. Now I'm not saying that every author needs to have a complex and strong female cast in their works. Representation in media does more good than harm. But in my opinion, if an author genuinely cannot come up with ways to implement strong female representation in their manga, then I'd rather not have them try at all. It's better to leave things untouched than to try and half-ass it. It'll only bog down the overall quality like previous shonens in the past. And Jujutsu Kaisen is unfortunately no exception. It's the hope that kills you. And Gege tricked me into thinking that this female cast was going to be any different, that he actually had plans for them. But as the manga shifts into its climax, the female characters having literally nothing to do, except for marketing, the interviews and Q&As that's been rolled out, I finally came to the conclusion that led me to making this video. The women in Jujutsu Kaisen are kinda Maybe the brother punch, or as I would like to call her, the Shota Savant. She's an alright character. I mean, she really is just whatever. She serves her purpose in the story as a representation of how corrupt the world of Jujutsu Kaisen really is. While the characters fueled by good intentions are suffering down below, the characters who serve only themselves benefit up above. Karma doesn't always favor those who are pure-hearted, and I feel like this was exemplified clearly during the Shibuya incident arc, with the juxtaposition between her and Nanami. But then after that arc, nothing of note really happened to her. Despite possessing one of the most powerful and versatile abilities in the series, she's given nothing to do. She provided a bit of help to Todo and Yuji during their 2v1 fight against Sukuna, but despite that, nothing much. Killing her off or further expanding on her character, I feel would do nothing for the fandom, as she's despised for obviously being a sibling's nature, and the fact that Gege is unwilling to kill her because no one would be sad enough for her passing, kinda solidifies the fact that she's staying for the long haul. Gege is a fucking demon. Quick, gun to the back of your head, name me 5 things that make Sumiki distinct from the rest. Yeah, that's right. You can't. While Mamie is a character I feel lukewarm about, Sumiki is a character I just straight up don't give a about. She was nothing more than a plot device to further Sukuna's chokehold on Megumi's soul. She didn't have any notable traits about her, only being known as a nice sister who wheeled Megumi back from becoming a full-on delinquent. Funny enough, Sumiki's terrible characterization is what I believe is one of the main causes as to why some of the fans consider Megumi to be a fraud or a softie. Because clearly the story presents Sumiki's death to be a great tragedy that nailed the coffin on Megumi's downfall. I mean, it was his sister's death after all. But there's a clear dissonance. How can we feel the emotional impact of a character's death if we didn't have any personal attachment to that character? Dege can draw as many shock or anguish faces on top of Megumi as much as he wants, but at the end of the day, Sumiki was nothing more than a string bean, and was only used as a catalyst to pop up Sukuna's place in the story. What's even worse is that Gege called himself out on this failure to further characterize her, originally planning to give her more chapters to fully flesh out her character to really make the twist that more heart-wrenching. But alas, it wasn't meant to be. Where do I even begin? Yuki had everything going for her in the story. She was one of the special grades. She had a sexy design, a badass attitude, and an ideal or philosophy that intertwined with the main antagonists of the story. She was connected with almost every aspect of the Jujutsu world, and yet all of this potential amounted to nothing. She was just a glorified therapist for Geto and Choso, once again being a catalyst for another character instead of being given their own independent character arc. Her idea of getting rid of Chris' energy conflicting with Kenjaku's ideas, her relationship with Tengen and potentially exploring more facets about the star plasma vessels. We could have even had moments of her interacting with Sukuna, and see how her view on Chris' energy being more of a burden to the world would clash against Sukuna's intrigue by it. Like, there would have been so much things to cover with her. Could have seen as to how she came to her conclusion to getting rid of Chris' energy, her training with Todo, like, man, all of that was taken away, all thanks to Kenjaku, ass pulling his way out of a f***ing black hole. We make fun of Sukuna for his contrivances, but let's not forget that Kenjaku was the first one to pull this off. Because of course he just happened to have an anti-gravity technique. Of course he did. Silly me. I can't f***ing believe that a special grade sorcerer ended up just being father. Her fan arts do more for her character than what the manga ever showcased. Man, we didn't even get to see her domain expansion. Oh, finally, I can actually glaze this manga. Only a little bit. Hands down, Maki's the best written female character in Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's thanks to her comparisons with Toji. Now some may look at that and think that's actually bad, because once again we have another character who only exists to pop up in the middle. But I actually think the opposite. Despite Toji's overwhelming power, he was ultimately bound by his pride, which was born from the trauma caused by his family's disdain towards him, which in turn led him down to a cycle of self-destruction. Instead of turning that aggression towards his family, he instead tries to deny the status quo that the Jujutsu world had established by trying to assert his ego. How he tried to do that was by attempting to kill the very representation of the peak of Jujutsu sorcery, that representation being a person by the name of Gojo Satoru. Obviously this didn't end well for him, and all that was left out of that misguided animosity was an abandoned child and an unresolved trauma. Toji was a failure of a father. He had the power and influence to easily drive a better life, not just for himself but for his loved ones as well, but ultimately he never gave himself the opportunity to fulfill that. On the other hand, Maki had been spared the same damaging dependence on self-importance. She managed to save herself by focusing her suffering and trauma not on Gojo, the idol of the Jujutsu community, but on the Zenin clan, who had genuinely injured her sister, and Toji as well. Maki's massacre of her kin demonstrates that. In contrast to Toji, she possesses the fortitude to punish only those who, in her opinion, merit it. She also subsequently regrets killing the innocents, such as her mother, and uses that sorrow to encourage others to avoid making the same mistake as she did. In this sense, Maki's more akin to a wise king than Toji was, who was just considered a tyrannical warrior, enlightening others by violence, fierceness, and fury. This is further demonstrated by Maki's behavior after reaching complete enlightenment in Sakurajima. She has narratively outperformed Toji. Now that she possesses the entire body of Toji, she'll utilize her freedom from curses to help free others from curses, just as Toji had the power to, but refused to ever do so. This is also related to the fact that their sword is named the Soul Liberation Blade. Although they are both free at the end, only one of them really achieved true liberation. As a result, Maki is not Toji's shadow, rather she has outperformed him to every matter when it comes to narratives. So Maki to me is a fully realized version of Toji's story. Mai is just there, I guess. To be honest with you, Mai to me was just a means for Maki to reach her final form. The only reason Mai's death only hit me emotionally was simply because she was Maki's sister, and not really of her own character. But hey, the sacrifice was so worth it, so I ain't complaining. Oh boy, time to take off my intellectual cap and start grading again. Nobara as a character, especially as one of the main leads of the show she's in, has gotta be one of those biggest disappointments in Jujutsu Kaisen, bar none. Throughout the whole show, she was sidelined. Yeah, she did have a cool moment with Yuji against the death paintings, her peak being the moment she performed the black flash back to back with her protagonist, but then after that, straight up nothing. She got beat up by a in Shibuya, while Yuji and Megumi were in the gulag duking it out. She was just sitting on the bench only to then come back 75% through the arc, to just then die in front of Yuji. Like, what? Going back to the point I said about Sumiki, I couldn't feel the emotional impact of a character's death if I had nothing to latch onto. I barely knew anything about her character. All we know is that she hated the town where she came from, and wanted to go to a big city like Tokyo, to potentially maybe even meet up with her idol Sayori. And that's it. She's taken out of the story completely after we finally got a hint of what she truly wanted. But where does that leave us? What did she learn from her time as a sorcerer? It's cool that she died with no regrets, but compared to Megumi, Yuji, and Gojo, who have all had their outlook on life basically defined by their time as sorcerers, she doesn't really offer much in relation. Once again, Gege gave us a somewhat intriguing setup to her character to explore in the future, but then he ended up cutting off her character right then and there. She isn't a prodigy, a man-made monster, or a person with a heavenly pact. She's there as a perspective for the ordinary, and I feel like Gege really fumbled with her potential on that front. Now, to Nobora's credit, I think Gege addresses a lot of issues people generally have with token girls and shonen, mainly ones like Sakura. Her personality outside of her dynamic with the main group is very pronounced and clear. She's feisty and bombastic. Her power set actually lets her stand out from both Yuji and Megumi, with equal parts physical power and also pretty creative use of ranged weaponry and voodoo-esque techniques, which soul resonance would be pretty damn useful right about now. So everything about her just feels like it got wasted. But the whole point of her death to highlight that goals realistically are hard to attain, and sometimes people abruptly stop at pursuing them, whether it's due to their own volition, because Nanami was already a representation of a person who failed to live up to their ideal life. So if not that, then was it to showcase the brutality and subversion that the world of Jujutsu Kaisen offers? Because Junpei already provided that sentiment way before the Shibuya incident. Once again, I'm gonna call back to the quote that I referenced earlier in this video. It's the hope that kills you. Plenty of times in the manga, Gege drew this foggy line whether or not Nobara was alive, and it was only until some recent interviews that have been published that we finally got confirmation that Nobara is dead. In fact, Gege had already planned to kill her off before we even got to illustrating the Shibuya incident arc. Well, if that was the case, then why drag this whole thing out? Stop her with the is she or is she not? You could have easily made the dialogue straightforward, but you decided not to. Instead of Nobara being remembered as a shining example of a shonen female protagonist, she would instead be remembered as a what if. The constant marketing, the poster showing her smiling right next to her other protagonists like she's actually important, just makes this even more insulting. Like, Blood thinks she's actually part of the team when she has been missing from more than half the story now. Now look, I don't want you guys coming out of this video thinking I hate Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't. In fact, it's one of my favorite shonen that recently came out. Criticism like these I only make simply because I love this story too much, and I only want it to improve. But as the story is gearing up for its climax, the countless comments from Gege himself wanting to finish the story this year, it seems to me that he's not going to have the opportunity to right the wrongs of his past. And honestly, at this point, I'm fine with that. I just hope that Gege learned from his shortcomings and use this learning experience to make his next manga even better. But it does kind of suck that Jujutsu Kaisen has just become a better version of a Kami ga Kill. Okay, maybe comparing it to that show is a little harsh, because Jujutsu Kaisen at least has Gojo, and a Kami ga Kill literally has nobody. It just fucking sucks ass.
KO.
Thank you.
Round 4. Ready, go.
Alright. Oh wait, hold on a second. Fuck, god damn it.
Oh, here he is.
Round 1. Ready, go.
What?
Round 2. Ready, go. KO. Round 3. Ready, go.
Yeah, I just got an emergency phone call from Donald Trump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right after my 3 o'clock with Elon. And I'm back now.
Okay. Scott recommended a video. Why you're not interested in Jujutsu Kaisen? Yes. Good.
Jumitsu Kaisen.
Yeah, that shit is wow.
Jumitsu.
It's pretty whack. I did like the antags though. In the Shibuya incident, I actually gave a fuck when their teammates died. It reminded me of worse. What are those guys called from York New? Phantom Troop?
Yeah.
A worse dynamic of them.
Ah, man. Jumitsu Kaisen.
Because I couldn't give off. I think curses are just really bad premises for antagonists because they're not really anything. They're basically nothing. Then, whoa. Conflating this with that other dog shit, Chainsaw Man. Aren't they like manifestations of fear? in Jujutsu Kaisen.
Something like that, yeah. I
Before
honestly couldn't remember.
Before I even well, I mean, I read Chainsaw Man, but what knew about any of these, I actually conflated them as the same thing, and it's funny because there's a lot of things that are quite similar, especially with how curses and whatever the fuck devils or whatever the fuck they're called in Chainsaw Man. Like, they're both manifestations of like a collective societal fear or whatever. A little bit different, but because it's more general in Jujutsu Kaisen, as far as I remember. I don't really give a fuck. It's bad. But if you have something like that, I don't. It's really hard to make compelling characters out of that anyway. I think. That's at least that's the pitfall Chainsaw Man fell under. What does the Control Devil want to do? She wants to control. Really? Are you fucking serious? That's your character motivation? I don't actually think that was her motivation, but...
Yeah, Wait, the fuck?
Like characters like Magneto. That's the Magneto.
Yeah, Magneto. I mean, like, a lot of characters and shit, though, yeah, they're just not gonna really have that type of depth, unfortunately. Fucking Chainsaw Man, like, I don't think that we ever get any sort of, like, do we ever get any, like, origin thing on Makima or anything? Like, I don't think that we
No, I
ever
don't
get
think so.
anything on... Yeah,
I
any
think
of these characters.
she like wants to delete bad concepts from the world, but it's like, why? Like, what is the inciting incident? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know, like Magneto, some like fucking Holocaust survivor. It's like I can understand why he's so, you know, radical and crazy, because he lived through that and he's afraid that that could happen again. So, you know, it makes sense. Like that's like a reasonable inciting incident for a character for their action. But what is Makima's inciting incident? I think it might just be a flaw of like how the curses or devils work, where they're just born as like a concept, and so there's nothing more than, oh, I'm just sort of just I just want control. That could just literally be it.
Yeah,
which is really sad. People hype that shit up. Like, Makima's so cool. What's so cool about her? I don't understand. Because she's like a plot twist, which was me and if EXE was going, yeah, I don't trust them, then I don't know. That's a fucking problem. That's not a twist. That's something EXE could catch. That's implicit.
I literally read 100 chapters of that, and I honestly can't even tell you more than 2 character names now. You know, looking back on it, like Chainsaw Man, I literally could not have kind of given a fuck less about any of those characters. They were all like mid, like not really, I don't know, nothing. Maybe that guy that like smokes his cigarettes or whatever, maybe he was a little something, like I don't really know. But yeah, nothing really impressed me at all.
Nothing.
Whenever I was reading it, yeah, it's literally the worst manga I've read. I mean, not that it's saying anything, because I've only read like 15, but yeah, it's literally the worst. Straight up.
I was scrolling through the Discord, and I found this message actually. It was from I think hold on, some cunt like went to previous messages, and around that point was you told me that you didn't think you thought you were gonna have different opinions on Chainsaw Man than I did.
Oh, yeah.
It is funny because I am like overly critical, but man, Chainsaw Man was fucking bad. It was bad.
It was nothing. Yeah, it was really absolutely nothing. It was so forgettable, like almost everything in there. Just it's like I couldn't genuinely care about almost anything that was in it. Like I'm not kidding. Like it was just
the fights
really
were
not
nothing.
good.
The characters were nothing. The setting was nothing. There's nothing good about it. Nothing. But like, where, you know what I mean? When you look at the fights and it's like, this guy pulls out chainsaws and that's it. Are you fucking serious? That's meant to be interesting. We got Naruto. This, at least you got tactical depth there in fights. You have something there. The jutsus. When Naruto learns the Rasengan, when he went by using another clone to focus on one part of building the Rasengan, that was cool tech. Yeah, you never had anything like that. There was like, I think one at the beginning where he's like, I think he like regenerates by using blood, and so he like spent 3 days mowing down this one boss fight to win the ARG by like absorbing the blood. But I was like, I don't give a fuck, man. That wasn't cool.
Was that the hotel monster thing?
Yeah, that was the hotel. Yeah, the looping hotel. Yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna give it to it. That wasn't sick. I don't remember anything in terms of fights that were cool after that. So the fights were shit. The characters were shit. Who the fuck cares about any of these characters? Shit, you know I don't. The antags are boring as fuck. Nothing interesting about the antags. I can't believe Hunter x Hunter is like top tier for, you know, antags and antag dynamics. What the fuck? It's Hunter x Hunter, like the shittiest main cast, I think, that exists. Like, Gon? No one bigs up Gon. That guy's a fucking random. that guy's like a placeholder character. Like, the guy forgot to fucking design a character. The guy's not even in the current arc in the manga. That's how much of a play. That's why. You notice how every arc is good when Gon's away? Yorkinu was good. He's fucking irrelevant. And this new arc is fucking crazy, I think. Yeah. I don't need any of that fucking Gon character. Killer's alright. But he's nothing special. I think what I value is like good character dynamics. Not just the character themselves, but characters that have really good dynamics. Especially like bad guys. I think I hate when like it's like really generic like Saturday morning cartoon, but it's like when the antag just starts like killing off all their guys. It's like, look how bad I am. I fucking hate that shit.
Right. Yeah, I definitely do think that if something has like really weak characters or whatever, then yeah, it's definitely it's a lot more like forgettable. I think that's something that, you know, Monster, for example, does like really well. It just has like all these like really like good characters, even if they're like very small characters, they're still like, you know, worth remembering, I guess.
Yeah.
And then like you have other stuff like you know, fucking, I mean, yeah, and I guess Breaking Bad is like another one of those where it's like people just like really kind of like remember the characters and stuff. But then you have something like, you know, why I think like Akagi is like overrated is because it's just like what like characters or even just character. It's like, yeah, he's like cool, badass, like smug, like whatever, but it's like other than that, it's like what
he's not tested ever. Really, there's no test for him. He's like the best. He's like the best in the game, and then he never has to be. There's no test for him. It's not like, wow, you know, I lost.
Yeah.
Now, what, you know, where is his? Where? Yeah, nah. I don't like that. That's the whole concept of it. Akagi just has a really good OST. I like most of the tracks in the OST, but that's about it. That's all it has.
I'm trying to think of another one too that just has like really forgettable characters. That's kind of like known-ish or something. that you might have seen. Man, what actually has a lot of forgettable characters? Or just non-characters?
Like you can't even play casuals.
Fuck, I'm like scrolling down and I'm just like not really seeing an example that just like pops out to me where it's like, okay, yeah, that like right there is a great example. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. Whatever.
Dark Souls.
That shit doesn't even like have characters as like bosses, and then that's like it
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much.
it. Yeah.
You
And
know,
all
like
the lore. Yeah, I don't even get that shit too. I'm not even being serious. I'm not. I'm not even joking. People need to stop dick sucking Dark Souls for how it does its lore. The lore isn't interesting. You only know it from like YouTubers that compile the lore for you. That's it. That you're spoon fed the lore because no one's actually going out their way reading item descriptions. It's not engaging. It's not interesting.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny because I've seen people whenever they talk about like because I've seen a bosses ranked like 170 bosses in Dark Souls and Elden Ring like ranked or something video. And it's like #1 Dark Souls 3 DLC final boss or something or whatever. And it's like he has such a tragic backstory like this and that and whatever. And it's like so he's just kind of like a normal character in like another like video like villain in like another game or something or like a series or something like that. It's like okay, I mean like a lot of these characters and like that's what makes them I guess so compelling and like what's given them their like character development and stuff is the fact that like they do have like these tragedy like filled backstories and stuff, but like you know what like I don't know, at least from what I could remember there was really nothing that kind of seemed to set him apart, and, like, not only that, but it's like, is there even ever, like, a cutscene cinematic where you get to see any of this in action? Or, like, what do you have to do? Do you have to read, like, some fucking, you know, book or something that, is an extension of, like, the game or something? Is that what you have to do? I don't know. But,
Yeah, no, yeah. That's why Ludwig is liked. Is because they just tell you everything outright. Like the guy's like some like flailing guy, and then the guy just pulls out fucking the what'd you
Holy
call
sword
it?
or whatever.
Yeah, the Moonlight Greatsword, but it's like the signature weapon of the whole series. Like it's in every game. It's in games even
Oh,
before
really?
this. Yeah, it's like
Oh, okay.
it's like FromSoft's weapon, I guess. Um, and he just pulls that out and it's like and it wasn't in the base game. That's like never happened where they have the Moonlight Greatsword and it's just not in the game. It's like what the fuck, where's this weapon? And then it just shows up in the boss fight of a DLC and this guy's like comes to his senses and starts fighting like a noble warrior. It's like you don't need much more than like you don't need somebody to like sit you down and explain what's happening. It's like just from like the way the guy's fighting, the guy's like not fucking screaming anymore. Like the guy's like coherently talking. It's like, oh, this guy's some guy, This guy's like fighting nobly and shit. It's like that's some good storytelling from like environmental storytelling. Where you have like the boss like remember like who he was and all that shit. It's like you don't really need that much more. I think that's like good environmental storytelling where it's like you sort of like know by inference like oh this guy's some like like this guy was some guy before, he's not some like fucking monster or anything like that. It doesn't need to explicitly be stated in like a fucking item description or anything like that. That's some like good implicit storytelling. But where else does that happen ever? Like that's like really obvious, I guess. Not obvious, but like they can get because that's environmental storytelling all over the place, but I mean like very sort of like an actual character building sort of. That's some real fucking. I think it's like something that conveys like a lot of information. Like I don't mean like, oh, there's like, you know, a certain type of knight in this area. That means like their kingdom spanned this far. I don't mean like that. I mean like something like Ludwig, where it's like fire nobly, and it's telling like a fucking story, not some like, you know, world building nonsense that nobody gives a fuck about. Apart from like the lore masters that people will watch and then forget all that information because nobody actually gives a fuck. And people need to call that out more. I've never heard anyone talk. There probably is people that talk about it. There's no way I'm like the only person that goes like, isn't it funny that anyone that knows about the lore just has it regurgitated to them by YouTubers instead of actually them reading the item descriptions like that? Someone's probably noticed this weird trend. I'll be the only
Yeah,
one.
because I remember like I was getting shilled like these games like a year and a half ago or whatever, and everybody's like, oh yeah, you gotta play one, you gotta play it and stuff like that. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll play one or something. Apparently the story's like goated in these games or something. That's like what I was hearing. I guess maybe I was getting like Omega trolled or something, or maybe it was like not even a troll. It was just people were just, you know, talking shit out of their ass or something like that about like how good the story is. So anyways, I start playing Bloodborne. I'm just like, I literally don't know what the fuck is going on in the story right now. Like, and then I'm playing it. I'm 10 hours in. I still don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, literally, if you asked me what is going on, I couldn't tell you. I still don't know what's happening. 20 hours in, I beat the game. I don't even know what I just fucking played. Like, all I know is like I fight boss. Like, I go to different section of like the area that we're in, like the country or something like that, and I fight more bosses, and I find like, you know, weird enemies like aliens and shit like that, and like fucking beat them, kill them, get transported into like uh you know, some like limbo, and I fight this spider boss, and then like, you know, I fight this fucking vampire dude, and then I fucking, you know, kill Gearman, and it's like, all right, what even is that? The only thing that I really think I could actually understand from the story was that the Gearman guy, he was an old hunter, and you know, his job was to like,
he's the first hunter, I think.
Yeah, the first hunter, yeah, and like his job is like wake you up or something somehow by like killing you or whatever or something like that or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, even me telling this, it's still like I'm not even sure. And then I know that Mikolash, I think that he made what's his name? Orphan of Kos. Like I think that he made Orphan of Kos, right? Like because I think that's what I remember. Yeah, I think I remember that's what he was saying during the boss fight or something like that. Whenever you fight Mikolash, is that
How could he make Orphan of Kos when the Orphan of Kos is like gets birthed by that white, like it's a mother? I'm presuming.
Did
That's on the floor.
Mikolash make Orphan of Kos? Because he talks about him. He talks about him in the boss fight. Or maybe it's Kos. Maybe it's not Orphan of Kos. Maybe it's Kos. Okay, why Mikolash and Mensis are praying to Kos? I believe they are baiting the presence. Instead, they are attempting to attain eldritch knowledge by contacting the Great Ones, especially the ones. Okay, well, I mean, I guess maybe he didn't create him, but he's like worshiping him in some way. Whatever that's how what I'm saying here. Okay, well, like he like worships him for some reason, something I don't know again for some shit. Because of something, you know, it goes into whatever. It's just not even worth like attempting to make sense of because it's not explained, like, and it's not an integral part of the game. So it's whatever.
What do you mean it's super important?
Like I think Resident Evil 4 has more story in that game. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no story. In Bloodborne, there's lore. I mean, there is no plot, I should say. Those games have
Oh
nerfed a
yeah,
lot.
and that one guy, Father Gascoigne, at the very beginning, he is killing his like wife or something like that or whatever. I forgot. Like, but yeah, there's something going on there too. So. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I'll find out in a few months when the game's playable. Well, it already is playable. Play it right now, but not in a good state. Well, it's gonna be really exciting to finally be able to play it. The game that everyone's talking about. I actually lose my mind, man. Hearing about Bloodborne. Bloodborne this, Bloodborne that. I just want to fucking play this game and see if it's all that, because it doesn't look all that. It looks... I mean, I don't even know if I really fuck with the aesthetic, because it is quite homogenous and dark and dreary all over. The game's like consistently like that for the most part. I'm not super into that. I do like consistent aesthetics though, so I don't know. It depends. I have to play the game for myself. I hope it's good. I really do hope it's as good as people say.
I mean, you've already seen it being played like
So many times, yeah.
yeah,
But
you
it's
already
different when you
know
play
it.
it.
I guess. Well, plus you're gonna be playing at 60 FPS as well instead of 30.
Yeah.
Like I was, and pretty much everybody else. That shit was kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, you get used to it after a while. But yeah, it is obviously not favorable. I mean, I'm sure that even playing at 60 FPS for these games is kind of cringe. Like some of them, because I think it's like locked at 60, right?
You can unlock it on Sekiro DS3, but on Elden Ring, I can get, depending on the arena, I can get, you know, anywhere from like 70 to 120. Usually on the lower end. There's some arenas where I get 120 or close to that, 100 plus. No. 60 is fine once you're used to it. I re-logged it to 60 because I didn't want to have my FPS fluctuating, and I'm like, oh, I feel so good on, you know, 100 FPS, and then I go back to like, sometimes I'm dropped to like 50 FPS, and I'm like, I can't do this, man, because this is fucking dog shit. Like, 60 feels bad. I can't do that. I need 60 to feel normal. And it does now. It feels really good now. But I don't know how to. I couldn't do 30. I just wouldn't play. I don't think I could ever do that shit. I remember when I went back to a 60 hertz monitor because I wanted a 1080 instead of 1440, and I lost my mind. I didn't even want to play video games anymore. Playing on the 60 hertz.
Yeah. Hell no. I can't. Dude, I literally like. I lose my mind whenever I'm just like browsing through Windows and stuff on a 60 hertz. Like I can feel it. I can literally feel it.
It's so bad. And people do that shit.
I know. I don't know how. Like even my 4K monitor, it's 144. Well, it's actually 160 hertz. But yeah, like it's I can't do 60 like at all. 144 is like the absolute minimum. And even 144 like feels noticeably sluggish compared to 240 for me at this point because
really?
I've been using 240 for I've been using a 240 hertz for since 2018, for like 6 years or whatever. So going back, I mean, it's like at that point you're just so used to it. But yeah,
I'm not hitting 240 on games, so I don't give a fuck about 240 hertz, honestly. Maybe I have to play CS, some dog shit game that can actually get that high. But to be fair, actually, I think I might have. So I remember playing zombies, and going back to 125 was just like I couldn't do it. So laggy to me. 125. You can imagine that. Look fucking laggy. What the fuck was I on? But now 125 is like a godsend. And now I'm reluctant to ever try going on like 240 FPS on any game, right? Because I don't want to feel how good it is and then go back to playing on 60. It's so unbearable. Because 60 is so bad. It's so bad. And that's why I like older games or indie games, because you can actually get high FPS. Like all these AAA bullshit is way too... Like they're way too graphic focused. Because if they still stayed on Sekiro graphics, I'd be fine with that. I don't actually think anyone would give a fuck. I don't know, maybe I'm overestimating the gaming community. If it was like homogenous, like every game studio was like, okay, we're not gonna get any better than this, and I don't think people would give a fuck. And how the fuck can you play Mario, right? Game looks like shit. But no one's complaining. Like, no one's actually shitting on Nintendo for having ugly games. I mean, there are, but it's so irrelevant, I'd say. And it's because other games are higher, that have better graphics.
Yeah, I do think that is like pretty bullshit that it's like Nintendo, they're just like, dude, people like so like I mean I don't know, it's just so annoying how people are able to just settle for like mediocrity and stuff like that, whether it's, you know, oh yeah, 720p graphics on like a fucking, you know, like dude, like the fucking Nintendo Switch was arguably like less powerful than a fucking PS Vita, like I think, right? Like it was like
Really?
it was yeah, it was like kind of contesting it, and it was like the Vita was a 2012 console or something like that. Like the Switch was 2017.
Wow.
But anyways, the fucking what was I gonna say? Yeah, Nintendo, like, yeah, the graphics are just fucking just always way behind. Like the Xbox 360, they had 1080p support. Sony PS3 had fucking Blu-ray with 1080p, and then you got the Wii 480p.
Oh, that was
It's like,
wild. What the fuck
like
were they
what?
thinking with the Wii and
What?
making it 480p?
Yeah, like what is this shit? And they've been doing this for like ever, you know, and stuff. And it's like, okay, well,
aside from the GameCube, they're traumatized from the GameCube because GameCube was better than PS2 by a margin, actually. But it sold like shit. So they went for gimmicks instead.
I know.
But I don't
They
know why
lucked
the
out
fuck
so
they
hard with
couldn't.
the Wii.
Yeah, I know they really did. Cause I remember going to my friend's house. I never had a Wii, and he just had this 480p, and I'm like, why does it look so buns, man? So
Absolute
fucking dog shit. Yeah.
And these fucking Nintendo fags are just like sucking it off, acting as if it's not a big deal. Well, I mean, it's not the hugest deal in the world, but I mean,
don't
it's
think
like,
it's that big of a deal.
yeah,
Really don't.
it really isn't. But it's like they're able to just cut these corners and shit and just get away with it in their games. Like none of these games like really have these insane stories or like, yeah, they're like.
What you mean Ocarina of Time is the best game ever made?
Yeah, I mean, like I mean, I wouldn't say that, but like, you know,
It isn't.
they
It's dog shit.
yeah, no, yeah, it is actually super overrated. But like, but I mean, like, I guess so, I'm not gonna sit there and like argue with somebody if they want to say that that's like a really like great game or
Really?
whatnot.
I would.
But
get near in here.
But like, there are a lot of like Nintendo. They just ooze NPC games. Like that's like what their MO is, and these NPCs love them. They gobble them up. They act like it's like, dude, there are so many other games out there that are just infinitely better that are not Nintendo, but Nintendo hides behind their fucking little exclusive like console where they can't really be like You know, it's like they basically what Nintendo did by like having their games on that one console, you know, because most people aren't going to have other consoles. It's not really that common for people to have, you know, all the consoles or like a PC, gaming PC too. It's like most of the time you have like Nintendo, maybe you got a PlayStation as well or something, and that's kind of it. But Nintendo's probably your main thing. And anyways, what they basically do by doing this and locking all of their shit to one console is they've created their own like little echo chamber where like
Yeah, I
all these
agree.
people that they're like all like hive-minded into thinking like, oh yeah, because they don't know what's really actually good because they haven't really played anything besides Mario and Zelda and maybe Pokemon and shit like that. And even these Pokemon games are super overrated too.
Whack.
Like, you know, like I mean, it's like, bro, you know, I'm sorry, but like you're missing out on so much and you don't even know it because you're literally just brainwashed by Nintendo into like, you know, just
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exclusives are immoral. They are. I don't ever get IP harvesting or whatever the fuck. IP hoarding. That's it. That's so dog shit. It is. How do you? It's like, you know what I mean. It's like you're meant to be like, I guess like the sort of like ideal capitalism. You're just competing. You know what I mean? It's like mano a mano, and then these fucking cunts can just like, nah, actually, I can just hold this IP. Nah, that's so fucking stupid. Like, you should be competing. It should be mano a mano. If it was me, it'd be mano a mano. Like, you'd be fucking killing each other. Like, that's how it would be in my world. Cause I just think about it like that. It's like, I can't. It's like, I had to play on a 480p Wii. Are you serious? I had to play on a 480p Wii into like building my own like PC that can play the games.
Yeah.
Why couldn't I just do that? Like, wouldn't that just be more logical? It's like, and then Nintendo would just go out of business because they're uncompetitive. Because 480p on a market with, you know, 1080p machines, 720p machines is unacceptable. That's fucking stupid. and they thrive. They don't even compete. That they fucking thrive. Nah, that's I don't agree with that. I don't agree with 480p.
Yeah, and yeah, these people, they just fucking gobble it up. It's so annoying. Like, just settling for mediocrity, and then what that does is that sets the bar lower for like everybody else, like, you know, all these other games and shit. Now you have like, and then I don't even know what the fuck's going on. This is like a different topic, I guess, kind of. This is like Wukong game came out. Like, I'm sure you've seen it all over the place. Like, it's all over. It's like the hot new thing. It has like, it had like 2.6 million people like active at once. So it was like the second most popular game ever at any given time on Steam. And apparently, like, I don't know anything about it really.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of like a Souls-like God of War game or something like that or whatever. A Chinese one.
It's like God of War. I don't know. Could be wrong.
That's kind of what I've been seeing. So I mean, again, I haven't played it. I haven't really watched anything of it. But apparently, it's a really good game, and people like, you know, like these magazines and stuff like that are like trying to shit on it and trying to like, you know, really try to downplay its success and stuff like that because, you know, it's not inclusive and stuff like that, you know, with you know, all the
what
characters.
What you mean you're playing as a monkey?
Yeah, like,
nah,
yeah,
that was out of order.
It's but like, you know, it's lacking like like inclusiveness or whatever. And you know, then you have like this other game recently, which is funny because Sony came out with like their Overwatch clone recently, or whatever, and it had a PC release.
What's the name?
And it's called like Concord or something like that. Concord. Yeah, exactly. And this game, it was a AAA game, okay? AAA, and it had within 24 hours its peak player count of 650.
Whoa, that's
literally
quite
650, not 650,000, not like 650 like with a zero at the end or like two zeros. Like, you know, this is 650, and it has like currently probably like 300 people playing at the moment. And the reason for this is because of a multitude of things. One of them was because it was very LGBTQA plus 372 or something like that. You know, like friendly like type game. They were trying to market it as like, you know, like, you know, a LGBTQ game or whatever. But also because like they are trying to charge $40 whenever it's like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals and like these other games are also hero shooters and they're free. You know, it's like why the fuck like, you know, are people gonna pay $40 for this, especially whenever it's like basically a vastly inferior product and stuff. But you know, it's like the gaming industry has stooped that low to the point where it's like a AAA publisher like Sony thinks that they can get away with shit like this. You know, it's like just the fact that they even thought that they could get away with it. It's like, what is your fucking problem, dude? Like, you know, and it's because like the consumers just keep buying into like this bullshit, and these like, I don't know, it's just, you know, just buying into horseshit games, fucking spending like large amount of money on skins and stuff like that for like, you know, other
Games.
games like fucking Ryza and stuff and whatever.
Ryzo, what the fuck? That's a game. I forgot about that. That's not a serious game. I'm like fucking Atelier, that's her face. Atelier Ryza. She's making potions while becoming friends with everyone. What the fuck? Why was Yaka playing that game? Is he like 12? No, sorry, 6. Oh, because she had some ass on her.
I don't know. Don't know, dude. Like, I don't know why anybody would play that game.
Yeah, unless it was to troll. That's it. I actually looked up reviews for like the whole series, like looking up tier lists. I'm like, what is this game? Because I'm thinking, oh, they're probably gonna explain like what each game's about or whatever the fuck, like gassing it up. Because at least for me, it's like when tier lists come up, it's like 6 hours, man. Like it's 6 hours explaining every meticulous detail about every single map, and nothing. These games just are actually there's nothing to talk about. It's just shit. It's just actually just shit potion making bullshit games for little girls. And somehow Yaka's playing it, trying to act like it's a game. For me, not for me, but it's like for our demographic. Are you fucking serious? You're not a 6-year-old girl. Don't fucking play these games.
Shit's cringe, bro.
Collecting mushrooms. That was the video game. Who was doing that? Was I watching someone or was Blue doing that? I don't even remember.
I can't remember.
Just picking up mushrooms. Chores. Chores the video game. I'm
That's
just thinking.
exactly what it was.
Yeah. You could be playing Elden Ring, you know, killing these bosses. Nah, gonna pick up mushrooms. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
I mean, hey, that's what gaming. What gaming is. It's all this like mindless NPC like type shit.
I'm curious on what I saw. I clicked on one stream and I saw this really sick cutscene. So like the chapter ending cutscenes are like they have like all different animations, and I heard that. But until I saw one, I was like, wait, this game looks fucking sick. I wonder what the story is. I'm so curious. They were really well done. The one I saw where it's like this guy is like helping them out. This like fish looking guy is like helping them out, and then he gets betrayed by like this village he was helping out because he like extracts gold from his skin, and they all just fucking betray him because they wanted to get rich off of him. And then at the end, some guy comes to him and he's like, "Why the?" It seems like he was trolling them, like to prove a point. Like he was trying to prove something. And because I have no context of the story, I can only try and infer what any of that means. I think that guy was actually just trolling them, or trolling someone to make a point. But it looked really interesting. I'm like, this looks interesting. There was like a lot of work. The animation was really good, and they put a lot of work into the animation. And the story could look to be interesting. But I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I am never interested in any of that shit. Fuck that. You would have to pay me to play some of these games.
Yeah, you'd actually have to pay me to play that because I don't play, you know, the latest like AAA game just to be in the conversation. I'll wait until like years after a game comes out like that and wait for what people say about the game before I really. It's like it's too much money, you know, when a AAA game comes out and getting that FOMO. So I don't need that. It's a waste of fucking money. When I can just wait and then I can get it for like half price, even cheaper, because I decided to wait. And now I know if the game's actually worth buying, because people would have got over their honeymoon phase and all that nonsense. And now I can actually get like an honest take of the game. It's like no one's, you know, if I ask somebody, it's like somebody like from my era, not like anyone that's like fucking old as fuck, played these games when they come out, like Ocarina of Time. I'm like, you know, what are you saying about Ocarina of Time? Probably gonna get a way more honest answer than somebody that like played it as a kid, like Ocarina of Time, yeah, like best game ever. Actually, I played it as a kid. I had it on the 3DS.
I did too. I never beat it though.
Yeah, I never beat it either. I've seen it being beat a million times, but I never actually beat it myself.
Yeah.
I thought the game was so dull and boring. I actually couldn't fucking stand playing that game. Incredibly archaic.
Looking it up right now. Wow, it takes 27 hours. Damn.
The game looks like shit too. It looks so ugly.
Yeah, I think the only thing that really, I guess, kind of is like stood the test of time in that game, like somewhat, is like some of the soundtrack in it.
Oh yeah, that soundtrack.
Then,
yeah, I like the Forest Temple a lot. That's a good
Forest
track.
Temple. It's Forest Temple. I mean, I'm sure that I know what it is, but... Oh yeah.
Everyone always cites Gerudo Valley. Everyone loves that one. I really like Forest Temple. There's like one Minecraft mod that was so fucking good. It was Minecraft Legend of Zelda in this like mod pack, AdventureCraft. It was so fucking good. I actually downloaded AdventureCraft like the other, maybe like half a year ago. Started playing it again, and it was just like everything I fucking needed. It was so good. just going back to it, it's like, fuck, this is better than Legend of... Man, this is like some Minecraft mod. And this is just better already. It's just getting right into the action. I'm doing parkour, and I'm just like, yeah, it's good. It's fun. This is what I wanted. And it used that Forest Temple track. At least the one I played back in the day. I don't think it used it again. But that's when I first heard it. I didn't even hear it in like the actual Zelda game. Gosh, I can't believe... you know what I hate? Is when people will go back into Pokemon, like people that you know, and they'll go like, oh, I'm replaying Pokemon Platinum or something again. And I'm like, fuck me. Because I just don't like Pokemon. I just don't. I like Pokemon, but I don't like Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's like, I like I'll talk about it. I'll play ROM hacks. I think ROM hacks are good. But I don't know how the fuck you're playing the actual game. Like, the actual games fucking suck. I just do. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't even, like, sometimes you don't even get a full evolved team. If you get like you know, like Metagross evolves really late, so does Tyranitar, Dragonite, you know, evolve super. You're never gonna get those and actually get to use the mons. It's so stupid. And you don't even get... Why can I catch Tyranitar only after 16 badges? Or like Larvitar at like level 16 or 20? It's like, what the fuck is that? Some of the evolutions I have to trade for. Oh my word. 2 different versions of the game? I don't know how anyone defends this to me, but 3rd versions are fucking stupid. Because they're like a patch for the old game where they fix all the fucking bullshit. And then they add some like extra content. Like that's man, that's a DLC. and you have to pay full price for that. And think about when you're a kid, you can't just have all the games that you want. It's like, why should I buy the same game again? But as a kid, you don't really know that. You don't even really know if it's going to be the same game or a different game. You don't know how much is going to change, right? Especially because all the third versions were like Pokemon Black and White 2 actually changed substantial, because it's like 2 years in the future. It's quite substantially different. Like all the they remove old places, make new places. They've added like maybe a third extra to the region, so it's only like 2/3 in the original Black and White. There's like an extra third of the region. The pacing is completely different. You got different gym leaders and badges, like maybe like 4 change 3 of the gym leaders. That was a good third version. I think, yeah, I could justify playing full price for Black and White 2 over Black and White. But fuck me, you could never justify, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire to Pokemon Emerald. I don't think you could, paying full price for Emerald. Because how much more did Emerald add? And the remixes was quite subtle. Sometimes you couldn't even tell. I don't. And people were like, yeah, this was the shit. Fuck off. That might be one of those like Nintendo fan things where you just don't complain about like these like dog shit business practices. And the thing is, right, sometimes I think about it like this, right? Because I think some like Japanese studios can be quite archaic. I don't know, just from what I hear, they can be quite archaic, where they just don't have like the same sort of pressure to like, do shit for the fans. And they stick to it. They have a system and they stick to it. Like with Nintendo, they're quite sort of like insular, like they're in their own little echo chamber doing their own little things. They don't really feel pressure from their fans. Like, oh yeah, like Smash Bros tournaments, they'll like take them down too. Like you need like some like special license or whatever the fuck. Or maybe not special license, but like if you get big enough, if you try and play modded versions of their games on stream, that's actually illegal, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's cringe, yeah.
That's so, and they will take action. It's like, what other developer does that? Like no one else does that but like fucking Nintendo. And I think it might just be like a little like old like archaic Japanese thing, and that's why these like Pokemon is still like really slow to adapt to the times. That's my guess. Just from like the little bit that I know of just Japan in general and just like the games industry over there. Which is not good because I actually like Nintendo a lot. I do like how they keep things different and they're not super focused on, like obsessing over graphics, but they still could do a lot better than what they're doing now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, it's like there's no effort though. Like not a single like piece of like ounce of effort like graphically and shit. Like that one Pokemon game that came out not too long ago. I forgot which one it was.
That was a fucking joke.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? Like, yeah, this would have passed in like 2008. Come on, man, it's fucking 2022 or something. Whenever that came out, I think it was 2022, right? What was that game called?
Yeah, Scarlet Violet.
Pokemon Violet.
Scarlet Violet. Yeah,
oh, it's both of them. Scarlet Violet?
Yeah, that's both. 2 different games.
Scarlet and Violet was released 2022 November. Yeah, so like, bro, this.
You have to realize too, right? Is that in Pokemon Sword and Shield had a massive controversy. Do you remember that? Dexit, where so in every Pokemon game you could get all the mons, every single one, from Gen 1 to Gen 7. All the single Pokemon from, all the previous generations. Not one excluded. All forms. No forms are excluded. Every single last pixel would be on your screen. In Gen 8, they changed that. They're like, we're getting too many Pokemon. And this is already... So, Gen 6 and onwards, they were limiting the amount of Pokemon that they added. You know, they would add like I think 154 in Gen 5, and that was only 60 in Gen 6. It's like really small. For you know, they usually add like 100, between 100. I think Johto was like the world record holder for like the lowest number, and it was only 100. But fucking 60. You know, they were adding fewer and fewer Pokemon, and then they're not even gonna include them. Like, come on, that's. You know what I mean? That feels shitty, but that's not even the worst thing too. You look at the animations. You can just type in Pokemon Sword and Shield animations. There's like a ton of meme videos on it. They're so bad. Like you have, you know, your Pokemon do double kick and feet come on the screen, and it's like, are you fucking serious? Feet are coming. Why are feet appearing on the screen? Why is my Pokemon not running to the other Pokemon and fucking slamming into them with like a bespoke animation? And if you think that's too much work, just watch these meme videos because they compare it to Pokemon Battle Revolution, a Wii fucking game playing in 480p that has more personality in their animations.
I definitely would have looked into getting.
They're like fucking slamming into each other.
More
Looks fucking sick.
the fact that you would have more
Are you fucking serious?
than
That's the game that came out back in the noughties, late noughties.
the catching it thing.
And yet you're in fucking 2020, maybe it was pre-COVID, like late 2010s, early 2020s, or like 2020 on the dot when that game came out. That's fucking pathetic. That's no excuse. You don't do that. I don't think you could ever excuse that. I know there's like double the number of Pokemon, but you can reuse old animations. Because at least that would be better than what we had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fucking. The standards are so low, and the fact that Scarlet and Violet were as buggy as they were on launch. I don't know if you ever saw that game, but that game looked like shit. Like things were spawning in like 5 meters away from your body. That's fucking pathetic. And the thing is, the direction the game took in a gameplay sense was really interesting. It's so different from like every Pokemon game that came before. There was like you know how it's only like one quest that you need to beat the game? You know, you just do the gym challenge, you beat the champion, and then, you know, you beat the game. They took a different approach. Like there was different quests you can do. I think there's like 3 different quests you can do. And it's like, that's an interesting take. And you could do the gyms in any order that you wanted to. You know what's the fucked up part is? The gyms wouldn't scale. So if you came back, if you did the first gym 8th, that shit is gonna be level 4s. You know what I mean? Or whatever the first gyms are, like level 10s or something. That's fucking pathetic. How the fuck? If it feels so poorly thought out, there's just so many problems with that game. There'd be like fucking 4 shops that look exactly the same, all like in a row, all selling the same items. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, you never seen that shit in Pokemon Emerald. You never did. Where you have like the same, you have like a Pokemon mart next to another Pokemon mart next to another Pokemon. You never saw that shit. The game is so lazy in like the actual execution of everything.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like these companies, they think they can like just get away with this shit because that's how low the bar is getting set. Like, yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
And these people, they just kind of like accept it, and it's like, dude, like, wait, like, what happened to having standards? And it's like, if you do try to have standards, and people like get butthurt at you and shit, like, you know, all these like white knight defenders, like of like these companies and stuff like that, and you know, like their favorite game series and all this shit. It's cringe.
Yeah, I don't fuck. I have no idea. Maybe they're not as in the know as we are, so they just buy the game and it's like, why is it so shit? But that can't be the case because Call of Duty players should know better. They should know better. I don't know why they're still playing the same game. That's not serious.
Um, yeah, fucking with Call of Duty, I mean, yeah, that's a different beast. Like, you just get those same like copers like every single year. I'm done buying Call of Duty. They buy the next one and then they play it for like 3 months or something. Dude, this game's shit. Like, never buying another one.
I used to watch these YouTubers out of curiosity, the ones that would just always go and they would just upload commentaries on multiplayer, and the commentaries devolved into just complaining about the game. They'll be like, "Oh, I have so much hope for this game," and by a few months in, they're like, "Fuck me, this is the worst game ever." Vonderhaar, or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck the other guys are called, fucking David Vonderhaar, and it's just like, what the you guys are so invested in such a shit game. I don't understand, man. If it was a good game, I could be like, if it was like Elden Ring or something, and it was like the shittiest DLC of all time, I can understand you getting angry. But it's like you have your whole wife having like gangbangs for 17 years in a row, and you're like on the 18th year, like, please be good, please do not cheat on me again. You fucking serious? You got a 17-year streak of her doing that. Why is she gonna change now, you dumb fuck? Fucking they were trolling so hard. So fucking hard. Hoping these games would be good. Just try something new. There are so many other games to play. It was really weird. I hate talking to the normies when I meet normies, and it's like I'm like, oh, what'd you play? And it's just like, oh yeah, Call of Duty. Like, what the fuck? That game is
God,
like
that's so boring.
infested
Yeah.
the mind of like the average like normie gamer that has a console. I actually have to. I should be asking more people what they play. That have a console. Like when I meet people, if I see a console in the house, I'm actually gonna ask them what they play. I'm actually so curious. They can't all be playing Call of Duty because that's fucking sad. That's real sad. Like they could be having like a game changing like story. They could be playing some like fucking Final Fantasy game or something and having like this like fucking emotional story being told to them, and they just don't do that because they want to order the same meal. That's really sad.
I have no recollection whether I did. I might have.
Pokemon speedruns look like the most mind-numbing thing to play.
I would recommend not going straight from platinum to diamond.
The fuck do people do that? I'm just watching Wasta right now. I need a drink, baby. I'm back.
Yeah. Surprised that nobody else has joined in here. Are you? Actually, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
I'm not.
World.
Yeah.
Visiting Okinawa, I was struck by how much it didn't feel like I was in Japan. There are very good reasons for this. Like
No
Japan was a
way.
tributary state to China for hundreds of years.
Wait,
and
how old
the
is
first Great
Roblox? What the
Or that
fuck?
was under American occupation
Deep
between
World.
1945 and
Roblox.
Like almost as old as Minecraft, if not even older. "2006" is even older.
Wow.
Awards. Kids' Choice Award for favorite video game.
Yeah, that game is like the ultimate pedo groomer game.
Huh.
I will never ever step foot on Roblox because of that.
Huh.
Like I boycotted that game for like 5 years now because I'm just like every time I think, like if I see like like if I see anyone on that game that's like older than like 20 or something, I'm just like, bro, that's a red flag. Like straight up, I'm sorry. Like
You have to have a stand talking with trickies.
yeah, no, that's a red flag, dude.
Was all the concrete. I know. You've seen Tokyo, and you think that
Tricky's is inviting like some of these random people in here. Might be like some like 12-year-olds that he's picking up from Roblox. Like the Secker guy. Soul Secker.
Yeah, it's actually really funny. I was talking to Trickies. I'm like, we need to find new people to talk to, and he's. I think that we always have this conversation like every few months, and he said something really funny, and I forgot what the fuck he just said. You just blanked from my head because I went down another thought tree. Fuck. Oh my god. But I think it's funny how we have that conversation. We need to find new people. That's a really depressing conversation to have.
No, it's real though. It is
Yeah.
real.
Oh, he was saying, yeah, we need like normal people that aren't just so like perpetually online. Because the people that we find have like just have so many antisocial behaviors that, I mean, I think I talked to you about this before, but so many weird games being played in the chat. We start ignoring people, and then you just can't communicate if you have beef with someone, but then you don't actually have beef with them, and you're just ignoring them and just acting really petty for what? I don't even understand what's going on, and it's really fucking annoying. So sometimes it's just like you just want to talk to you're just not here for like 2 months, and then it's just like, oh sorry guys, I was in a bad mood. I'm like, what the fuck happened? How the fuck are you not in Discord for 2? I don't even understand.
Yeah.
Said no nonchalantly. It's, man, I don't know what the fuck is happening, but I need to find somebody that's just like consistently normal. But also I want to have someone that's like a rival type figure. You know what I mean? Where it's someone that like nobody in here inspires me to be, better. You know what I'm saying? Like EXE, no. Maybe on fighting games actually. On fighting games, yeah. But outside of that, like just general shit to do with anything, I think most of these guys will ever inspire me to be like, fuck, I need to do better. Just have some sort of like rivalry outside of like watching anime and playing video games. Like those and I don't even know why I would have a rival with him watching anime. It's not how I interact with it. I don't have like MAL lists where I need to fill out. I don't even log onto the website. Like rarely. I need someone like, if I want to do something, right, something general, like I have a goal that I want to, like, let's say Japanese, right, that's like sort of like related to like what we do, but it's not really like, it's like too far outside of that. It's just like somebody that wants to learn Japanese, right? That'd be a really good thing to be like, I have a rival, and they're like, all right, let me do that too. You know what I'm saying? Or something like, with the games, right? Like Trickies and Thingy. They're like, oh, let's play this game together or something. Or you try to get them to play a game together. It's like, it'd be nice to have somebody on call that's like, hey, I just want to play this game together. That'd be really fucking good. And you know what? Yezi's actually super reliable for that. Because we have played a few games together. Start to finish. So, he's actually pretty reliable in that. And we are actually like properly racing each other. But I don't think it would get. Actually, I think Yezi would do a lot more stuff. I actually respect Yezi way more now. But I just don't have much contact with him. And he's not like that. I don't want to sound condescending, but he's not on my frequency. Sometimes like jokes sort of like go past his head, and I have to be like, no, that was you didn't take that the right way. I mean, he's not on my frequency.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more like soft and nerdy type of guy. It would be good to have somebody like a little bit closer to my frequency. Not too close though. I'm saying like close to my frequency, but it's like you still have something unique to give that I don't have. And someone that's like sort of like working on doing just something interesting. I'm like, okay, like tell me something outside of fucking anime and video games, which is something I OD on. Like I'm already ODing on all of that shit. That's like, wow. I'm actually talking about something outside of that you're working on or doing something. I think that'd be cool to have. But maybe looking on the internet in these servers is like not the best place to look for someone like that.
Yeah, no, it's hard. It's hard. I've actually had a similar conversation with some people a couple months ago, and I know it's because like what I said to them was I'm like, look, think about this for a second. When was the last time you, and I'm like saying this to them, when was the last time you have just raw dogged it and you have gone in to somebody else's server or something, or maybe you just like you met somebody or whatever, and then maybe you became like friends with a group of other people. Not that you had a mutual with these people, you just again raw dogged it. Like, I just jumped into like a Valorant server right now or something like that, and then I just started like meeting some people, and then I became like kind of in their inner Discord circle or something like that. You know what I mean? Like no connections. It's not like, I met them because of like, like for example, the people in here I met almost entirely because of like Ender. Okay, so like that's not like raw dogging it because I had I guess like a wingman or something like that, if you could, if you would, and I'm like, yeah, like when was the last time that's really happened? And that's like not really something that happens anymore, right? Because like back in the day, at least for me, I was, I'd play Xbox, okay, and it's like the easiest thing in the world, all right. I'd play Xbox, Halo 2, Halo 3, or even COD Zombies or something. I would see like, oh yeah, you did good last game, and I did good. Let's, team up. Maybe like send each other a friend request and, try this again. And, 9 out of 10 times, this would actually be something that would go on to be like, a multiple time, meeting where I would see this person, and maybe even sometimes like we would kind of be like really chill with each other and talk to each other all the time and stuff like that after for multiple months or something until we eventually went our separate ways or something. But sometimes like you would have these people that you would actually still talk to years and years later, like with me for example, like I rack them up, or Yaka or something like that, where it's like this would be a thing that would continue to go on for years and years and whatnot. And anyways, that's not really something that you can kind of do anymore. It seems like, because I'm still a really good example of this, I think, like, or maybe I'm not, but with Overwatch and like Valorant, for example, and the most recent one that I can think of is this guy that I met on Valorant, okay? And he's this dude, and he was like smurfing, okay? And I was doing really good, and he was doing really good. And I decided, all right, you know what? I'm gonna try the old strat. I'm gonna send him a friend request, and then I'm gonna ask him if he wants to duo queue. So we duo queue, and we're talking to each other, and he's like glazing me whenever we're playing too. Like he's like, "Oh, dude, that was so fucking good. That was so smart, bro. Like, dude, you should be way higher than you are right now, like ranking wise. Like, you're like way better. Like, and he's like, he's giving me a bunch of really good kind of like, uh, I'm not saying this because I'm like trying to boost my ego. I'm saying this because like, um, uh, he's like giving me a lot of like really positive feedback, like, as if like he wants to play with me some more. Like he wants to keep playing and like, make this kind of be like a more than a one night stand type of a thing. Like I know it sounds kind of gay, but like, and anyways, so he adds me on Discord. He asks me to add him on Discord, and I gladly add him on Discord. And then he sends me a link to his Discord server, and there's only like 20 people in there or something. It's kind of like a typical like, whatever. So, anyways, nothing like out of the ordinary is kind of happening. Well, the next night, I message him because he gave me like such good feedback. I message him and I'm like, "Hey man, like let me know if you wanna like play again tonight or something like that." And he's like, "Nah, not tonight, man. I'm not really feeling it, but like, oh yeah, this and that, something." So we start kind of talking about, Valorant a little bit. And then I show him, I'm like, "Oh yeah, by the way, these two clips, I got these whenever we were playing last night." And I link him these two clips, and he's like, "Bro, that was so fucking good, dude. Like you're cracked, like this and that, whatever, and whatnot." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, like I was top 500 on Overwatch." And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, like you were doing really good yourself, this and that." And I'm kind of like reciprocating a little bit, and whatever. And this guy's giving me like all the signs that he wants to play with me and stuff and whatnot. Like we were being like very communicative whenever we were playing. Anyways, and this isn't just the only time this has happened, by the way. This is like a 1 out of 10 times it will reach a stage like this, but almost every single time, like 100% of the time, it ends up just going nowhere for some reason. And this guy, like, I would message him again, like a couple of nights later, and I'm like, "Hey, like, you want to play or something?" And he's kind of like, being a little, he's being like a little beating around the bush, like type, like, attitude or something like that. I'm like, all right, like whatever. Message him again a couple nights later, and he's just no response. Then I message him again a couple nights later, and it's like, "Oh yeah, we could play tonight." And then he never actually messaged me back. He never invites me, and it's just like, okay, whatever. And I'm just saying, like, this is a common pattern that I've seen, like, throughout the years, like years and years, where like this has happened, like, and I think this is just a new gen thing where it is just simply harder to actually, you know, meet new people nowadays, like, and it should be easier than ever, right? Like you have Discord and all this stuff, but I think too many people are like too like on guard or whatever, like where their guard is up or something like that, and they don't really want to kind of, you know, talk to new people or something, if you know what I mean. Like they kind of have their own like little group or whatever. Oh yeah, by the way, that guy, he kicked me from his Discord server like literally the next day for some reason, even though I never even said anything in there. Like, it's like what the fuck? Like what is the point of like what is even going on here? And this is a very like normal thing. Like I'm not kidding, like I don't know, at least for me for some reason. And like I've tried, like, again, because like sometimes I get it. Some people aren't really kind of vibing with my energy or something like that. I act a little differently around certain people. I've tried a different combinations of like personality types. Like, I've been like the yapper. I've been like the guy that's really quiet. I've been the guy that, maybe is like trying to be really funny, like, or something like that. I've tried to be like a lot of different things to see like what kind of like works with people. Nothing works like at all. Like, it's like not a fucking thing works. Like I promise you, like it's just really, really hard to yeah, meet like new people, I guess. It just is like, and I'm not talking about meeting new people like in a Discord server. Like I could jump into a fucking like, you know, Valorant server, Fate Grand Order, Overwatch server, anime server, like whatever it is, and like talk to people in there. But like these are basically like NPCs, and I'm basically an NPC to them, right? Like, you know, and that's just kind of like how it's gonna be. Nothing's gonna really come of that. And I have had maybe one instance in the last 3 years, where I actually kind of had like a new group, like of people where like I sort of just raw dogged it in there and met a couple people, and yeah, we just kind of like stopped talking because like they didn't really like, I mean, I don't know, that server kind of like disbanded, and everybody just kind of stopped talking to each other like entirely, and whatnot. But yeah, other than that, it's like it's not uncommon for this to happen. That's like what I'm kind of trying to say, is that like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they have their own little fucking groups, and then they just like don't want to like expand anymore or something like that. You know, it's very, very like hard, and in a way I do think that Discord and stuff like that has kind of like, people have their own like little community, I guess, and they don't want to like I don't know. I don't know what it is exactly. I can't really tell you, but trust me, it is way, way harder, and I'm sure that you probably know this as well, especially compared to like way back in the day. Like, I mean, again, think about zombies. It's like, you know, I would get into a game, and it's like, oh yeah, dude, like, you know, I would look at the lobby leaderboard on World at War or like Black Ops 1 or something, yeah, on Black Ops 1, and I would see like, oh shit, your highest round 60, mine's 63. Like, you know, we could team up and see like, you know, what we could do together. Oh shit, you got shotguns with blue eyes? I got shotguns with blue eyes. Like, you know, we could try to, you know, team up, and it would happen. It would work out. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, you could, it was just freelo to meet people, and to you know, I don't know, people were more communicative back then or something, like willing to meet new people and whatever. But nowadays it's, yeah. But yeah, it's it is hard. It is really, and oh wait, this is another really underrated aspect too, is I do think that the older that you get, the less appealing you are as well. You know, I mean, maybe I'm looking into this way too much by saying this, but like, I definitely do think that ever since I turned like 20, like 6 or something like that, that there like has been, it's like every time I talk to somebody after like I was like 26, it was like there was always a sense of like there's probably going to be, if especially if they're like 18, like 19 years old or something like that, there's going to be like some ick or something there, you know. It's like, oh, like what the fuck, this guy's like way older than me or something, like just not even you know, I don't know, it's just kind of like gross in a way or something, maybe. I don't know, again, maybe I'm just looking way too much into it, but uh like, yeah.
Actually, I have no idea. I know EXC's really like that.
Is he?
No, it's really hard to tell because he always tries to roast you for your age, but I don't know if it feels like a
I know.
learned behavior he learned about something, because I don't know if he actually feels like that. Apart from him roasting you for being really old, it's not like a substantive thing. He's not like roasting you for being old. Like, oh, you know, you're like, you know, you're still online or something, like you need to be a dad or something. It's like he just says you're old and crusty and like wrinkly. Like, that's it. Like it never goes further than that. So it's like I don't even know if he feels like, oh, why the fuck is this guy online, or if it's just like another way to fucking to just shit on you, because
Right. No, yeah, I mean,
some weird
I'm
dude.
like, yeah, I'm like, I don't care if people like want to like joke around, like say shit like that. I mean, that's obviously like, I'm not the most thin-skinned person on the planet or something. I'm not getting shook over it. I'm just saying that like for a new person especially, it's like, oh, what the fuck, like, you know, because maybe it could be like a creepy thing too. And this is another thing as well, that this is a different conversation that I had with people, but this was like going back a couple months ago. So like I'm talking to Vic and Yaka, and I had this conversation twice actually, but the first time that it happened was with Vic and Yaka. And Vic is a little bit older than me. He's like 32. He's like a couple years older than me. He's like 32 years old, and he's like, because I was telling him about Zoo and stuff, and then he's like, what, like, why would you even like bother talking to those guys? Like, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you know, or whatever. Because I was telling him about how I was like 27 or something like that, and people in here were like 17 and 18 years old and shit, like, you know, um, and whatever. And he's like, why would you even like be talking to them? And I'm like, why not? Like, I mean, we just have like, you know, shared interests and stuff like that. I mean, they were just other people to talk to. Like, I don't know. And then he's like, yeah, but like, shouldn't you be talking to people like more like your age and whatever? And I'm just like, dude, like, this is the thing is, I'm not purposefully like trying to target like fucking 18-year-olds. So same thing with Yaka as well. Like, you know, we're not trying to purposely target like, you know, people around like this teenage like age range or something. But this is just a simple fact of reality and like how life is. Most people on the internet aren't like, you know, whenever they get as old as like Yaka and I and Blue and Vic and stuff like that, or Vic until very recently. They aren't like that where they're like chronically online, you know, in their like late 20s or even like early 30s or something. You know, like this is not a common thing. You know, whenever you like maybe it is very common for them in their like teens and like very early 20s, but there have been a lot of times where I've known people that once they start to get up to like 23, 24, 25 or whatever, they just sort of fade away. Like, you know, and they're like they're just not really around that much. You know, maybe they're kind of focusing on other things like in their life or whatever. Maybe they, you know, are doing something like I rack him up, I guess, is sort of an example of this, where I rack him up until he was like 23. When was this? Like, so I guess I was 20, yeah, 3 years old, I guess, was like the last time that he hard grinded zombies, and he got that Kino record whenever he was like 24 years old. And that was like the last time that he's ever played video games. And he said to me like pretty recently, he's never going to play video games again. He's done like permanently. Like, you know, he's done with video games. Like he no desire to play them whatsoever. He stopped being like on Discord as frequently and stuff like that. He used to be like a huge degen that would like always be in voice chats, like wanted to talk all the time. And, you know, same thing goes with like Kira, where Kira used to be like that for many, many years. But, you know, once you get about to like, you know, around the age where you graduate college and stuff, that's just sort of what happens. So what ends up happening is these people leave, and then at some point you just kind of meet new people that are also in their very early 20s or maybe even late teens or something like that, because these are the people that are perpetually like uh online, like chronically online, I guess, like that. But not everybody is like perpetually online, I guess, like, you know, Yaka and I and stuff like that, where it's like this is something that they're doing like, you know, a couple years later or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because that all makes sense. It all adds up. You know, and uh, you know, it's just, you know, and then this whole thing with like Vic, where it's like, yeah, like how can you even have a conversation with those people? Like, you know, it's like what is there to talk about? Like, I think that's like the biggest horseshit thing ever, right? Like, I'm sure that you've seen posts about this where it's like you see these people with these age gap relationships where it's
Yeah,
like
I
this
know what
like
you're talking about.
woman that's like 35 years old and then this like guy who's like 24 or something, and it's like what the fuck, that's like gross. Like she's taking advantage of him. What is there to
Exactly.
even talk about or something? Two different stages of life. Like, yeah, motherfucker, you could be at two different stages of life, I guess.
How do you
But
talk
guess
to
what?
family
Like,
members? What the fuck?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like what do you mean? Like what is there to talk about? You like most likely if you have a relationship with somebody to any degree, whether it's a friendship or like, you know, a really good friendship or an actual like, you know, boyfriend girlfriend relationship or whatever, then like, you know, there's a very high chance that you guys probably have like quite a bit in common and like, you know, overlap there and stuff like that. It's not like it's all fucking just like, you know, just like sexual shit. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, like whenever it comes to like, you know, your significant other or something like that, yeah, it is going to be like sexual. But like, you know, that's not the only reason why like that relationship exists in the first place. Like, you know, because it wouldn't be a relationship if it was just purely sexual. It would just be like a friends with benefits type thing, or like a, you know what I mean, like a just like a Tinder date or something like that. You know, it's just like it's like the biggest horseshit thing ever. It's like oh yeah, what is there to even talk about with like, you and like Nier or something. Like, dude, like, he's like 10 years younger than you or something. It's like,
I
like,
agree with that. What the fuck
what
does
does
Nair
that
have to
even
talk
mean?
about?
Like, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? Like, what? Like, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that like you have to be like fucking 25 or older in order to like have a conversation. Like you need to have a 5 year like age gap or something like that. Like, and if it's like anything more, then it's like you're incapable of talking to this person because they're like just it's I don't know. It's like the stupidest thing whenever you actually kind of break it down.
Yeah, it's really
Makes no
stupid.
sense.
We need to. It's like, wow, how the fuck do you talk to any of your fucking teachers or something?
Yeah.
Like that, you have that one real good teacher. It's like, how the fuck do you talk to each other? It's like, yeah, no, there's
Yeah.
yeah, no, there are things to talk about. And
Yeah, like
I won't lie with there is definitely a deficit with many young people on the internet when it comes to just having communication skills. I definitely think that when it comes, well, to communicate about like varied things, you can tell when you be talking about something that's you know what I mean, like when you're jumping from topic to topic, and then it's just like two people carrying the conversation because nobody knows what to say. Like, I don't know how, but like a phone is always silent sitting there in the call, and I'm just like, how
I
the
know.
fuck are you never interacting in the conversations? There are just people that, yeah, it's hard to get them involved in a conversation, and sometimes they get bored. Like EXE is like one of them where he will just get bored, and then you just like start having his own mini conversation purposely to like spite everyone in the call because he can't engage in whatever the fuck anyone else is talking about.
Yeah.
I definitely do see that, but you definitely yeah, you definitely can find things to talk about. It's very fucking easy, especially like if you're the older person. It's like, yeah, you've been through the same stages of life, and also, why the fuck does that matter? It's like, am I their fucking mentor teacher or something? Like,
Yeah.
no, like probably play the same video games. We've seen the same shows, anime, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, exactly. Or else if it wasn't like that, then it's like, I don't give a fuck like how old you are. Like I'm probably not gonna really be talking to you because I'm probably not gonna really be that interested in talking to you. Like, that's
exactly.
simply how it goes. Like, some people are not really compatible with others as well. Like maybe sometimes some people like, really vibe with like you as a person or like your humor or something like that or whatever. Like, or you could be incompatible in that stage as well. Like, even if you have a bunch of other similarities, like in terms of like games and whatever. So I mean, just wouldn't really. Yeah, I don't know. It's just. Yeah, I mean, it's really not hard. It's not a lot to think about, but for some reason, it's like, yeah, there's like this stigma like on the internet now. It's like where it's like, oh yeah, like you can't do that. Like, dude, back in like 2012, whenever I'm like fucking 2011, 2012, whenever I'm like 17, 18 years old, like, you know, like one of my best friends was Fritz, and Fritz was like a 28-year-old dude, 29-year-old guy that was married, you know, and like we would play and talk like all day, every day for like, you know, and it's like, okay, I mean, you know, maybe we didn't have like the absolute most like in common or whatever, but still like, I mean, we were still like really good friends and we would talk like a lot, I mean, we would be playing these Dead Ops arcade games every fucking like weekend pretty much for like months sometimes. And these were long ass games. We're talking like 20 hours, 40 hours, and it's not like there's Xbox Party Chat on PlayStation either. It's not like there's Discord where other people are jumping in the call. It's me, him, and like one other guy talking, a lot of the time. That's just how it was. And I mean, yeah, like I mean, dude, it's perfectly. I mean, dude, and we had a fucking like huge like yeah, like 11-year age gap or something like that, and it's like whatever, you know. I never like, you know, I mean, he was one of the more interesting people to play with and stuff like that, and like and to talk to and shit. So I don't know, yeah, people, but yeah, as far as going back to the whole like finding new people to talk to though, it's It is hard. It's really really hard. I yeah, it sucks because the thing is as well is you wouldn't even really be like worried about like okay, I guess it's like two things. So EXE, for example, he leads a server and then he comes back every once in a while and shit like that. It's because he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He doesn't really probably have many friends online, right? Like I would assume he probably has maybe like outside of the server a handful at most.
Yeah.
Am I wrong with that assumption, you think?
That's my guess too. I don't really know. I'm not ingratiated with his other friends.
Yeah.
My guess is no, because when he always I remember the last time. No, it was maybe the before that he left. Before this time, when he left, he said that he would just. He actually slithered back into the server all on his own. He was like super motivated to talk to us. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, what the why is this guy in such a good mood? Why is he trying to talk to us? And he was basically saying that all he did was just like basically like sleep all day and just, you know, you just look at his Discord waiting for a notification. I'm like, fucking Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's miserable. No,
he pushes everyone else around, away from him.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't really have any friends or anything. So he would just slither back here. Like again, he just doesn't really have anybody, and if he did have people, then he probably wouldn't like slither back in here so often. But if we did, but it also goes the other way. If say like Trickies and like you guys had other people to talk to, then you probably wouldn't give that much of a fuck about EXE because you guys like everybody in here kind of already acknowledges that he's really not like really worth anybody's time, to be honest. Like, but you know, people still kind of put up with him anyways because he's just another like voice, you know, to like talk to or something like that every once in a while because you know there's no like real replacement for him or anything, like, you know, because it's just like there's a lack of like more people. And you know, I think that, you know, if like there were like another 10 people, 20 people in the server or something that were like really active, this voice chat was more popping and stuff like that, then like EXE wanting back in the server, all of a sudden it's like, all right, yeah, whatever, let's just cave really easily. Like, no, like now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I don't really give that much of a fuck about him. Like maybe in a few months or something I might like come around, but like, nah, I'm good. And you know, conversely, like again, if EXE had more people to talk to, then maybe he wouldn't want to join back in here as often.
Oh yeah, I think people in there like EXE. I mean, I like playing the fighting game with EXE. Like, don't get me wrong, I like talking to EXE, but I definitely wouldn't spend as much energy. I mean, now I don't really spend as much energy on what you call it, placating all this, placating this bullshit. I think last time I just told like the reason why he was gone for such a long time is because I just told Trickies to kick him. He was doing some weird shit, but I'll definitely talk to him. No qualms talking to him, just because I do like playing fighting games with him. I still do enjoy his company. But he's not somebody that I would like before. I'll be like, you know, trying to get him to play games and shit with me, and trying to do other shit, you know. But he just doesn't care about doing that shit. So it's like I don't want to and also like if I'm doing other shit, right, and I've got more responsibilities, it's like with EXE I don't want to, you know, be dealing with your drama, right, your irrelevant petty drama, while you're messaging me and then Trickies is in here fuming at you. I just don't want to deal with that. I just want to talk to you, and if you're in drama, I'm not dealing with that shit because that's a waste of my time. And if I'm doing other shit, and if I'm talking to other people, then you know what I mean. Like I'm just gonna be talking to them. I'm not gonna be dealing with your bullshit. And I think Trickies might be like that too, where I think he might be at that point too, where he just doesn't give a I don't know if he's I don't know if he's like necessarily set on dealing with his drama. Like he likes EXE, he likes talking to EXE. But when it comes to if he starts doing cringe shit, I don't know if because he kicked him last time. As soon as I asked, like, dude, just fucking kick him, and he was gone for months. We weren't talking to him for months. I don't even know if he even really gives that much of a shit with dealing with when EXE's in a bad mood. It's just like, yeah, we're just not gonna talk to him. But I don't know if I'm like I don't know if I don't think for any of us EXE is like that placeholder guy where, you know, if we found someone new we'd just get rid of him. Like I like the guy. Even though, you know, he's a little bit flaky, he's got problems. I just once those problems start like rearing their head, which they eventually do, he's like a day-night cycle. It's what I mean. It's like, oh, I just go and talk to, you know, other people, or, you know, I'll have more of a varied friend group where I can, you know, I don't have to deal with your little fallout, and then, you know, have like, let's say, you know, I like playing specific games with him, fighting games. It's like, oh, I'll just talk to somebody else that plays fighting games. Oh, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, it's just with this guy, like, I mean, yeah, the drama thing is definitely an issue too, but it's just like the guy, honestly, I think that people I mean, I get it, like, yeah, there's stuff that, like, you know, you like doing with him and whatever, but if he's really that much of a fucking issue or something, you know, it really is. And I know this sounds just like it's a lot easier said than done, you know, as I kind of already said, but it is just going to be healthier and just better in the long run if people just kind of stop, you know, letting him back in here and people try to look for alternatives because, like, you know, it's just going to be a lot better. It's going to be a better use of your time, you know, in the long run and whatnot. And I mean, because like I said, I've already established my opinion on him. Like, he's perm blocked. Like, I don't care about the guy at all. Same thing with Yezi. There's another thing too, is like people in this like server are just like way too fickle, I think. You know, like this Yezi guy, like, you know, he's getting kicked and like, you know, leaving and shit like that and whatever. Just and yet he's just joining back in here, and it's like, oh yeah, everybody has a negative opinion on Yezi, but then like for some reason he's like, you know, just kind of
He's
like
been
it's like super
fine.
nonchalant, like
He's been
like
super
just
fine for a while. I don't
really
think he's done anything cringe in a long time, no.
damn. I don't know. Maybe he's earning his stripes. Maybe he's gotten a lot better. I don't know, but to me, like, yeah, the guy's insane.
Anytime he's about to do something cringe, he just surprises me every time. Right? You know,
Wow.
just recently he's like, what? He did some weird shit where like started playing zombies, and he's like, oh, I never told you that. And then he's like, ah, no, it's actually, yeah, no, I was lying about that. And I'm just like, that's not the Ezzy I know, where he's just like, you were wrong, and then you just said I'm wrong. Like when people started like, you know, when people started, you know, being harsh to you, you know what I'm saying, like saying shit that you don't want to hear even though it's the truth.
Yeah.
Nah, you were just like, yeah, no, like you weren't doing wine shit, you weren't retreating to yourself or anything like that. You were just like, yeah, no, I was wrong. So what the fuck? This guy matured real quick. Like this guy got bit too many times. This guy had to fly into the sun at least 10,000 times before he learned. Oh, yeah. Maybe I need to change some few things. So I mean, I'll give it to Yezi.
Yeah, maybe.
But for me, it's like EXE is not a waste of time because I don't expend that energy into any of that bullshit. Just play fighting games with him, talk, and it's like if you don't want to do something, it's like I'm not gonna give you that, you know, pep talk on, you know, the truth because you don't care. I think EXE might be one of those guys where he needs to be like fucking, you know what I mean? Like he needs to be the one that like experiences like the negative consequence of something before he's like fuck. I mean like a real fucking negative experience over something. Where it's like Tricky just never talks to him again. That sort of negative experience, not something that he can just rectify in like a week or something or a month. Talking about like some like proper, it's like, oh, you permanently losing a friend or something over something. He never has to deal with that or anything like that. So he can, keep getting away with just being weird and flaky. But yeah, no, I'll still talk to him because I'm not expending that energy on um, anything like that. And he is very entertaining. He is like the class clown.
I think it's too forced though. With the XE, I actually don't really find a lot of his shit funny at all. I think a lot of it's really forced. Like, I mean, we've already kind of said where he's like purposely going out of his way to like break shit, just to, like kind of.
Oh yeah,
be
that
funny for
routine
Zoo or something.
is no, that's not. I don't know, but I don't know, man. Maybe Tricky's finds it funny, but no, that I don't mean the breaking shit. I mean, there are times where he is quite obviously mad and he's not playing into anything because I can tell when he's doing when he's being fake mad, right? He will start doing a giggling session like after where it's like, yeah, I know you're feeling yourself a little bit too much with these rages, but he is a chronic rager, and that's something that he can't help. When he plays fighting games, he's just beefing this one guy out. This one guy that he's being, but he's just mad at this person. And they're like playing normally, right? And I'm just a big instigator, so I'm just like, man, I like this character. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like this character isn't cheap, and they're not like they're like a really good character like in the game, but they're not like a super broken character. And so he starts like being really selective about their strengths, and he's playing the game, so I'm just pissing him off, and I know he's really getting pissed off. It's like he's losing. He starts losing. He's getting real pissed off, and it's not one of that like he's not like breaking shit or anything like that. It's like he is being really argumentative, petty. That's fun for me. I'm big on that instigation. So that's really fun for me. But what isn't fun for me is when he's doing that flake shit. So I'm like I don't have any expectations for him anymore when it comes to like, when you want to do something, you want to do this, you want to do that. Nah, I don't I don't go out of my way to watch anime with him or something like, oh, you want to watch this, we're gonna set a time and place or anything like that. It would be one of those things where he'll be watching an anime in the call and I'll just, watch his stream or something and he's like in the middle of Hunter x Hunter. It's like that's not like a pre-planned thing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not I don't you know what I mean? I don't trust him enough to not flake or start watching it on his own if he's really into it, or just be like he'll get me in the call and then start talking about something else because he doesn't want to watch it but he's not saying anything because he's trying to get me off the topic of actually playing the game that we were going to play or watch the anime that we're going to watch. So I just stream with no expectations. He's like the side character. I'm fine with that. But we need a new main cast. We killed the previous one off. It was Shibuya.
Bro, that shit's been killed for like years.
Yeah, he's been dead for years. It's just that we have no replacement. Well, not replacement, but I mean.
Yeah. No, I mean,
EXE
yeah,
is
like I said,
like
it's hard.
a unnamed character role. He's like the gag character, actually. No, unnamed character. Just he can be the gag character. But Tricky realizes this too. I do want some more diverse opinions, and yeah, I like more diverse opinions. I do like how everyone in here is quite strong. Not everyone, sorry. Tricky's is quite strong with his opinion. Galactican isn't. EXE is, but he's strong about opinions that we hold. You know what I mean? There'll be times where EXE's talking to me about, you know, like opinions about shit. And it's like it's all the opinions I hold, and it's just like, well, that's not fucking interesting. Because I'm just all it's gonna be is like a circle jerk. And I'm just like, oh, that's gonna be really fucking boring. I just don't enjoy those circle jerks that much. I'm a little bit more combative. So yeah, I want somebody with diverse opinions, but somebody that's like on my frequency of humor. Someone that can handle a little bit, you know, the.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. It's like I said,
It's tough. I
I've been
wouldn't know
giving
where
it
to
thought.
look.
Yeah, I know. It's
Just
really yeah.
yeah, it's really,
I think.
yeah. What are you
Go
gonna
on.
say?
Oh well, I was just gonna say, I think it's actually easier for me though, because I like actually play online multiplayer games, so I'm
Yeah,
like
I don't.
constantly getting exposed to people. Yeah, and you just don't have that, so it's like that's just making it way worse than you, like way worse for you. I think for me, it's like actually recruit difficulty compared to you, just because of that. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to. You know, I told Trickies,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't even know where. Like, I was thinking, like, I would actually have to start pulling from like IRL people to get people. That'd be a weird fucking crossover. And this fucking idiot EXE just messaged me. Just thought about the fact that Frenzy bought Sekiro in Remember. I never played it. Maybe he means November. Did he? Sekiro. And he purposely misspells it for a meme. I don't care about that conversation. Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck.
I
So
mean,
I'm not gonna
I bought
approach
a
it.
lot of games that I haven't played, so like, I don't know.
Alright, good. Done. Uh, yeah. I could just I could just go on Discords that relate to my interests. But fuck me, he actually likes doing that. He actually raw dogs a lot. I don't know if you know that, but he does that a lot, which is really surprising because he's like the very insular type where he only wants to talk to like the same people in Zoo and doesn't want anyone new. But then
Wait,
he'll just
how's he
raw
raw
dog.
dogging it though?
He just goes into random servers where he doesn't know people. I'm really surprised. He does do it. He's told me like a whole bunch of different stories of the people that he's met. Like people that he's like really fucked with. I think one time he met this one girl and he's like really into her. Uh, yeah, it could just be just looking into shit that I'm interested in, and then just going into Discord servers about the shit that I'm interested in. But man, I just want to meet like well-adjusted people. I have like PTSD from meeting people a little bit too. a little bit too actually really weird. When I played Minecraft, people seemed way more well adjusted than people in zombies. I think a lot of people that I met in zombies are really fucking weird.
Yeah,
Like the way they communicate with each other, I'm like, you're not human. Not like a human being. And the thing is, like, I used to kind of be the same way. Like, just not even really a human being. I don't know what it is. Like, I just talked in memes. I can't stand going back and listen to myself speak. Man, that shit was fucking embarrassing. A fucking embarrassing moment playing that fucking video game. Yeah, it was, man. It really was. And I entertained so many bullshit characters. And I was still like, I was like a cyborg. They were just NPCs. I mean, many of the people, but there was some really good people that I talked to. I think Bagsy was definitely one of those people that was he didn't have any of those like weird online quirks to him. It was actually like really normal. He was like scuffed though. Not scuffed. He was like on quite a different frequency than I was, but I could still like get along with him. But we were on quite different frequencies in terms of like what we enjoyed. Like he was way more musical minded than I was, and I just wasn't into the same type of music he was. He would like make his own music. He did like weed every day. He was like super into that. But our humor was on, yeah, that fucking fried his brain. And I was into like some like he's like writing on Substack about some like I don't even know what it is. I just know it's like into some like super conspiracy holes. I'm just like, oh god. But I know like our humor was definitely on the same frequency. Like we were quite brutal. Maybe that's like a UK thing because a lot of UK players that I talked to in the zombies community were really brutal with their humor. Like really, that would tear into each other. So we're definitely on the same humor level. We love shit talk. We really did love shit talk. And it was so unserious for both of us. Where we would just start shitting on people and he's like the shittest player in the game. And it's just like he doesn't give a fuck if you roast him. The first time I met Bagsy was he was doing no carpenters. Sorry, he was doing carpenters on Doris. And he wouldn't pick up the carpenters in the Thompson room. So he was just playing with carpenters the whole time. That's the first time I met him.
Jesus.
How could it be? That's like the most retarded thing I ever saw. I was actually, and this was like when I first started playing. I was like, why is he doing that? Is that like a strat? I don't understand. I was like, I was so confused. And I remember because around the same point, I think like the first time we got into a call was also with Firerim. Firerim had a 3-hour 70 on Ascension. Like an hour slower than like SR at the time. Like SR was like 217 Yuka, and he had a 3-hour 17. And obviously, you're not meant to get that if you're restarting. You just don't get times like that. That's like that's an abomination. And so I'm thinking, oh, this Firerim guy, he must have just gotten really unlucky to get a 3-hour 17 because I thought he was like a competent player. And back then he was a meme. For like the first year he played a meme. Like the first year I played, he played longer than I did. Yeah, this guy was just a meme the whole fucking time. Just so bad and so shit. And I remember this guy was not on the same frequency as I was for humor. Because this guy lost his mind getting roasted for times. Because this guy had an ego. I don't understand how you have an ego when you're so shit at the game. You know what I mean? It's like just let the insults roll off you. So no one cares to insult you because they don't see you fucking crying about it and making good memes for us to exploit. That guy was losing his fucking mind.
yeah, I would pretty much never like. I mean, I got a ton of shit for like a bunch of stuff back in the day, and I would like almost never ever like. I mean, very very rarely like I would like crack and like say something or whatever, but like almost never would be like kind of drawing attention to it, or if I did, then like I would actually kind of like buy into it a little bit sometimes, but I wouldn't like buy into it so much to the point where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, like I've like accepted that like, this is like part of my like thing now, because I think that there were a couple people in zombies where it's like they were shit and they would get memed on for it, and they would like kind of buy into it too much to the point where they would just kind of like, see themselves as such a meme to the point where they would just like be like just so unserious, like you couldn't even take them seriously at all, like type player. I can't really think of any examples because I don't really think about this shit, but yeah, I think that people they really way too many people, like you said, that don't that shouldn't have egos, like do have egos, and it it just like they're just setting themselves up to be in a bad mood whenever people are like trolling them. Can't take a lot of this shit seriously. Plus, it's just zombies, anyways. Like, it's not like the most serious thing in the world, or even game.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Again, we talked about there is like a level of prestige and stuff like that to it, and stuff like that, and whatever. And it is at the end of the day, like whenever you were playing it and stuff, it was like pretty cool and stuff. But looking back on it, especially being somebody that's kind of like now like a casual player or something, or somebody that doesn't really play at all, it's kind of like that's so insignificant. It's like what even is that, you know?
What's funny too is when I talk to Minecraft people, yeah, type to them, right? I still got most of them on Discord because I got Discord to talk to them. Um, and they, it's like we talk really fondly about Minecraft and like all the shit, and it's like fuck, it's like it'd be really sick if it came back. I'm saying, definitely, put in a few hours, not like before, but it'd be real fucking sick to play again. Um, and there were like a few revivals of like the server we played, Hunger Games, but you know, other than you realize that like most of the men that played were like either like they're not paying attention, they're doing other things, but you know, we talk really like we reminisce about the shit that happened, but not only that, but it's like everyone is so normal. Like the conversation that we have, like just typing to them, it's just like you're just so normal. Um, just talking to you, there isn't these like really fucking weird quirks. But with zombies, it's like completely different. For zombies, it's like so many people have PTSD after playing this game. I don't even understand that. That's crazy to me. So many people. I don't know if it's the same with you and you talking to ex zombie players, but there is always at least a bit of resentment playing zombies. I definitely have quite a bit of just resentment for the game. I just think the game is like, yeah, I invested a little bit too much time into that game. Just a little bit. No, way too much time into the game. I definitely don't wish I played that much. But other people like Yezi, it's like that game has broken him. Yeah, like his relation, like he's completely broken by the game. But while I was playing zombies, it was Spirit that was completely broken by the game. I'm just like, I'm trying to talk to Spirit, and the guy just says, "Yeah, don't fucking talk to me, zombies, man."
Oh,
You serious? Yeah, just don't talk to me, zombies. And then I would have people going, "Man, this is such a fucking waste of time." And I'm like, "Man, why are you so not?" Like, I'd be like, Tricky's is now when I talk about zombies. or like Yezi does, where he's like, he's still like that optimist. He's still that optimist where he's like really,
Jesus.
really like zombies. You know, he's like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he sees like the future in it. He wants to make content
God.
about the game, and I'm like, fuck.
Jesus.
Like you're at, it's like he's at that stage, and I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. You know what I mean? And like you're thinking about it too. It's like, what the fuck? Like that's how I'm thinking about it too. But I would be the trickies. I'd be like, oh, I want to make content. I want to do content. I want to revolutionize this game. New strats and shit. And now I'm like, what the fuck? Really? Don't even bother. Like, don't actually bother. Or do.
Nah. Oh yeah, go on.
I said, or do. Just have a normal, healthy relationship with the game. Because most people don't. And maybe it's
Yep.
one of those games that's just inherently impossible to have a healthy relationship with because of how time consuming it is. Like with nowadays, with how people play the maps, obviously. If you play it with like, Mickey Mouse speed, yeah, maybe. Maybe you can have a healthy relationship. But now, if you want to be like a skillful player, in the conversation, you need to play a lot, probably an unhealthy amount, and yeah, everyone is super jaded. Almost every single person has like some sort of resentment for the game. Wish they didn't spend as much time on the game, or if even played the game in the first place, and they curse their entire time on the game. That's so crazy. Is there any?
Yeah.
Because you've played a lot of like serious games like that, like competitive games. Is there anything like zombies where there's just so many people with PTSD coming off of zombies?
Uh. Huh. No, not really. Not that I can think of. No. I think a more accurate one would not be like a competitive game, but like maybe something like speed runs or something like that for like speed runners of a certain game or whatever. Maybe that's like maybe more up their alley or something. But it's funny though that you talk about this though, like about how people don't want to talk about zombies and stuff like that. But the thing is like I was like that when I played zombies. I didn't want to even talk about zombies. Like, here's the thing is, I think that I'm different than other people. Like, I'm just built different now. But I think that I'm just different because, I actually had so many fucking people like coming into my stream talking about zombies, this and that, whatever, to the point where it's like, I don't want to sit here and repeat myself over and over and over again, like all stream, right? Like, I want to talk about a variety of topics. I want to talk about this and this. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna ignore this guy's chat message to talk about this guy's chat message because it's way more fucking entertaining to talk about this than actual zombies and stuff like that. And I think that in a way too, maybe like kind of getting a little off course here, but maybe that added on to the intrigue or like maybe like made people more interested in like maybe sticking around and like watching because it's not like I'm sitting here talking about the same monotonous shit all the time, like boring ass conversations. There's like actual like variety and stuff like that with what's going on. And I think that too many people that play zombies end up becoming a zombie themselves. And they just like want to talk about zombies and like this and that all the time, and it's like the same fucking topics, like the same players, whatever, and it's just like you know, like at least for me, I always tried to stay away from that. And even right now, I don't really like talking about zombies at all. Like I haven't like for years. Like we're talking about probably like since 2014 or something. Like I haven't really wanted to talk about zombies at all. I never had in my YouTube like header or like Twitter, like my profile pictures, anything, nothing zombies related at all. Like it's never been like that. Like, you know, it's like I've actually tried to like steer away from that and, you know, have like more, I guess, of my shit more personalized and not like centered around zombies, you know what I mean? Like even though that was the game that I played.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I totally know what you're saying, and yeah, I know a lot of people that, other than Yaka's the only exception to that, where like he regrets his time on like other games like significantly. But that's just because that's like the point of like that's just like him with like that's just a him thing. Like
Well,
he just
40K on one game? Yeah.
40K hours?
No. 40K
Oh yeah, spent.
dollars.
Yeah.
Man, 40K hours are doing fine.
Nah.
That
I
would
actually
be
think
fine.
40,000. I think 40,000 hours is actually worse than $40,000 if I'm being real. Like, I'm not lying. That's way too much, dog. Like, if you had to have had. All right, you can have 40K hours. That's actually fine, but you better have made like, you know, $400,000 from it, and you better have like had every goddamn world record on there. Because like, this is the thing as well, is I'm not even capping whenever I say this. I swear to God, I promise, even though I don't know how many hours I have, I would be completely blown away if I had even 4,000 hours total on Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 Zombies, not counting Dead Ops Arcade. I would be blown away because like I didn't really play that much. Like, I mean, I did play like a lot, obviously, because I had all these games. But almost every time I got, you know, one of these games, it was on like my first or second try. Like, I wouldn't actually sit there and repeatedly play a map over and over again. The only time that I really ever did that was with the Cold War map whenever Cold War came out like 4 years ago. And that was because that was the only map that there was. You know, I never like really sat there and played, so I would be like blown away if I had even 4K hours total in my career, you know, because I didn't play it that much. 'Cause I would like also play other things too whenever I would stream as well, like, you know, and whatnot. But you know, to 40,000 hours though, like, dude, I played Overwatch since it like basically came out in 2016. I like, and they actually keep track of how many hours you have on the game. 2,500 hours. It's
What?
8 years. 8 years, yeah. 2,500 hours in 8 years. You know, I don't really play like one single game as much as like people like I don't know, like I just don't like so like I mean yeah, like zombies, like no way I have even 4K hours, like, or more than 4K, sorry. You know, but you're talking 40K? Like, holy moly, bro. If I had 40K, I'd be fucking Thanos. Like, I would just, no, like, every record, boom, it's just Thanos snapped. Like, BO1, BO2, like, BO3, like, whatever, you name it, I've got it at some point. Like, you know, like, bro, this fucking Phoenix guy, like, this is another thing, too, is, like, this Phoenix guy, for example, he's obviously, like, the shit nowadays and everything and whatever, but, dude, back in the day, this guy, like, the learning, like, curve that, like, he expressed was not really a high, like, learning curve, right? Like, you know, it took this guy, like, you know, like 3 years before he got his first record, like, you know, and this is like in an era where it's like if you're actually half decent at the game, you could beat a record on your first try. You know, it took him like 3 years. It's like, you know, and this guy's like, you know, I mean, dude, just imagine some of these old players like Toker if he played like all the time. And Toker was never, like I told you the other day, outside of like that 5-2-12, it was like this guy was never a threat to me, like ever, like on anything. Like I could bulldoze through him on any map if I wanted to, like, you know, outside of like first rooms, of course, and then like 5 maybe. But yeah, I mean, even like somebody like Toker would have just like been, you know, this guy would have been fucking the living tribunal with 40K hours, bro. Like just imagine that. Like, like even fucking Phoenix with the fucking Infinity Gauntlet wouldn't dare to engage him in combat. Like, you wouldn't even try to fucking. Yeah, like. Well,
Yaka
yeah.
with 40K hours.
Jesus, bro, 40,000 hours on a game.
It's only 8,000 in the year. 8,000 hours in a year.
Oh my god, bro.
That's
Is there actually only 8,000?
Yeah.
Let me do this math real fast. 24 times 365. Yeah, 8,700 hours in 1 year. Oh my god, bro. Times that by 4. That's 4.5 years, basically. Like, 4.5 years of your life. Like, bruh. Oh my god. Just be out of this world. Out of this fucking world at that game. Like 40,000 hours. Like, I don't know. And like, dude, even like all these top professional players, like for like CSGO and stuff like that, like League of Legends, like I don't even think these guys are scraping 20k hours, bro. Like 40k, that's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, I think 10k is like pretty unheard of for CS professionals. But they must not idle a lot. Because zombies is like gonna be super inflated by overnight idling. Because that's like a requirement for zombies.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be super rough.
Yeah, but I've always said, and this is a pretty good barometer, or barometer, whatever, like way to gauge someone. I do believe, like firmly, and this is somebody that has been like rank 1 or has been, you know, the highest rank in multiple games, playing with pros, stuff like that. If you can't hit the highest rank in a game within your first 1,000 hours, you are doing something very wrong, like fundamentally wrong, because it like, this is the thing, is with a lot of these games, this is like going on a completely different conversation, but a lot of these games, people are playing them a lot, you know, and 1,000 hours really isn't that many hours, but they aren't actually trying to be like VOD reviewing their games, or like they're not trying to look at other people and seeing like, okay, what is that guy doing that's separating him from me? Like, what, like, why is he so much better than me? I've got to figure it out. And then it's like, why did he make that decision back there? And, you know, kind of like really think and get the gears turning whenever you're actually trying to improve at something, like especially like a game and stuff. And, you know, I remember with like 5 solo, for example, this is going back to like 2015. I literally sat there, and I'm not even kidding. I got to 208, which was, I believe, rank 3 on the map, on literally my second try. And my first try, I literally quit at round 100 because I had it down already. And I got that down, like literally, I think it was like the round that I started doing the actual strat. And anyways, what I did was I literally sat back and I watched this Maze guy who had rank 2 on the map at like 210, and I watched all of his VOD, because he had 1 down, I believe, to like, or no, I think he had 2 downs. He had 2 downs to 210. So I'm like, okay, this guy's playing a really good game. You know, actually, like, you know, and he has got like almost all of his footage here. This is great. So I'm just watching him. I'm watching him, and I'm trying to like learn what I can do to like maybe make it, you know, a little bit like more consistent and stuff like that. I'm kind of like paying attention to his movement. You know, I'm looking at when he like shoots the crossbow. What does he do whenever he goes down? Like, you know, how does he recover? Like, what is resulting him in making him go down? You know, like, you know, I'm just kind of like trying to really put the puzzle pieces together. And then the next time I play it, I don't even go down until round 187. And it isn't because I'm just like sleep deprived, basically. I go down at 187, and then like later on that night at like 195 or something like that. You know, those are my only 2 downs, but, you know, I end up getting to 208. You know, and I basically put in, you know, probably like, you know, especially for Toker. Toker had been playing that game, that map for over a year, you know, at that point, like on and off, for like over a year. Maze probably was playing it for months as well. And, you know, I just kind of came in, and it was like, literally, I'm not even kidding, I had maybe what, 75 hours total on the map, playing it solo, trying to get a high round, and that was it. You know, and it was within like just like 2 tries, and it's just because like people, they like what they're doing is they're just playing. They aren't actually trying to learn, they're just playing. You know what I mean? And that's like, it's like a big you know, people think that they can just like watch like a strategy video or something like that on YouTube, at least for like zombies in this case. You know, they could just like watch a strategy video and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I kind of know what's going on. But instead it's like there's like little tiny like details like in like every strategy that like makes it you know, there's going to be choke points. Like what you see in the video is like not real. This is like something that kind of always annoyed me about like Steve and like these people, like, you know, whatever. Not only do they post their videos, but like they just throw up like a no man's land world record or something like that, because it's like you don't actually get to see like any of the failures or like, you know, what made, you know, this player you know, what are the choke points and stuff like that. They just kind of go over like, you know, the bull case of like a strategy. They don't go over the bear case of it at all. And, you know, like you could sit there and, you know, get into a situation, you know, not even just a couple hours into you doing the strategy, that was never even shown in the video at all, because, you know, the video is not real. Like, you know, it's literally you know, like you would have to watch like a live stream, like, you know, VODs, like, you know, of people playing in order to actually really kind of like experience the strategy before you actually do it yourself and stuff. And I think that's like why like a lot of these videos on like how to improve at like, you know, this game, you know, for example, is like kind of bullshit, because it's like, yeah, I mean, they do kind of help, they're a supplement, but like, you know, the real thing that's going to really help you is by like actually watching somebody, you know, and trying to like analyze them and stuff, not just like mindlessly watching them like AFK, like actually try to like really, you know, it's like, why did he choose to reload like right there? It's like every time he reloads, why is it right there? Why does he always turn around to make points right there? Like, you know, why is it always like, you know, it's like you've got to like really, you know, think about what's going on and stuff. And I think that's like where like a lot of players, they really came up short, because a lot of these people never really kind of put the puzzle pieces together, you know, and that's why they sat there and wasted all of these hours whenever it's really not that complex of a game. Like, I mean, some of these strategies are like very hard, like, you know, trade strat on Darius and stuff like that. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, it does have like, you know, its difficulties, but like, you know, again, like you were saying the other day with like Ascension, for example, it's like, dude, this is like a fucking joke, like how, you know, how people aren't able to improve, and it's just like, you know, there's like some sort of like a deficiency or something there, or some, I don't know, you know, it's like there's something going on, or maybe or maybe I'm just the smartest guy that's ever played zombies or something like that. Who knows? Maybe that's what it is. Actually, yeah, that's definitely what it is.
I don't know how the fuck Ascension takes so long if ninjas got the world record.
Yeah. It's like ninjas. It's like, you know, he's never like, I mean, dude, this guy wasn't even on anybody's radar. Like, you know, probably like people probably didn't even know who the fuck that guy was. Like, you know, before he played it, right? Like,
that guy actually won zombies.
Like he literally, yeah. He literally kind of like came in, he played Ascension for a little bit off stream, and then he ended up playing Ascension, got the record, and never looked back. And like the thing is like, and then like what he did too is actually, again, like I said this the other day about Iraqima, where he had told me that if he could right now, just to have the prestige, just to have the title, he would pay literally $20,000, $30,000 just to have had his moment in the sunlight, you know, in the spotlight, I guess, of having a solo world record on BO1. And it's like that's how much like weight this prestige actually means to some people, dude. And it's like Ninja just kind of like did that, and it's like, yeah, he kind of got steamrolled by Phoenix like 2 weeks later or something like that. But like, you know, at the end of the day, it's like he still had that record though. You remember him having that record, you know, no matter what, it's like he had that like that taste, like he tasted like, you know, the water from like the holy chalice that's like BO1 solo world record, you know what I mean? Like, and
sure.
And yeah, but But I mean, like at the end of the day, it's like zombies is not hard, right? Like I mean, like obviously, like the RNG was the hardest part. I'm sure. Like now, obviously, like doing something like trade strat where it's a little more inconsistent and stuff like that. Like I mean, yeah, that's like obviously much harder than most shit. But like I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's not really that hard to like play a lot of these maps. You know, I'm like I would bet that if it wasn't for RNG, players would be getting games and way more often, way more frequently and stuff.
Oh, for sure.
At least the good ones would, not the bad ones.
Oh yeah, the bad ones would still find some excuse, but yeah.
Yeah.
That was not. Yeah, I wish there was like what'd you call it? Trying to think of like an analogy. Some games have like a COD 4 Pro mod, but for BO1, and it's just the real game. You just strip out all the bullshit, and it's just the real game. And the game only lasts for maybe, like, you standardize like elements that need to be standardized, and you have the game last for like 12 hours or something. It's fuck playing for like 700 years. It's just nice 12 hours, something you can bang out in one sitting if you're, that nerdy. I would like to see how the game, what the innovations would look like. How are people and one quick revive, obviously. I don't think you can justify free for 12 hours. You get a World at War quick revive. That's it. Fuck. Like, this shit just doesn't work. You just get one life. Like Mono and Mono, like, it's not Sekiro, man. It's just one life, and you just play. That would be so. I'd be curious. Like, would the game just get maxed out, immediately, or would there be major like would RNG just be the thing that's stopping people from maxing these maps out, or would the game actually be constantly like, oh, okay, maybe you can like squeeze something here, or maybe they're trying even like more ridiculous strats or something to improve on time. Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting, but I think everyone in zombies is quite that's like custom zombies. I'm not interested in that because it doesn't have any legacy, and people want to go where there's prestige. People don't want to admit it, but there's a lot of people play that game for some sort of affirmation, prestige. Otherwise, I'll just be playing custom zombies like Dimitri on cool maps.
Yeah. So what's this fucking Plisking? This kid like finally got out of his private call with Galactic.
They don't like each other, do they?
No, they do. Talk to each other all the time.
Oh, okay. So I don't know I need like a chart of all the connections.
Yeah, you need to have like a fucking, here, let me, what is this chart called? It's FGO tape.
I heard FGO and I already want to leave the pool.
Nah. You gotta have something like this right here, where it's like where it's like
what?
Fucking so like these arrows, it's like the red is like super effective, but then the blue is resistance. So anyways, like what it would be is, it's like if one of the arrows is pointing towards like super effective, that means that like they're on good relationship terms with that person. But if they're blue, then that means that they don't like them. So then like if it goes both ways, then it means that they both don't like each other. And if it only goes one way, then that means that that person has a problem with them, but then they don't have a problem with that person, and so on. Complex chart, but yeah, need to have something like that.
It's just all blue arrows, dude. Like everybody hates each other.
So everyone's resistant to each other? Wouldn't that be everyone that's like cool with each other? They can take the heat?
Oh, I thought you said it was the other way around. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Couldn't. I don't think any. That maybe I'm oblivious to all the drama and beef, but I think everyone's cool with each other. Apart from all the people Frenzy blocked.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure EXC just like hates everybody. That's why he keeps leaving the server, never coming back. Until like what, like
He
a week
doesn't
ago or
hate.
something, when he
He
said he
doesn't
was
hate
gonna
anyone.
leave after he joined.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he
I
said he
wasn't
was gonna
even paying
leave
attention.
after he joined, and he just never did. I don't know why he's still in here.
Because he doesn't actually stick to anything that he says.
Whoa.
Nothing that comes out of EXE's mouth about going to do a future action is going to be true. Alright, it's true. He is that guy.
Yeah, you're right.
Man, this guy's gonna be like 50, like still in zoo. Didn't know that.
Fucking Elon, bro. Guys ruined Twitter. I was wrong about that guy. I was wrong. Terrible
Only
fucking
Random
idea
Up is
letting this
allowed to
guy.
say that.
He's just fucking killing the platform. Fucking
Think so?
getting rid of a bunch of shit. Yeah, fucking dude. Like, you got these like bots in like every fucking comment section trying to farm like Twitter
Oh,
engagement so they can make
yeah.
money and stuff. Like none of the comment sections are actually real anymore. Fucking
Oh yeah,
on
that
any big
definitely
post.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
he's
so
so
cringe.
bad.
Like you just have like it like and like what makes it even more cringe is like there'll be a post about like, oh yeah, you know, today like this father just gave his life to save this daughter, but the father couldn't make it and, you know, died fatally in this, you know, accident or something, and it's like supposed to be this like, you know, really emotional like tweet or something, and then in the comment section it's just like some guy posting like, oh yeah, I played a prank on my older brother earlier, watch this, or something like that, or whatever. It's like, what the fuck is this shit, you know? Like, what?
And everything is
Like,
sorted by verification in the comment section.
yeah,
And all and because it can be bought, people will purposely
Yeah.
buy to farm engagement with like, and then they'll put like some rage bait posts. Yeah.
Yep.
I do. Yeah.
I actually have I actually have like high key like thought about this, and I might actually do it. Maybe I might literally do it. For the upcoming football season is make a burner Twitter account, buy fucking X
Yeah.
premium on it or whatever, and just like start rage baiting my ass off under like sports posts and shit, and just like trying to see if I can farm up enough engagement to the point where like I actually can make some money off of like X or something like that, bro. Because like, I mean, honestly, it seems just so easy, dude. Like, just get so many fucking views on your posts and stuff. Like, really not hard, but I don't know, maybe not. But it's just like, yeah, it's just like so monetized and stuff, and not in the correct way. And then yeah, he's gotten rid of like the liked tweets thing. Now you can't even see like who liked tweets and shit like that anymore.
I heard
Fucking
about that.
yeah, just like a bunch of bullshit with the platform. Like it's gotten way worse. Like somehow, man,
I
it
use
sucks.
Twitter less than I used to.
Yep,
so,
same.
yeah. I definitely do think it's somehow worse. I think the verification is, and the sort by verification is such an annoying change. I mean, everyone kind of predicted what would have happened. Is that once you do the what would you call it? Once you do that, you just invite a bunch of idiots to, impersonate, someone that's like worth engaging with, because it's sorted by, it's not sorted by like who has like the most liked tweet or whatever the fuck, most relevant tweet, sorted by who's verified. It's like you can basically just buy your way to the top. That's just such a shit way of sorting something, and it's like, especially when it would, the way it was advertised, it's like, oh, you have free speech as long as you, pay me enough to get X premium, so you can actually show up in the comment section, because you have zero chance with how things are set up to show up in a comment section. And also his like selective enforcement. I remember Destiny got demonetized after the Trump shooting. It was like making fun of the firefighter, and it's just like so he went and found people that did the same shit as he did, right? About like other shit that happened in politics, but it was people that agreed with like that was like more on like Elon Musk, like political, like people that would agree with like Elon, or people Elon Musk would agree with, right? And then he's like, oh, sorry, the advertisers. And I'm like, wait, what? Like when somebody called it out, he replied, oh, sorry, the advertisers, and it's just like,
yep.
Man, didn't you go fuck the advertisers? I don't believe that. You can't go fuck the advertisers and then go like, oh yeah, I need to care about the advertisers. No. That guy, I think that guy just made a really smart business decision by sort of exploiting the people that, wanted, quote unquote free speech. And then he basically just reinvented, the same platform as it was before in terms of free speech, and made other things worse.
Yeah, soulless branding too. Like it just has a fucking like X. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is that?
That was the worst rebrand in existence. Twitter, like you had tweets in the vernacular of,
Yeah.
colloquial vernacular, and you just get rid of it for this. And yeah, I don't know. That guy's on crack. What the fuck that guy's doing?
Yeah, I was so wrong about that. I thought it would have been a good change.
Yeah.
Nope.
But I hear he does have a history of being a little bit of a, what would you call it? I know it was that do you remember when he had that plan to, it was like the underground, I remember there was that video that he had, like the concept video of like a car going into a parking spot, and then it goes underground to an underground network, and it was meant to be solving traffic. I don't remember what that specific thing was called, but what it turned into was like Tesla cars being used as taxis in like neon in what's it called, like the Las Vegas loop, like turned into like 30-mile-per-hour Tesla taxis going around, and it's like slower than walking, or like the same speed as walking. I know people tested it.
I don't know anything about that.
It's like videos of people testing it, right? But it like turned into something like really disappointing. Not like the original idea like was at all realistic. It was like a pipe dream, just like him on Twitter and doing all this like Yeah, like anyone can fucking speak. That was never gonna fucking happen because that doesn't make any fucking sense. Because you do actually have to, you know, have a somewhat reasonable moderation policy, because you either, you know, create a website where anyone can just say anything and anyone goes fucking crazy and just create a shit environment,
Right.
and you also, you know, push away advertisers that see that and go like, yeah, I don't really want to fucking advertise on this piece of shit website that's like fucking gone crazy. And like most people don't really give a most advertisers don't really want that baggage. So think it was a little bit he sort of just reinvented like sort of the same moderation rules that already existed, to sort of get, you know, advertisers on the website, because you can't just be super lax with anything. There's so many weird changes. Do you remember all the weird changes that happened on Twitter? Where it was, you used to be able to see who tweeted from what device.
Yeah, and they got rid of it.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cringe.
He was also super concerned about doxing when somebody doxed him. It was like, you know, the planes. You can track planes. And people were tracking his private jet. He was like, oh no, we can't allow doxing on the website. But then I think it was like the libs of TikTok was doxing people that were memeing on the Trump assassination, and he was just like completely cool with that when people were calling that shit out. And it's just like, and his response was, or I don't know if it was his response, where people were saying like, well, technically isn't doxing because their information is public, and I'm like, yeah, technically, shut the fuck up. It's just complete inconsistent application of the moderation rules. It's like Twitch.tv again. I understand, right, that there's going to be inconsistencies because you have a whole fucking moderation team. But I think all the inconsistencies are just so convenient. I just think they're so convenient to whatever Elon Musk likes and what he dislikes. That's what it seems like to me. And I wondered, right, like, is Elon Musk like really like the smartest guy for like basically trolling people into sort of with like the free speech aesthetic? Is he just trolling people with that? And he's like a really smart businessman? But I'm like, wait, that doesn't make any fucking sense, because he lost money big. He super lost money on this venture.
Twitter.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, well, he gains a lot of influence. He's got crazy influence across the media sphere, right? Because I don't know why, but Twitter is just really big when it comes to politics. So he does have like a really big voice in politics. And he can sway the conversation because he has one of the biggest, if not the biggest account on, you know, I guess the premier like political chat platform. So, you know, in a way, he does that. And he's a guy that can absorb, as far as I know, he can absorb the costs of, you know, having a failing platform, but also sort of promoting his, you know, like his views on the platform. Someone rich, yeah, that might be beneficial. But I don't even know if that's why he got the platform in the first place. I can't figure that guy out. I don't know enough about him to know. And I don't know if he's like a smart guy, because it feels like he believes everything he says. I don't know about you, but I think he really does believe everything he says. I don't think he is. I don't think he's a grifter. He doesn't come off to me as a grifter.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
But he just, the way he conducts himself just comes off as such a troll, because he would do that, like, he always reply to tweets going concerning. Yeah, well, I forgot. He always starts saying it's like concerning. Just like one word to tweet, and I'm just like, man, if I was trolling, I would do this. Like this is the way I would troll. I'd just be doing like these like one word answers, like vague posting really fucking hard. That's how I troll. Concerning, interesting. It's so funny. I don't even know what Twitter was like before. I can't even remember. I have memory hold how Twitter was like before.
Yeah, I've kind of forgotten myself because it's just been so long.
Yeah, it's not even been that long. That's the thing. For a
Been 2
while I
years
was
almost.
banned on Twitter. So there's that. The good thing about new Twitter is that I don't have to keep refollowing another one of Destiny's ults because he's ban evading. He used to just ban evade because he was banned on the previous Twitter. Because I don't know, he was just
Oh
like
yeah.
really toxic. He like like told some woman to like go and rape herself with a shovel or something, or get
Jesus.
raped by a shovel. Yeah, he's like, he's always like that. He's super edgy. He got departed off Twitch when he said redneck militias should go and mow down the dipshit protesters. The dipshit BLM protesters. And to be honest, in full context, what he said was completely based. You shouldn't be burning down. I believe in castle doctrine. If somebody's burning down your house, you should just die. Your home should be your temple, should be your sacred place that you should feel safe infinitely, and you have important shit in your house. That's your house. That's where you live. You should feel safe. So if someone's trying to burn that down, I think you should. There is no reason to burn down someone's house. I don't think so. I don't think there's any acceptable reason to be burning down somebody's house. So yeah, you should just die. You should lose your life. I don't give a fuck. I think that's completely best. As long as like if the police aren't available to show up, obviously, or if your house is actually like going to burn down, then yeah, and the police can't get there in time, yeah, you can gun them down. I think that's fair. I don't know if that fit. I don't know if that's in line with like what most normal people think, or if that's like, whoa, so radical. But the fact that he got demonetized for that or whatever the fuck on Twitch, unpartnered, that shit is really stupid. That's another one of those selected platforms too. And then you have like that Hassan guy, deep throwing a bunch of terrorists, even interviewing one talking about fucking One Piece. I don't know if you fucking saw that shit. That shit was
I
fucking
saw
wild.
that.
Yeah, it was. And the thing is
Like,
too,
what the
I knew
hell?
it.
I saw clips. I didn't even know how bad it was. I saw clips of him before, and he was saying that, oh my god, guys, I'm gonna have a Hoofy interview on stream. So the guy was like fully so the guy was presenting him as a Hoofy pirate, which changes things because after he did some like cult bullshit that was just a lie. He was saying, oh, I didn't know who he was. He was obviously not a Hoofy, and I'm like, what? My brother, you said he was a Hoofy before. So you presented him as a Hoofy. Why? So you're just a lying. You either lied about that or he's actually a Hoofy, which actually is kind of ambiguous. We don't even fucking know. Because I'm pretty sure he does call himself a Hoofy. So
I don't know. All I knew was that he like interviewed that guy and like was like, oh yeah, he
I
liked
fucked
One
him.
Piece or
Yeah, I
something.
know exactly
Like,
right. Like he had him for the intent of like it was obviously relating to, you know, the Houthi bombings on the ships
yeah,
going through the Red Sea. That's why he had him on there. It was a political interview, and instead of, you know, asking, you know, pertinent questions, he did a puff piece trying to humanize who he claimed was a hoopy. So the audience was under the impression that he was a hoopy, that he is this One Piece enjoyer, and that he eats KFC just like the rest of us. Really? And that's journalism, and that's just allowed on your platform. Like there's no pushback for that by the dev team or whatever the fuck, or I don't know what you would call it, the team at Twitch, going, hey, isn't that like a really unhinged thing to do, where you bring somebody on and just do a puff piece? Do we want that associated with our platform? Oh no, they don't fucking do anything. That's insane to me. No, he's actually getting his own show on Twitch, by the way. He's got his own show on Twitch. Or getting his own show. That's wild to me. The double standards on that platform are insane. And his I don't think Twitch can be like that too. Platform should be like that. I think that should be a super. If you're making money off a platform, I think there should be a super transparent process on how you get banned or not. I don't believe that. I don't believe in this, like, oh yeah, a corp that I'm basically their employee, in a way, obviously not in any official sense, but effectively their employee, and they can just fucking kick me off the fucking platform when I rely on them for money off a whim without telling me why, so I can't even contest. That's bullshit. I think in the EU you can actually contest this. Maybe in like certain EU countries. I think maybe Germany. I think those are things like someone contested a ban or something. I'm pretty sure that's a thing in the EU, but that isn't a universal thing outside of the EU. That's just wild to me that they're allowed to operate like that, because that's fucking wild, and that's fucking unacceptable too. And I think it's in the best interest of the people running this running these websites to be as ambiguous as possible. I think that have to be a legal thing. I don't think anyone is gonna come on to what you call it. I don't think anyone's gonna come no one new is gonna become like the head of Twitch and change this, or the head of YouTube or whatever, and is gonna be like, hey, we need like more transparency or whatever. That's just never gonna happen. Who's the new K-pop idol in your profile pic?
Luna member Yaka likes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew this or not, but there was like a huge scandal that came out kind of recently with those Luna members.
Oh yeah, I know about that.
And you know who Psy is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had like a fucking 10 sum with like all the members.
Oh, yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, this guy has the same jokes every time.
What do you mean? It's not even a joke. It's literally true.
What's their best song?
Really now? What's their
Really
best
no?
song? I don't know. I like Universe. Where You At? Pretty good.
Luna, Universe. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I think that you'll really like Luna, by the way. I think you'll
Me?
really like K-pop. Yeah. Really fuck with it for sure. I'm capping. I don't think that you'll give a fuck about it.
I don't think he
Listening
gives
to
a
it right
fuck.
now. Oh, the member. There's so many members. 3,
There's
6,
12.
9, 11, 10, 11.
There's 12, but I think if you're watching Universe, one of them is like on hiatus during that time, so she's not there.
Man, this is probably like some like factory made team. K-pop is like the enemy of like every like anime, like kids anime or TV show that you ever seen. It's like the Do you know Paul from Pokemon? Where he has like these like manufactured teams and he's like he's like releases his Chimchar. Not enough. Not your IVs are too low. And then you have like Ash Ketchum who's like super personal with his, Pokemon. He sees like a fucking Pokemon in a fucking trash bag, he's like, you want to be on my team? And they're like, hell yeah. I don't care about any of that shit. And Ash is the fucking hero, he finally prevails over Paul. And K-pop is Paul. Like, they're like these fucking machine fucking produced. This is my impression, by the way. I don't know that much about K-pop. Did like a mini dive into it with Naraj for like 30 minutes. It just sounded really, really bad. So K-pop is the enemy. And unless I just have a completely wrong impression. Is that impression correct or not?
No, I like K-pop. Like, I'd probably disagree with you.
What about them being like manufactured?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, no, there's definitely like a bunch of like manufacturing going on and stuff, but like, yeah, no, like a lot of artists still like make their own shit, write their own lyrics, produce their own songs. Like, one of the members of this group called like G Idol, Soyeon, she basically like built the group by herself, and like she writes all their songs like for the group and stuff. So it's like, there's still that creativity there and stuff that I think you're ignoring or just like haven't heard about.
What's the majority like? Are they just all just like in like training mode? And like the training mode factory is just like getting pitted in a team together.
I
Chosen by
definitely agree.
the producers.
The training period is very like manufactured and rough, just because like they all basically do the same thing, where it's like, oh yeah, like idols like have to train for like this long, like or whatever. But and like they have like heavy restrictions. You probably have more restrictions as a trainee than you do as an idol.
Oh yeah, they're like also super restricted because they need to be like holy virgins. It's another thing.
Yeah.
My Western sentiments. They're like it's like Sharia law in Korea if you're an idol.
That's more of like a trainee thing, because like you hear about like dating stuff with like idols like pretty much all the time. Like I think Karina from like aespa, she was dating someone like, and like there's a bunch of like people just don't really give a fuck unless like like there's always people on like Twitter or whatever that are like super just into like invading people's personal lives. But like what it's mainly when you're like a trainee and stuff that you're not allowed to like like, you date, drink, or like do all this stuff, because one of the CEOs of like the big companies, JYP, he gave reasons for this or whatever. He was like, yeah, no, like we're trying to teach them like you gotta be like professional, you can't do these
I
things or
can't
whatever.
date, and that's professional.
Yeah. I don't know. It's more of like a
Unhinged.
distractions thing. Yeah. But it's more so like, yeah, you have much heavier restrictions as a trainee than an idol. Like once you become an idol, you can basically kind of just do whatever you want, really. But like, you still have to be very careful about what that is.
Man, that's Sharia law, my brother. Cause man, it's guns out. If it was me, it's guns out. I don't like this song, no lie. What's the other one you wanted?
You might not like that one then. You wouldn't give a fuck.
What's the other one?
Here.
That I like that.
He might like that one. Like, yeah, play that.
Yeah. Do that one, yeah. That I like that.
Wait, they're
It's
doing a
like that.
fantasy league? Like football? Fantasy football?
Yeah.
Oh, how long is that gonna last?
Like 4 months.
Wow. Who's playing in it?
No idea.
Who is?
I don't know.
Definitely know. Are you fucking
Ask
serious?
Affirmed.
Oh, are you guys talking about like the Zoo League or whatever?
Yeah, that's what Affirmed's talking about, yeah.
Watch that not even
Uh,
happen.
I don't even know if it's gonna like come to fruition just
Oh,
because like
you're
Pretty,
playing this
I don't
song?
think has invited anyone to the league yet or whatever.
It's like that.
But yeah, no, that Suga guy, he's like he produces all of his own music, writes his own lyrics and stuff. Like you still get that in K-pop. Like I don't know.
Wait, what's this Luna song
He
called?
also talks about like much more
No, it's by
like,
Psy.
Oh, Psy? Oh,
That
what is it called? That?
yeah,
that
Psy.
yeah.
Psy that? Oh,
Yeah.
PSY, fucking SAI. Oh, yeah, Psy's godlike. Yeah, I don't need to listen to a
He
Psy
is.
song.
He's got aura, bro.
Yeah. No, he actually does though. Guy's got Conqueror's Hockey.
What I'm saying. The guy's the Shanks. No, he's actually the fucking Gold D.
Man, he's the-
Roger of a.
Gold D. Roger.
Yeah, he's the Gold D. Roger of K-pop. He's like retired right now. I'm pretty sure he's like unofficially retired or some shit.
So Psy's the one that produces his own lyrics? I agree with that.
No, it's Suga, the guy in that video.
He's a member of
He
BTS.
produced, yeah, he produced that song actually for Psy and shit.
Alright.
Yeah, he was such a Psy meat rider that he like literally made a fucking
BTS. Suga. Oh, Suga. Suga writes an apology letter. Suga.
Oh yeah, he got a DUI for driving drunk on a scooter, like an electric scooter.
You know what? Fuck him. What's the song called?
that.
Suga that?
Yeah. Psy and yeah. Him and Psy.
He's a feature on it, yeah.
Okay.
Watch the music video for it though.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
That's a Western Saloon. That is a good goat.
He is the goat.
Of K-pop.
Yeah, and Heejin's the goat. The throat goat with Psy. Keep the views on that video though. 550 mil? Guy hasn't lost a step.
Yeah, this guy's insane. I actually thought it was 550k and I was gonna say, damn, he's falling off. I didn't know I was like 550 mil. Like, only when you said that, I'm like, oh, damn, this guy, woo, he's back into me.
Can you feel it? Whoa, yeah. Whoa. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Oh, yeah.
When you see 3 digits, you don't expect an M.
Don't give a fuck about this boy band faggot in this video. I only care about Psy.
Yeah, true.
Fucking Backstreet Boys, motherfucker. Get him out of here.
Guy looks like he's wearing makeup. Actually,
he is.
he almost
They're both
sound
wearing
is.
makeup for sure.
They all do.
Yeah, it looks so fucking disgusting. I'm not a hater, I just... I'm a hater. And makeup can be alright. He just does the worst shit with it. Sorry, his team.
So wait, how are all the BTS members doing military service right now, but this guy just got fucking a DUI for riding a scooter drunk?
Because he's the only one who didn't go to the military too. Like, he's working some he's just working some desk job because he got like some shoulder injury.
Oh yeah, that's what you said. Okay,
yeah.
That's actually really
the only one.
To do service. But how old are they?
Early 20s, I think, right?
No, they're like late 20s now, and like
what?
I think the oldest member is like.
Wait,
30.
whoa! Yeah, wait, what the fuck? This guy's 31 years old. That's way past. He's older than I am. He's way past fucking
his prime. Yeah, this guy needs
no,
to
no,
kill
like,
himself.
Like I thought that like it was mandatory to take your military service whenever you were like 28 years old. How?
No, they also got a bunch of like extensions or something too. I think that's what that is. But yeah.
What'd you think of Gentleman?
I actually didn't really vibe with that one that much, to be honest. Thought it was kind
when it came out, I thought it was whack, but honestly, I really fuck with it now.
Yeah, maybe I'll listen to it again at some point here pretty soon. Yeah, no, I mean, Gangnam Style though, that shit's in my fucking. You know what? Nah, fuck that. It's the best song ever made. I was gonna say it's in my top 5, but like, nah, it's just the grip. It's just the GOAT song.
Good.
Get better than that.
Oh, the yellow guy's back. He's like a recurring character, but they kicked him out for that boy band cunt.
What? What do you mean?
Sugar.
Oh.
This music video is fucking hilarious.
Gentleman.
Oh, crash.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay.
I might get something to eat too.
I'm gonna go. So, see ya.